Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live coverage. This is about Hurricane Melissa, which has now just become the most intense hurricane of the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season. This has officially just become a Category 5 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 175 miles per hour. This is by far the most intense hurricane that we've had this year. The only hurricane that was stronger was actually last year. We had Milton obviously reach incredible levels of intensity in the Gulf, and this hurricane is now the most intense hurricane that we've had of this year. This one is insane. I mean, we're talking about one of the most catastrophic hurricanes that we have ever seen in Jamaica, and we are fully anticipating that this is going to make landfall tomorrow morning in Jamaica as a very intense Category 5 hurricane. So in this live stream, we have live cameras. We have Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey, and Bryce Shelton. They're currently in Jamaica. We are going to be covering this all in depth as this continues to barrel to the north as a very intense Category 5 hurricane. Again, unlike levels that we've ever seen for Jamaica. And so this is about to be a historic storm here over the next 24 hours as it continues to move towards Jamaica. As of right now, it is again a Category 5 hurricane. As of the latest National Hurricane Center outlook, it now has maximum sustained winds of 175 miles per hour. Once again, this is insane levels. We are talking about a very intense Category 5 hurricane. This is higher, it's a higher wind speed than it was even forecasted to get to. Our highest forecasted wind speed as of 12 hours ago, and even as of 6 hours ago, is only 165 miles per hour. So we have well exceeded that. On top of that, we're up to 200 mile per hour wind gusts that are currently offshore. And then also, it's only moving to the northwest really at about 3 miles per hour. The pressure is almost sub 900. So this is actually rapidly decreasing still as a very intense hurricane. And we do think that there is a chance that Melissa will go sub 900 in terms of the intensity of this hurricane, which is again just unbelievable with what we are talking about here. With the environment that we've had in the Caribbean all year long, it was bound to happen that we're going to have something significant. Unfortunately, this is coming basically at the worst time possible. So again, very dangerous situation is about to evolve here in Jamaica. This is what it looks like on infrared imagery right now. We have a very intense eye wall. The eye wall is massive. We have very intense convection. It's all bubbling up. It's very healthy. There's really not a whole lot of wind shear, not really a whole lot of dry air either. And this is going to continue to move to the north here over the next 24 to 48 hours. Here's a look without it being on the 3D radar. So this is unsmoothed. And you can see again, the eye is huge. This is our eye right here. And then our eye wall is almost reaching southwestern Jamaica. You can actually see Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton. He is located in southwestern Jamaica right now. He is actually live on the Radar Omega app, which you can download with the top link in the description below. On top of that, he's live on YouTube right now. We have him also on our stream. He is currently in Jamaica. He is one of the only chasers that went to Jamaica to actually chase this hurricane. So he has, let's just say the least, he has balls to even go here because this is a really dangerous situation that's going to evolve in Jamaica over the next 48 hours. And this is going to be a long period of time until we actually have any sort of, clear weather basically here. So the recovery efforts are going to be ongoing likely for several weeks, if not months in this area with how intense the hurricane is going to be. Another thing I want to point out is that obviously this is going to make landfall as a Category 5 hurricane. In our history, we've never had a Category 5 hurricane make landfall in Jamaica, and this is expected to make landfall as a intense Category 5 hurricane with maximum sustained winds around 160 miles per hour. If we go back in the record books, these are the only hurricanes that have ever become Category 4 pluses within at least a radius of Jamaica, only one of which made landfall. That was Gilbert back in 1988. This was its path. It came from the east and went to the west. Pretty similar track, by the way, to what Hurricane Beryl was. But again, this is not something you see very often. Every single hurricane that we've ever had that has gone near Jamaica has never reached Category 5 levels. So again, very rare situation to say the least. We've never had a Category 5 even within radius of Jamaica, which is actually kind of surprising. But this is already within a certain radius of Jamaica to the point where this is now officially our first Category 5 that has been near Jamaica. If we go over to the RAM slider, this is another way to look at infrared imagery. Again, look at the eye of this hurricane. This is a very symmetrical eye. Another thing I want to point out too, this is actually just breaking information within the last half hour. This is officially the driest eye that we've ever had. Let me go ahead and show you guys this graphic. This is pretty crazy. Let me find where it was. Was it stream relays? So this is a graphic that one of our designers made, James Pettis. He made a graphic that basically shows us the record for the driest eye eyes in history, and this one has taken the cake. So it's the driest eye at negative 4.75 degrees Celsius. Once again, very crazy stuff. I mean, this is literally just unbelievable, and this is including super typhoons, by the way. If you look at Moranti, I think that's how you pronounce it, that was initially the driest hurricane slash typhoon on record. Now it's Melissa. So this is another record that has been broken by a hurricane. Now let's go over real quickly to Tornado Page E. This is actually Bryce Shelton. Bryce Shelton is live. This is in Jamaica right now. So we'll tune into him for just a moment. He is located currently near the Alligator Pond and Black River area, which is where landfall is forecasted to happen. Look at how large those waves are too. Again, this is live in Jamaica. So we have a chaser, storm chaser Bryce Shelton here in Tornado Page in Jamaica. You can also check them out on the Radar Omega app. They're also on YouTube. But man, this is going to be a really rough event here. And we'll have plenty of updates from Tornado Page and Bryce Shelton here over the next several hours as this continues to get closer to the coastline. But I mean, again, if I was ever a storm chaser, I would have never gone to Jamaica. I mean, this is just a very dangerous situation that's going to be evolving. It's, again, unlike anything that we've ever seen for Jamaica. And unfortunately, before this even makes landfall, we've been talking about this in videos the last several days, but the amount of rain that is going to fall in Jamaica is going to be absurd. I mean, it's already falling. We've already had flooding beginning. We already have landslides happening, and it's only going to get worse. And you can see the winds are starting to pick up. We're currently in the tropical storm realm right now of winds, at least in this part of Jamaica, which, again, is really where the eye's going to make landfall. This is where the worst of the impacts will be felt. According to Bryce, I'm pretty sure electricity has already gone out. I'm going to see if we can get a little update from him. One moment. Let's see if I can get him on stream to give a little update here. Who's tuning in from Jamaica? I am curious. How many people are tuning in from Jamaica right now in the chat? Because I know power outages, again, from everything that we've already talked about, power outages are going to be widespread, basically, here across Jamaica. I do want to talk.
For y'all just joining, we are in Jamaica, Treasure Beach, Jamaica. And it's Category 5 Hurricane Melissa looms off the coast here. Has 175 miles per hour sustained winds and gusts up to 200 miles per hour. This rain is really starting to.
Is this even survivable? It is, but again, you need to be away from the coastline if you're in Jamaica.
Picking up, tropical storm force.
Obviously, this is a professional storm chaser, but if you are a resident in Jamaica, you need to be away from the coastline.
The afternoon goes on, and especially overnight, as we approach landfall tomorrow morning around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning here.
Got a decent amount of people tuning in from Jamaica. Again, power outages are going to ramp up here over the next several hours as Jamaica gets closer to making landfall. By the way, just an FYI, we haven't done a hurricane coverage since last year. I just want to point out that, yes, we do have tracking Melissa below me. Basically goes over the latest advisory, the wind speeds, wind gusts, etc. Bottom of your screen, we have a breaking news bar whenever a new advisory comes out or any new information that has come out. So a couple new little things as well when it comes to hurricane coverages. We are working on making this universal on all of our streams, but I'm just giving you guys a little heads up. We have all the hurricane warnings, the watches, the tropical storm watches and warnings on the bottom of your screen. They'll be filtering throughout this live stream. So, just a little heads up there. Let me go back over, though, to infrared imagery. Again, this is what currently Hurricane Melissa looks like. And if you're just tuning in, this has now made it to 175 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. It is the most intense hurricane that we've had so far this year in the Atlantic Ocean. It also ties a record for the most Category 3 hurricanes we've ever had in the Atlantic Ocean in a given year. We've had 3. This is our third Category 5 hurricane. The other 2 did not make landfall anywhere. This one is going to be making landfall, which is vastly different from the other ones. And if it doesn't make landfall in Jamaica for some reason, which it will, I think, but if it doesn't, I mean, it has 3-4 more opportunities. It's going to most likely make landfall in Jamaica. It'll likely make landfall in Cuba, and then it could even make landfall in the Bahamas, and it might even make landfall up near Bermuda. This is Bermuda right here. We have 3 or 4 different countries here that could actually have landfall from this hurricane within only about 48 hours, which is honestly really crazy to think. If we go over to the future radar, this is the hurricane model, the HAFSA, one of the hurricane models that we've been using on our videos recently. I do want to point out on the latest run, it continues to have this as a very intense hurricane. As I alluded to a moment ago, the pressure is down to 906 millibars. So this is a obviously very intense hurricane, and this model has it continuing to intensify within the next 12 hours or so, even stronger. So we have a world here where we actually could see this hurricane upwards of 180 mile per hour maximum sustained winds, and the pressure could drop under 900 millibars. Keep in mind, this is a very rare situation. We have very little hurricanes that ever drop below 900 millibars. Obviously, Milton did last year, but again, that's not something that happens every year. It's a very rare sight to see. So there is a possibility that this could actually intensify further. And then upon landfall tomorrow morning, sometime around 10 to 12 o'clock tomorrow is when we're forecasting landfall in Jamaica as a Category 5 hurricane. This model has it making landfall as a 907 millibar Category 5 hurricane, which would be around the intensity it's at right now, which means wind gusts could actually be upwards of 200 miles per hour. So again, in my opinion, this is obviously a very catastrophic situation that's about to unfold. It's only a matter of time until we start to really see the major impacts ramp up. As you can see, the winds have been picking up. This is, again, Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton. You can see the winds. They're pretty strong. This isn't anywhere near what it's going to get to tomorrow, though. Again, keep in mind that this is, maybe 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts. And honestly, this is already enough to knock out power, but it's only going to get worse. I also want to point out a message that has been put out is that most of southwestern Jamaica has lost power, no water to the house in Santa Cruz, according to Jeff Porowski, who I believe is another storm chaser that is currently in Jamaica. A few grocery stores are open, and people are frantically getting the last of the groceries before they close. So that is the latest from southwestern Jamaica. And this is according to Jeff Porowski. I think I'm saying the name right. I believe he is also storm chasing here in Jamaica. But again, definitely make sure if you are in Jamaica that you are getting to your wherever you're going to be riding this thing out in. All right, it really should not be along the coastline because we're going to have upwards of 15-foot storm surge. And look how high those waves are already. I mean, this isn't even, again, the eye wall hasn't even gotten that close to Jamaica yet when it comes to relative speed of this moving to the north. But those waves are easily 10 plus feet. Those might be 15-foot waves right along the coastline. Tornadoes, there is a risk of an isolated tornado or two, but it should be mostly water spouts. I do think the tornado risk will stay low. Are the airports open? I'm pretty sure all of them have been closed for the last day or so. Good shout out to Kay with the $20 super chat. What's the benefit for a chaser like Paige to be in the dangerous path right now? You personally have a place we can donate to Jamaica relief beforehand. I do not. We will look. I will have Riley when he's here. I'll have him look into it. We'll try to find something. But I mean, chasers obviously make a living going to places that have major weather events. So this is kind of one of those situations. With that said, though, I mean, Bryce has gone to dozens of major hurricanes like this and flown across seas in some cases, and I mean, this is nothing really that new for him, and he's been in these cases, he's been in these situations before. Personally, like, if I would never go to this. I mean, as a meteorologist, I would never go to a site where a Category 5 is making landfall, especially since Jamaica is a small country. You can't evacuate if you wanted to because there's nowhere to go. You don't, unless you haven't, unless you go on an airplane, which the airports are closed, so like, if this was the United States, I think it'd be a little bit different for me, personally, but it's moving so slow at 3 miles per hour. That is correct. Yeah, this is moving at 3 miles per hour. By the way, we also have a couple cameras on the bottom of your screen. These are Sea Jamaica cameras. So we have a waterfront camera bottom right of your screen. And also on the bottom left, that is in Jamaica at the HWT Transport Center. So we have a couple different other live cameras as well that we'll be having on throughout the live stream. You can actually watch those cameras on YouTube as well. But once again, very intense Category 5 hurricane is making its way all the way up into Jamaica. We are forecasting that landfall will likely happen near Alligator Pond, Jamaica. As as we alluded to in our videos, it has shifted a bit west over the last 24 to 48 hours. Kingston is likely not going to be where landfall happens. With that said, what's going to happen is that where Melissa makes landfall, which we think will be right about here, we are going to see very dangerous storm surge from very strong southerly winds, all pushing up into the bay there of Kingston. So we are going to be talking about upwards of 15-foot storm surge right along the immediate coastline. And then once this starts to get a little bit closer as well, we are going to see those hurricane force winds really come into play as well. Another cool thing you can also do on the Radar Omega app is go to tropical. You can actually look at some of the hurricane models and go under Melissa. You can actually track out the future radar here. And this is one of the models that has it actually going closer to Savannah Lamar, which is just to the south of Montego Bay. That is where this model has it making landfall. If we go over to the HMON model, which is a different hurricane model, this one also has it going a little bit further to the east, kind of right where we have the center of our cone of uncertainty from the National Hurricane Center, which is a little bit closer to Black River and also Alligator Pond. And then eventually it obviously crosses over Jamaica throughout the daytime on Tuesday. Keep in mind, this is a very slow moving hurricane, so this is going to be one of those situations where the flooding risk is going to be really significant. Let me go back over to infrared imagery. I also want to show you guys this. This is a satellite imagery. Actually, before we do satellite imagery, this is radar. So we have this from the Jamaica radar site. Jamaica actually does have a radar site, believe it or not. They do have a website for it. I do not recommend going to that website unless absolutely necessary, because it is just going to crash. It's been crashing a lot recently, but you can actually see the eye of the hurricane offshore on this map here from the Jamaica radar site. So they do have a radar site. It's obviously it's not on any radar apps, I don't think, but it is a radar site that they do have. I'm going to pull up satellite in just a moment. This back over to Tornado Pagey here live in Jamaica and Bryce Shelton. Working on getting satellite up here.
Yeah, definitely starting to get some bigger gusts.
Look at the bottom right of your screen. That is satellite. I'm going to try to get it on a loop. That is satellite imagery, bottom right of your screen, of Melissa. That is insane. This is, again, the driest eye that we've ever had in terms of water vapor in history. This includes super typhoons as well. Super chat to Cassidy with the super chat. My in-laws are in Black River, St. Elizabeth. What can you tell me? What will happen? Unfortunately, I mean, like, the biggest thing that we think is going to happen, I mean, there's three things, right? We have storm surge right along the immediate coastline. We're talking upwards of 15-foot storm surge. We are talking about a widespread 30 to 40 inches of rain. The worst of the rainfall is going to be in eastern and central Jamaica. So it's going to be primarily in this region, which doesn't include Black River. Black River is still going to get storm surge, and the hurricane force winds, in my opinion, will be the worst thing for Black River. I think that's what we're going to be talking about. We're talking about 150-mile-per-hour winds. That's what we think is going to happen right there in Black River, and even Alligator Pond in Mainville. But further off to the east, over near Jeffreytown, Kingston, Port Antonio, Morant Bay, all those areas, we are talking about very catastrophic flooding. Again, 30, 40 plus inches of rain is in play. We could have some localized areas higher than that. I do want to point out that if we go over to the map here that shows us essentially how much rainfall that we're going to see, which I have to find the graphic. I have way too many graphics open. Let me find it. It is right here. So this is the graphic that gives you an idea of how much rainfall could fall. All right, so this is the hurricane forecast for the next 3 days. And essentially all of central and eastern Jamaica is in the pink, which means that we are expecting at least 20 to 30 inches of rainfall, which equivalates to 500 to 750 millimeters of rainfall, which is, again, catastrophic. This does not already include the rain that we've seen. So we've already had several inches of rain over the last 24 hours, and it's only going to get worse tonight. As the eye gets closer, that's where the heaviest rainfall is located, so it's only going to get more significant as we go into tonight and also early tomorrow morning. So again, get ready for that in Jamaica when it comes to the rainfall. What you have to do, again, if you're like on a mountain, for example, you shouldn't be there because landslides are going to be a big concern. You got to kind of find a happy medium where you're sheltering, which hopefully you've already found your shelter place. But one of the problems is if you're right along the coastline, we got that 15-foot storm surge. If you're in an area that's prone to flooding, obviously that's a big concern because we're going to have upwards of 15, 20, 30 inches of rain out of this. And then the hurricane force winds are another problem. So you got to kind of find, again, hopefully you've already got your shelter place, but if you've not already, try to find that area that is going to be least prone to all of those risks. So not a beach, not on the side of a mountain, and then also in terms of the the flooding threat. Again, you just don't want to be in a low-lying area that's like in a ditch or something like that. So try to find some sort of higher ground. But again, there aren't very many places you can go in Jamaica. This is not a huge country. There's not a bridge that connects to somewhere else that is safe from this hurricane. This isn't like Florida where you can drive up to Georgia and you'll be fine, right? This is a very different scenario, and that is why this is such a dangerous scenario for Jamaica, is because there are people here that just can't really do anything. And that is why we've been communicating this message for almost a week now, talking about this hurricane. And obviously before it was even a hurricane. I mean, again, this has only been a hurricane for like 48 hours. So that's pretty crazy on its own. But this one looks like right now in Jamaica. This is located near Black River. Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton and Tornado Pagey already on the scene here of a catastrophic hurricane that's going to be making landfall here within the next 24 hours. We're currently 20 hours or so away from landfall. I just heard she's heard meow. Yeah, my cat keeps meowing. I think she's concerned as well. She doesn't usually meow on streams. By the way, this is some strong wording from the National Hurricane Center regarding Jamaica for tonight. In case you don't follow us on Twitter or Facebook, I definitely recommend you do. It's at Max Velocity WX. There's links in the description. But this is some of the strong wording from the National Hurricane Center regarding Hurricane Melissa, saying, do not venture out of your safe shelter. Catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and numerous landslides are likely today through Tuesday. Destructive winds, especially in the mountains, will begin by this evening, leading to extensive infrastructural damage, long-lasting power and communication outages in isolated communities. Life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are expected along the southern coast through Tuesday, which, by the way, we're already seeing. The bottom right of your screen is what we're literally looking at, those big waves. That is already happening in real time, and it's only going to continue to get worse. So, again, I'm just pointing this out because I know a lot of you are tuning in from Jamaica right now. Again, do not try to venture out. Do not go near the beach for sure. Do not get near water. That is a very dangerous option. Again, rip currents are already extreme, and then on top of that, we have the very high waves that are already over, 15 feet here. Again, you can see the waves right now. They are huge, and Bryce was just pointing that out a second ago. The waves are huge here. Thank you, Jake, for the super chat. Yes, Jake, I will in a few minutes. But basically, a very dry eye can mean an intensifying hurricane, which it is still intensifying, by the way. Let me pull up something else as well to show you guys that. This was one of the Hurricane Hunter missions, and in case you guys don't know what Hurricane Hunters are, they are basically aircraft that fly right into hurricanes. And you can see the pressure, again, has been measured down to 906 millibars. But again, look at the winds. Again, that's what we're really talking about here. Look at the wind speeds here. All those purple barbs are hurricane force winds. Notice where Jamaica is. That's the line of Jamaica. We have not gotten to hurricane force winds at all in Jamaica yet, but that is going to happen here pretty soon. There are some small bands that are getting closer to the coast that are actually producing around high-end tropical storm force winds or very low Cat 1 hurricane winds. Those are just some of the outer bands, though. Where the eye wall is where the highest winds are. But you can still see the pressure has been dropping. It's down to 908 millibars from 915 over the last few hours. Now, this isn't live. This was a few hours ago when the Hurricane Hunters flew through the hurricane, but you can see the pressure was dropping at that time, and I do still believe the pressure is dropping right now. So again, this has a possibility to run all the way down to around a 900 millibar hurricane. It could even drop sub 900. So that's definitely in play. The next National Hurricane Center mission, I believe, is at 7:30 tonight. I need to double check that, but I'm pretty sure that is our next Hurricane Hunter mission, which is a really big space between now and then. I'm talking about 7:30 Eastern time, by the way, when the next mission, I believe, is. I hope there's one sooner, because this might be intensifying still, and we can at least get that information, but once I know that for sure, I'll let you guys know. I'm pretty sure that's the next one. Thank you, Eric, for the $10 super chat. Is there any way this hurricane goes to an uncharted territory as a Category 6? Category 6 hurricanes do not exist. That is never going to exist. Also, huge shout out to Cat with the $20 super chat. Thank you for what you do for everyone. Appreciate the super chat. Again, we were prepping to go live for this hurricane for the last few days. We've been making some serious upgrades to the streams themselves, and obviously having the infrastructure actually go live for something like this.
This is a life-threatening situation.
And also, again, make sure to go subscribe to Tornado Pagey on YouTube. They are currently live as well on YouTube. They're also live inside of the Radar Omega app, which you can download with the top link in the description below. You can watch them live inside of the Radar app as well, and you can stay up to date with the latest on this hurricane. If you are a Gamma subscriber or higher on the Radar Omega app, you also get access to models and as well as satellite imagery. Are you doing landfall coverage? I'm gonna be honest, guys. Like, I think this is going to be our stream. This will be a one-day stream. I don't think there's any way we can go live for landfall tomorrow, because by that point, Jamaica is gonna have no power. There's gonna be no infrastructure, even be able to watch a stream like this. And any live cameras, any chasers out there, they're not gonna be able to communicate to us. All right, that's just the situation that we're at. So there's no way we can go live for landfall tomorrow, because it's not gonna help anybody. Like, it just would be, we're live, we're looking at it making landfall, and that's it. Today, at least we can go over things that people should be doing. We can kind of go over the evolving situation. Any breaking updates we'll be able to give to you guys throughout the live stream. And we'll be live as long as we can, essentially, until things just take a turn and nobody's able to watch, basically. All right? So that's the plan. But we will be here with breaking updates. We have lots of updates coming in frequently. We'll have Riley joining the stream here pretty soon. He's going to go through all the breaking updates as well. And yeah, we're going to have frequent updates again throughout this live stream today, and it will be a very busy next several hours with any big updates that come in. Also, there is a update. Port Royal was among one of the areas under a mandatory evacuation order due to the risk of flooding, but only one person boarded the evacuation bus on Sunday. So, I don't know what that exactly means, but okay. That is one of the updates that we just got. That was from Jamaica Gleaner on Twitter. Also, all the live cameras bottom of your screen, those are all currently live inside of Jamaica. There is not really a whole lot of storm surge yet, but it's going to get a lot worse. It's very minor storm surge right now, but it's only going to get worse. You can see the water's already pretty close to the coast right now, and it's continuing to rise. And so eventually by tomorrow morning, we think that water will probably be above that fence down there. You see that fence at the bottom? That's probably at least where the water will be by tomorrow morning. That's what we're talking about when we talk about 10 to 15 foot storm surge. All this water is going to push inland. All right, so all that water that you can see there, a lot of that's going to push inland, right along the coastlines. By the way, going back to what I was just talking about with the bus evacuation thing, that basically means that people aren't evacuating, or some people aren't. There are some interviews that have been coming out as well, with people that have refused to evacuate because they don't feel safe in the shelter provided. So that is some of the latest that we're hearing, again, out of Jamaica. Again, I do want to get a quick roll call. Who's currently tuning in from Jamaica? If you're tuning in from Jamaica, let me know where you guys are currently tuning in from. We can hopefully go over some stuff regarding where there's at least some safe place to go, but hopefully, again, everybody's already in their safe places now. This is Google Earth. Just to give an idea of, again, Jamaica's not very large, but this is kind of the area where we're expecting landfall. And obviously, it's all very low-lying. If you go closer to the center of Jamaica, that's obviously where the mountainous regions are. And so where we're expecting significant landslides and as well as catastrophic runoff of water will be anywhere on this mountain, because all that rain is just going to push down the mountain. I want to get a 3D, I want to get an actual 3D view of this. Give me 1 minute to do that. We'll go back over to Tornado Pagey for a minute. And Bryce Shelton. I'm working on getting a way to look at this in an actual 3D view. Population of Kingston is 2.5 million. There are millions of people that live here, and there's also more than likely people that were vacationing in Jamaica that might actually still be here. That is the other concern. So we're not just talking about, you know, people that live here. Obviously, there's a lot of people that live here. But, like, we are also talking about even people that came out of Jamaica, came from, like, the United States, for example, that went on a vacation and are now possibly stuck there. Like, that is the situation that some people are in right now. Now, I don't know who, but that's more than likely the situation that's involved at some of the resorts and some of the more touristy areas. Riley will be here. He should be here in about 30 minutes or less. They spam to the $10 super chat. I don't want to speculate on fatalities or anything like that. Let's just hope for the best. Let's really hope that everybody gets through this safely. As of 15 hours ago, we've already had 8 fatalities, according to WX Fatalities on Twitter, 5 of which were in Haiti. We also had 2 in Jamaica already, and then we've had 1 in the Dominican Republic. 3 of them were landslide related, 2 flood related, 2 were unknown, and then 1 was wind related, which I believe that one was in Haiti. So these are some of the places where these have already happened. St. Elizabeth and Hanover. Those are the 2 places where we've at least had a fatality from Hurricane Melissa. And I hate to say it, but these numbers are only going to go up. There's no way of denying that because of how intense this hurricane is. And the infrastructure here is just not built out to the point where everybody can be in a really safe place. So unfortunately, this is going to be a devastating event. I mean, I'm really worried about Jamaica. Like, I think like this is terrible. This is going to be the worst hurricane that we've ever seen in Jamaica, and there's just no other way around it, which, again, I typically don't go live for hurricanes that are making landfall in other countries. We are usually just covering United States weather, but I've been so locked in on covering this because I am truly concerned that Jamaica is not going to be the same at all after this is done. The winds are going to be insane for over 12 hours. We're talking about 30 plus inches of rain in a lot of areas. Like, the tourism market is like one of the biggest things for Jamaica, and that is not going to be something that might be gone for a bit after this. The one part of Jamaica where I think we may not see the worst of impacts, which, again, this could change. If Melissa keeps going more west, it will get worse. But, like, far western Jamaica is one of those areas that I thought initially a couple days ago that might be a bit safer because the west side of a hurricane is usually not as destructive as the east side of the hurricane. And initially it looked like that the eye was going to make landfall here, which means the eye wall would have been about in this area or so. And that would have kept at least far western Jamaica a bit safer. It's changed, though. In the last 24 hours, it looks like we're going to have a landfall right kind of smack dab in the middle, which means we have this large area of storm surge and everything else that is going to be making, you know, significant impacts to the Kingston area, and then even far western Jamaica doesn't look safe anymore. The winds are going to be really high. So, unfortunately, this just does not look good right now for Jamaica. What is Paige doing there? They are currently... that's actually not Paige. That is Bryce Shelton. Which I believe he just lost... signal. It looks like he just ended his stream, so he's gonna go ahead and they're gonna charge up all their devices, so they will be back here soon. But they are live again. They're in Jamaica, or they were live. They are also inside the Radar Mega app. They'll be back in a little bit. But that was Bryce Shelton. He has to charge up all of his devices here for upcoming Melissa, so he will be back. But yeah, they are chasing out there. But we do at least have the See Jamaica cameras bottom right of your screen, and we'll continue to have those throughout the stream as well. You can also watch those on YouTube. But we'll be answering questions as well. Thank you, Isabella, for the $20 super chat. I got a new Shame shirt and love it. Also been watching you basically every time you go live and appreciate everything you do to keep everyone safe and informed. I appreciate that, and thank you for the super chat. Yeah, Paige just had surgery, so she had to stay home. But Bryce is riding this thing out. Oh, I do want to show you guys this. This was earlier this morning from Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton. So, that was a little earlier. Just a live view of what they were looking at approximately a couple hours ago. Again, the conditions did not look as bad as they are now. They've definitely gotten worse. That is for sure. They've definitely gotten worse. And it is only going to get worse here as we go throughout the late afternoon and evening. Hey, Mike for the 7 months and also Ali for the 6 months. How bad will it be in Cuba? So Cuba, we are anticipating this to at least be a Category 2 hurricane upon landfall. What I think will happen is it'll probably be at least a lower end Category 3 hurricane. So if we go over to the hurricane model here, this is what the wind field is going to look like tonight into early tomorrow for Jamaica. So we are expecting the hurricane force winds to make their way into western Jamaica by as early as really late tonight, somewhere around 10, 11 o'clock, and then it will really ramp up overnight tonight. And then by tomorrow morning, those winds are going to continue to increase and be at their peak basically across central and western Jamaica. Jamaica. One interesting trend that the HAFS model has shown is that it is a little bit further west than a lot of the other models. It has it making landfall a bit west of the Black River, which means the Black River could see the most catastrophic impacts. Kingston will likely see at least some pretty significant storm surge and also hurricane force winds. But this might, if it keeps trending a bit further west, that might be a little bit better for Kingston. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But obviously, again, you should be sheltered in place at this point if you are anywhere in Jamaica, because things will continue to rapidly change with how much Melissa is going to be wobbling over the next 24 hours. As we go into tomorrow, this hurricane will continue to move to the north towards Cuba, and that I think will be a Category 3 hurricane upon landfall in southeastern Cuba. Pressure will be probably right around 945 millibars. And then as we go into Wednesday, this will continue to move through the Bahamas, and we could see a third landfall in the Bahamas. So one in Jamaica, one in Cuba, and then one in the Bahamas, and then eventually going towards Bermuda as we go into later Thursday. But this will remain a Category 2 hurricane at least through the Bahamas. Right now, the forecast for the Bahamas is maximum sustained winds of around 100 miles per hour. For Cuba's landfall, we're expecting this to at least be around a 120 mile per hour Category 3 hurricane. And once again, right upon landfall, Melissa is forecasted to be a maximum sustained winds of 160 miles per hour with wind gusts upwards of 200 miles per hour. The thinking again is that it's going to make landfall somewhere between Alligator Pond and also Savannah Lamar. I don't think it's going to make landfall near Kingston. We could see a dramatic turn. Over the last few scans here on infrared imagery, you can see it's wobbling a little bit to the west. So, but that's going to continue. Wobbles are pretty common with intense hurricanes like this. Once again, this is at a very significant level. We're talking about winds upwards of 175 miles per hour, and the wind gusts are over 200 miles per hour now, making this the most intense hurricane of the hurricane season this year in the Atlantic Ocean. And it could continue to intensify a little bit further over the next 12 hours before eventually going up into Jamaica as an intense Category 5. So, again, this is a very dangerous situation that will be evolving, without a doubt. Also, this is a little live shot from the See Jamaica live camera. Let me go over to this one here. This is the See Jamaica Kingston Harbor camera. You can watch these over on YouTube as well. They have a bunch of cameras set up in Jamaica. These will be up as long as the power stays up, essentially. As long as power and infrastructure stays up, which hopefully will be through tonight. Hopefully it'll be throughout the entire event, which it unfortunately won't, but let's just hope it at least stays up as long as possible for those that are living here in Jamaica. This at least gives you an idea of how rough the seas are already in Kingston Harbor. Kingston Harbor is going to see that significant storm surge tonight, with storm surge as high as, again, upwards of 15 feet, which is significant. That is obviously over 2 people tall is how high the water could get. And then this is another live shot from the HWT Transport Center. All right, so that's another live shot there. This is kind of in the kind of more of a centralized area, more businesses here and more people. There's actually been some people driving on the roadways as well. See the camera zooming around a little bit, but you still see people driving around out here in Jamaica. They're still driving around there, either working or just preparing for Melissa here, getting to their shelter spot. But hopefully everybody in Jamaica is taking this seriously, because, again, we do think that this is going to be the most catastrophic hurricane to ever make landfall here. The surge might tear Jamaica apart completely. Well, it won't, because, again, if you look at like a map or anything, again, Jamaica is obviously not a huge country, but if you look at like the map here, there's plenty of mountains. So, and there's obviously higher elevations. Not everything's right along the coastline. The storm surge going up to 15 feet will not wipe everything out by any means. The storm surge that's up to 15 feet will be primarily right along the coastline. Let me take off satellite here for a moment. So let's just go ahead and show you this. So again, if you look right along the coastline, obviously we got lots of rivers. All that storm surge, so like over here near Mighty Hall, for example, all that storm surge is going to go right up into those rivers. So anyone near these rivers, anybody near the immediate coastline, that's where the most significant storm surge is going to be. But once you get higher up into elevation, that's really not going to be the concern. Instead, the concern is going to be the hurricane force winds. And then on top of that, we're going to have the catastrophic flooding that's going to be happening, which is 30 plus inches of rain in some places. Then we have all these mountains, and so we're gonna have all sorts of runoff from those mountains into smaller communities, and that's going to create landslides, which are going to be deadly and catastrophic at times. So there's several things that are going to pan out here as Melissa continues to get closer to the coastline. But again, it's not going to be like a complete wipeout. Like, that's just not realistic here. But this is going to be a extremely damaging event. But storm surge on its own cannot wipe out this area because it's, again, we have mountains, we have very high ground. So, but obviously a combination of hurricane force winds, landslides, flooding, and you know, the storm surge as well. This everything combined is going to create a lot of problems, obviously. But yeah. Also, this was a live update. So we obviously have Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, who is in Jamaica. This was his live update from yesterday, but this is a different area that he was in. He was actually closer to Kingston.
Velocity viewers, this is Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton from Kingston, Jamaica, as Hurricane Melissa's outer bands are starting to impact us here. Hurricane Melissa is now up to 145 miles per hour as of the 5 o'clock advisory. The storm is still moving off to the west and will make landfall in Jamaica around Tuesday morning sometime. But impacts are already starting, as you can see here in Jamaica. I'm just outside of Kingston, where the waves are really starting to pick up, and we're seeing a little bit of a water rise here. But impacts will continue to worsen as time goes on. You can follow Max Velocity for the latest updates and follow us at Tornado Pagey on all social media platforms, as we will be live intercepting Hurricane Melissa. This could be a Category 5 hurricane, unheard of for here in Jamaica. Stay safe.
All right, so that was Bryce Shelton. So again, that was from yesterday when he was in Kingston, and so obviously he is repositioned now. He's back over here west of Alligator Pond, somewhere near this area. He's not in that exact location, but he's basically generally over in southwestern Jamaica, and that is where I believe he's going to be riding out this hurricane. In the meantime, he is charging up all his devices so he can go live again here in a little bit. So I'll have another live update and live coverage from him here pretty soon, but that is at least an update from yesterday where he was in Kingston. The eye is now shifted further west, so he's in a different place. So, thank you, Renee, for the super chat. If the hurricane hunters had to evacuate their flight plan, is there a way for the data from the inside the storm, or is there still a way to get data from inside the storm further, such as strengthening still? Well, I mean, the hurricane hunters haven't had that many issues. I know there's been a couple of issues flying into certain parts of the eye wall. I think earlier this morning there was a problem with one of the Hurricane Hunter aircrafts where they flew into the southwestern eye wall and they had to abort basically because it was just too intense of turbulence. And keep in mind, Hurricane Hunters are not immune to turbulence. Like, the turbulence is absolutely insane whenever you fly into a hurricane. I have a friend, actually one of my former professors in college, that has actually been going into Hurricane Melissa. And he's actually been doing like a drone experiment, flying drones into the hurricane, trying to collect data that way. And he told me a ton of stories about, even with going into Milton, for example, just how crazy it can be flying into the hurricane, how turbulent it is. This is actually him. This is Dr. Josh Wadler, who was one of my former professors. He just flew into the eye. This is what it looks like. This is, I didn't even know he was flying. He was actually flying into this today. This is what it looks like, though, inside of the eye of Melissa. And for those that don't know, I am a degreed meteorologist, bachelor's in meteorology. He was one of my professors in college, and he actually flew into Melissa today. See the inside of the mission as well. This is one of the inside of Cap. That is not Cap. I think anybody that knows me knows that I've gone to college. That's the inside of a Hurricane Hunter aircraft that he was in. What college? Embry-Riddle in Daytona Beach. He also flew into Gabriel. That was a while ago, but this is some of the more recent videos. I'll retweet this on Twitter too. But I bet he'll have plenty more photos and videos coming in. Obviously, this isn't turbulent. When you're in the eye of a hurricane, it's calm. So this is different. But you got like the stadium effect and everything. So, yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Again, this is somebody that I literally know pretty well, so pretty crazy to know somebody that's flying in. Same thing also, Matthew Capucci, who is with My Radar, he actually also went into Melissa last night, and he got some pretty cool shots of it as well, with the stadium effect and everything like that. This was a look at that last night. You can actually see the moon as well. in the background, but this is basically the stadium effect where you have all of this very large cumulonimbus area, and then you obviously have basically no clouds in the middle. Very, very dry in the middle of the eye. So that was last night. So that's pretty cool. This is a better view of it. That was the actual moon. And credit to my radar, Matthew Capucci. But that's pretty crazy stuff. Also, this is a map that gives you an idea of the suspectability of landslides, according to the Pacific Disaster Center. And so, in case you're in, Jamaica right now and you're wondering where am I most prone to landslides, this is a pretty good idea of where the worst of the landslides will be. Once again, Paige is not in Jamaica, but Bryce Shelton is. They are a chasing duo. Thank you, Hillary, for the $10 super chat. Love your knowledge and streams. Appreciate that. Appreciate the super chat. But yeah, again, the worst of the landslide ability is usually back over near Kingston. It's a lot less significant a lot of the times, at least near the coastal regions, but anywhere basically in central, eastern Jamaica is where we're going to see the most significant landslides. Hopefully, Melissa does not get that close to Kingston when it comes to the rainfall. Hopefully it just goes further west somehow, but unfortunately, I do think landslides is a major concern tonight and into tomorrow across Jamaica. But there's a high landslide susceptibility, I cannot say that, but basically a high landslide risk in these areas. And once again, this is a live shot here in Kingston Harbor. If I can pull it up. Oh, that's the wrong button. There we go. This is live shot in Kingston Harbor right now. This is back over where we are expecting 15 feet of storm surge. Very high waves already. Very choppy seas. Again, Melissa is still over 100 miles from making landfall, but it is getting awfully closer. You can also watch these cameras over on YouTube. But it is already getting treacherous out there in the seas. We obviously already saw that with Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton as well. Hey, Renee, for coming to member. Is there a chance it'll hit the Gulf? This is not going towards the Gulf. This is not going towards Florida. If you're in the United States, you do not have to worry about this unless you're going to the beach where there will be rip currents. What time is it expected to make landfall? That's a great question. So right now, the expected landfall of Melissa is around 8 or 9 tomorrow morning. That's when we think landfall is going to happen. Again, give or take 2 to 3 hours. Obviously, the most major impacts will be felt before then because, again, this is the eye wall right here. This eye wall will already be over southwestern Jamaica by tonight. So by tonight, this will be over southwestern Jamaica as a very intense Category 5 hurricane just to the south of Jamaica. And so the worst of the impacts will really start to ramp up tonight. But by tomorrow morning, the eye will come over land probably around 8, 9 in the morning. Again, give or take a couple hours, though. What time zone? I believe Jamaica is currently, I could be mistaken. Is Jamaica 4 o'clock? Is Jamaica 4:23 or is it 3:23? Does anybody know? I know it's a different time zone, or maybe it's central. I can't remember. I know in the United States the time zones change in like 5 days or 4 days. It's 2:23. Gotcha. All right, so they are central time. They don't change times unlike the United States, so it's a little bit different. But, I mean, the time at the top right is at least, it gives you an idea of at least the minutes and seconds that we're live at. It is going to be 1 hour ahead, technically. By the way, bottom of your screen, do you guys like that little feature? We added this to Hurricane streams. It's a breaking news slider. You guys like that? It basically goes over all the key messages and all that. And obviously on the bottom, this is all new stuff. We've done hurricane coverage before. We don't usually have a setup like this. But yeah, this is a vastly different setup compared to before. But we are adding more stuff. There's going to be a lot more upgrades, too, coming in the future. Hurricane warning slider on the bottom. That's going to be fixed and much more clean at some point, but it's at least temporary. By the way, bottom right of your screen, that is Tornado PG from earlier. It is previously live, but we're going to keep it up just so you have an idea of what it kind of looked like over the last couple hours. This is basically within the last hour or two. So we'll just keep that up, and then we'll have the Sea Jamaica cameras with live shots throughout the stream as well. Again, this is kind of what it looks like in the harbor. I'm going to show you guys a few other cameras as well from Sea Jamaica that are currently live, which, again, they are on YouTube as well. You can watch those cameras whenever you'd like. But that's at least one view right now of Jamaica. And then this is another view. Another Sea Jamaica live camera. Again, not very many people on the roads right now. Most people are currently taking this seriously. I got one person with their umbrella actually coming into the live shot on the right side of your screen. Is there a bench? There might be a bench camera somewhere. We're gonna do a little adventure. We'll see if we can find a bench cam. There are still people driving too. This is also the flat bridge. This is one of the rivers in Jamaica. This is the Rio Cobre River. The last time when Beryl came through, what happened last time is that this river did really get high and it started to overflow. And so we will likely see that happen again here. But this is a river, obviously, and then the bridge. And we will see this water continue to rise over the next several hours as the storm surge continues to get a little bit closer. As the water continues to rise. And then this is downtown Kingston. This is on West Parade at Jamaica Street. We got plenty of people out there. Prayers for everybody out here. I mean, we got a lot of people that don't have places to even go, which makes us that much more dangerous. That bridge has been there for like 200 years. That's honestly pretty impressive. But yeah, again, as I already alluded to, like, you know, we have storm chasers in Jamaica. There's tons of live cameras in Jamaica as well. All of those are going to go offline at some point. And so, again, the idea is that this live stream will at least give you an idea of what's going to be coming. We'll go over any breaking information. Riley's here now as well. We're going to have him going over a lot of stuff too here soon. But we are basically going to be continuing live coverage for several hours. We might be live all the way through tonight as well. But once Jamaica loses power, once we have no cameras, nothing, I mean, there's not really much else we can say because everybody in Jamaica won't be able to even watch us. So we're going to be live as long as possible, at least trying to help you guys figure out what to do, what's going on in real time. Again, Melissa's not a fast-moving hurricane. This is moving west-northwest at literally 3 miles per hour. It's such a slow-moving hurricane still. And even by the time it makes landfall tomorrow, it'll be moving maybe at 6 to 7 miles per hour before eventually moving right through Jamaica as a powerful Category 5 hurricane. And from there, this is only going to continue to get worse. Like, we are talking about everything I've already alluded to, the storm surge right along the coastline up to 15 feet. We are talking about major flooding. We're talking 30 plus inches of rain across Jamaica, something that we've really never seen before to this magnitude with this type of hurricane. You know, we've had events in the past that have dumped 20 inches of rain in Jamaica, sometimes even more than that, but we've never had a hurricane along with that is at this intensity. So the hurricane force winds, the landslides, the rainfall, the storm surge, combine that all together, we have so many risks that for those that are in Jamaica right now, there's not very many places you can go to actually stay safe. Again, you got the beaches, which are not safe. You got the very high mountains and right along the mountains that aren't not safe because of all the, you know, the landslide risk and all the water runoff risk. Again, there just aren't that many places that are really that safe from this hurricane. And there isn't like infrastructure that is even that great. The shelters here sound like they aren't that great either from what I've been seeing. Thank you, Fat, for the gift of membership. Thank you, Miss, for the super chat. I am going to start to look in organizations that we can donate to. Thank you, Jen, for the 10 gift of memberships. I know a lot of people are asking about donating. We're going to look into that. And once we have somebody that we can fully trust, I'll let you guys know. But I'm going to be looking into that over the next... We'll have some people on our back end that'll be looking into that over the next few hours. This is the latest HAFS-A model run. This is a hurricane model. It continues to show Melissa intensifying down to near 900 millibars of pressure within the next few hours. So Melissa, again, is very close to becoming a sub 900 millibar hurricane. Once again, it is currently sitting at 906 millibars of pressure. It could be lower than that. We don't have any hurricane hunters currently in Melissa, but it will likely continue to intensify as this continues to lift to the north. It will be making more of a turn later today as well. By about 8, 9 o'clock, it'll start to actually turn more to the northeast. I know a lot of people are going to be wondering, like, why is Melissa so far off the line here? All right, this is a typical wobble with the hurricane. It's going to wobble left. It's going to be wobbling right all the way up until Jamaica. Like, it could wobble all the way over here and then turn all the way back over here. That is why the cone of uncertainty is so large. The cone of uncertainty is where the eye of the hurricane could make landfall. Realistically, it could still make landfall from very far western Jamaica all the way back through Spanish Town and Kingston. It's a very, very large area that this could still make landfall in. So I just want to point that out here. Like, this isn't something that is going to 100% make landfall in Black River. It could make landfall in Savannah Lamar. It could make landfall in Kingston. All right. So obviously you need to be prepared for the worst case scenario everywhere in Jamaica, because we could see catastrophic impacts when it comes to hurricane force winds literally anywhere. The flooding risk, we do think, will be the most significant no matter what in this area. It doesn't really matter where the eye makes landfall, unless it made landfall way over here, which is not going to happen. But if it made landfall on the very far eastern side, for example, the worst of the flooding would be all in here. If it made landfall way over here, back over near Savannah Lamar, the worst of the flooding would actually be more in this area rather than near Port Antonio. This is one of the reasons why it's so hard to forecast this, is because we could see these catastrophic impacts shift anywhere here in Jamaica. What does the white mean? The white is essentially very cold cloud tops aloft. This is the infrared imagery. What it measures is the coldness of cloud tops. This is also a look at it on Tropical Tidbits. These are cloud tops that are upwards of negative 70 to 80 degrees Celsius. That is essentially what this is showing. You can see the key on the right side of your screen. So that is all that you basically need to know. It's these cumulonimbus clouds are very tall, very healthy hurricane. The eye of the hurricane is very stable, very symmetrical, and that's essentially what you need for a powerful hurricane. Is there storm chasers there? The only live storm chaser that I am currently aware of that is there is Tornado Pagey / Bryce Shelton. We had them live here at the beginning of the stream. They will be coming back here soon. Previously recorded is on the bottom right of your screen. But they are going to be out there once again here pretty soon. So they'll be back. They have to charge up their devices. They have Starlink, but once the hurricane is overhead, the Starlink is only going to do so much, and it won't be probably enough for them to actually be able to stream. But they are streaming as long as they can, basically. But there are lots of other storm chasers there. I don't think a lot of them aren't streaming it. They're just like doing video recording and stuff like that. Also, if you want, you guys can screenshot this map of the rainfall totals that we are expecting out of Melissa. The 3-day total that we're expecting for most of Jamaica is between 20 to 30 inches of rain, which for the millimeter range, it's 500 to 750 millimeters. Jeff Borowski is also there. I don't think he's live, though, is he? I think he's just doing videos and stuff, too. There are multiple storm chasers that are there. Ice Cyclone, I think, is another one. There are multiple other ones that I can't think of like off the top of my head, but there is a bunch that are there. This is another cool thing you can do in the Radar Omega app. You can actually do the 3D view of Melissa. And so you can see Melissa in a 3D view. And you can download the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. If you are a Gamma subscriber or higher, you can get access to all the satellite imagery. And also you'll be able to watch Tornado Pagey live inside of the app as the hurricane gets closer to landfall. Look at that eye. It's crazy. This really reminds me of Milton in a lot of ways when it comes to what it looks like. But it's obviously not making landfall in Florida. It's not moving nearly as fast as what Milton was. This is basically stalled. I want to do a loop here. I really want to do like a long loop of Melissa. Let me do this. Let's do the Caribbean. This will be interesting because if we do long wave, not long wave, let's do clean IR. This is a 250 frame view of Melissa. So I'll tell you how far this goes back, but we're doing a little loop here of Melissa just over the last 24 hours or so. So this started the 25th. So this is a couple nights ago. And you can see the evolution of Melissa. It's actually crazy how much it's just gone directly west and then it started to wobble. It's a pretty cool little time lapse over the last 24, 48 hours. And now it's turning. This is the first time we've actually seen it turning north. It's mostly been just going west and south. Is it possible it could miss it? The only way Melissa would miss Jamaica is if it kept going more west, which is possible, but it's a extremely low probability of actually happening. World. The only way it would miss Jamaica is if it went right on this very edge of the cone of uncertainty, and there's almost no way that happens. She's just not moving. It is moving. It's just not it's not moving very fast. This is the last, we'll do the last like 100 frames on the, or actually I don't even think we can do that. We only can do like the last 30. This is water vapor imagery on the last 30 frames. You can see how dry the eye is. I do want to point out again, if you're just tuning in, haven't already heard, this is the driest eye that we've ever had on record. Oh, so we got my old professor, Josh Waffler. I guess in case you don't believe I actually have a degree, these are some of the photos that are from inside of Hurricane Melissa from, I believe, today. You can see the water, the waves, and everything. Very intense turbulence here. This is my old professor. He did fly into Melissa. I'm 99% sure this was today, on the last flight. This is also in the center. This is insane video.
Category 5.
Look at the stadium effect. Got the eye, and then you got like the stadium effect with all the cumulonimbus clouds going up.
In the center, Melissa. Category 5.
And just a little background story. He's actually a person that is flying on these aircraft because he is trying to fly drones essentially into hurricanes and collect data that way. So kind of a cool little thing he's doing. And he goes for the super chat. How do you do the 3D in Omega? So if you go to a view of like G19 mesoscale 1, you'll see the 3D button at the very top of your screen. It's all the way up here. So you can kind of filter on and off the 3D and 2D. Does a hurricane ever get so heavy that the upper level winds can't turn it? Not typically. Typically the upper level winds are strong enough. Just depends on how strong the upper level winds are. In this case, there's not really much steering it. We have very weak ridges all around it, so there's nothing really steering it. That's why it's been so slow. In most cases, like with Helene, for example, last year, Helene had very strong upper level winds. Despite it being very strong, it finally got attached to that jet stream and kind of, that turned into the Fujiwara effect, right? It wasn't like this, but you kind of get an idea what I'm talking about. It was like this, and it all kind of merged into one large low pressure system. But typically, the upper level winds are strong enough to steer a hurricane. Alrighty, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I was going to talk a little bit about the current extent of the wind field and the reports that we already are getting in from Jamaica. So this is a look at a slightly more high resolution satellite. And this outline right here is Jamaica. And we can see that hurricane's outer bands are 100% there. Taking a look at the National Hurricane Center's graphics, we are already inside the tropical storm force wind field. This has already been causing powder outages across the island. We're already hearing reports of those, as well as flooding, and this is something that's going to continue to get worse. Another thing that I think it is important to touch on is the difference between how this hurricane is being handled because it's outside of the U.S. versus a one that's making landfall in, say, Florida when it comes to warning. So we are issuing hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings from the National Hurricane Center, but we're not seeing a lot of that storm surge information. So normally we'd see the pinks and the yellows of those tropical or those storm surge alerts, but we're not seeing those. To see those, you actually have to go into the bottom of the discussion. So one thing they are noting is their peak storm surge in Jamaica will be 9 to 13 feet above ground level. That is pretty comparable to what we saw during Hurricane Milton. It is going to be very, very strong storm surge, and we're not seeing alerts for those sent out in ways that they usually are, just because it's not inside the US, so we don't really have the authority per se to do that. But we'll still be seeing a very intense storm surge with this hurricane, and it will be comparable to a lot of the major Category 5 hurricanes that we have seen made landfall in the US.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, good information there. Once again, this hurricane is going to be very powerful. I know we have thousands of you currently tuning in from Jamaica, possibly even areas like Cuba and Haiti. Again, this is going to be one of the worst hurricanes that we've ever seen in Jamaica. And I'm not saying that because I'm trying to scare people. That's literally just the essence of what we're talking about. If we go back into history, once again, we've never had a Category 5 make landfall or even come within a certain range of Jamaica in history. This is the closest it has ever been in terms of Category 4 hurricanes. We've never had a Category 5 near Jamaica. In this case, the only Category 4 that has ever made landfall in Jamaica was Gilbert. That was back in 1988. It made landfall near Kingston. We have 3 other hurricanes that have come within at least a certain radius here of Jamaica, at least into the territory, and all of those missed, including Beryl, which was actually last year. That was a Category 5 at one point too, but it was not a Category 5 here near Jamaica. So, that is essentially the situation that we are currently dealing with. Let me go back over to infrared imagery, and we will have I believe we're going to get information on the next Hurricane Hunter aircraft, but I don't think it's going to be flying in here soon. I think the next one is still a little ways away. I think 7:30 was the next one. Here's another video of Dr. Josh Wadler going through Melissa today. This is what it looks like when you fly through a hurricane. And if you're just tuning in, yes, we do have Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton / Tornado Pagey in Jamaica. And they'll be live again at some point here later this afternoon. No lightning. There actually has been lightning detected. I need to find a thing to actually show the lightning, but there has been lightning in the eye area. Riley, can you find something like that? Paige is not there, but Bryce is. Again, Paige was going through surgery, so. But Bryce is in Jamaica. This is a live shot from Kingston Harbor right now on the Sea Jamaica live camera. I believe this actually has audio. Let me see. I think this has audio. No, it does not. Some of the cameras do have audio. But that's a live shot of the very choppy waters currently in the Kingston Harbor. This is also from earlier from Bryce Shelton. I do want to go back just to a certain segment. This is closer to the end of the stream. This is basically what Jamaica looked like as of about 45 minutes ago. So this was just off the coast, or this is back over on the coast near Black River and Alligator Pond. That at least gives you an idea of what it looked like not too long ago. And it's only getting worse, and we'll have more live shots here pretty soon.
Yeah, I say we're occasionally gusting 60, definitely sustained right around 40 for sure. Especially as the rain bands.
So,
you can kind of see the next
I actually didn't hear this tidbit earlier.
Move in right out there.
Bryce did mention that there were, at the time, at least sustained winds of around 30 miles per hour where he's located, which again, he's going to be where the eye is expected to make landfall tomorrow morning. The more western track, the better? Not necessarily. There isn't really a good track at this point. I mean, for Kingston specifically, a further west track would be better. which if you look bottom right of your screen, Melissa has been wobbling to the west quite a bit, but we do not think that's going to continue. We think it's going to correct and go kind of back up the middle of the cone of uncertainty. But yeah, this is the lightning right there. This is a look at the lightning on the Ram slider. No, the only most intense hurricanes have lightning. Lightning is not something that you see very much at all with hurricanes, and that is a lot of lightning right around the eye. That's a combination of the lightning and satellite. This is the geocolor satellite. Your overlays look great for the hurricanes. Appreciate that. We've been working on them. Hey, Brody for the super chat. Also, this is another record that Melissa broke not too long ago, in case you're just tuning in. This is officially the driest eye that we've ever had on record. The only thing that was drier before was Moranti. That was a super typhoon. This includes typhoons and hurricanes. So we have now officially the driest hurricane eye on record from Melissa, which essentially means this right here is very dry. We'll see if it stays as dry as it is all the way up into Jamaica. That is really dry. I mean, negative 4.75 degrees Celsius is insane for the water vapor. This is another look on the flash count on satellite. You can see how it's actually increasing. Look at the red colors there. This is on the flash density, essentially, and this is basically all the lightning strikes. So there wasn't a whole lot of lightning strikes an hour or two ago. The yellows and greens kind of indicate just a few. The red is actually concerning, because that means there's a lot more lightning, and that means that it's likely intensifying still. So right now, Melissa is essentially at a point where it is not even close to being done with its intensification. That's pretty crazy. Hey, Aviation for the super chat. For the people that say Dean was the last hurricane to make landfall as Cat 5 into the Atlantic, was actually Dorian in 2019. Hey, you also, or Michael for the 16 months, and also Mike for the super chat. Melissa's right over hot water too. It is. Yeah, Melissa is in a super favorable environment. We've been talking about this for months on this channel. We've had hardly any hurricanes. We make videos basically every day if you're new to the channel. We've been talking about this for months, though. We've been talking about how prime the environment is across the entire Caribbean and the Gulf for something to form. It was only a matter of time until we saw something to this degree, because the water temperatures are at record levels across the board. There is so much heat content in these waters, and it was only a matter of time until we had very little wind shear and a lot of rising motion for something like this to actually form. And the meteorological process here is that we've had no hurricanes here, so the waters have not cooled down really at all. They've continued to remain very warm, and they will, I think, all the way through the middle of November before eventually hurricane season really winds down. But this will likely be the last big hurricane. There might be one more after this, but I don't see any signs of that. But like in general, the environment here has just been so favorable for something to form. We just haven't had much rising motion. We haven't had really any tropical waves that have actually successfully gotten to the Caribbean this year, mostly because of how dry it's been. So now the hurricane itself isn't really that large. I do want to point out that yes, it is like the eye wall itself is huge. I mean, we're talking about like 50 plus miles of just where the highest winds are. But if you go really far out, the hurricane's not that big. The hurricane itself is maybe 170 miles for a general radius, but like it doesn't matter. Like this thing is still very intense, and Jamaica is not that big. Like, Jamaica is going to be hit pretty hard by this. Jamaica from west to east is only 140 miles wide. And once this goes by Jamaica, by the way, this will become a larger hurricane. It will naturally stretch out. But at least for the time being, it's actually a pretty small hurricane. But even then, like, the winds are super intense. We were looking at the last aircraft recon earlier, going through Melissa, and this is just an idea of how large the wind area is. We can actually do this on the Radar Omega app, which I'll do in a second, but you can see the winds. These are your hurricane force winds. It's not that large of an area. I'm going to get an exact measurement of how large that area of winds are. Now, keep in mind, this doesn't really mean anything. I'm just saying, like, the scale of this hurricane is actually relatively small. So on Radar Omega, by the way, what you can do is go under the tropical hurricane section and actually turn on Hurricane Hunters. And this was the last one to fly through. This is about an hour ago. It was 9 hours ago, but you can get all like the data and stuff like that on the app, which is pretty cool. Here you go. So you got all the wind barbs and stuff. This was an hour ago from the latest Hurricane Hunter aircraft. And you can see all the very intense winds all around Hurricane Melissa. So this right here is the hurricane force winds. I'm going to do a little circle. All right, we're going to do a little measurement as well. Actually, I'm going to have to do a different pen for this. Let's do that. So this is the hurricane force wind field. If we do a little measurement, this is about 40-ish miles large in terms of radius. And then tropical storm force winds go out to about 150 to 200 miles. So, pretty interesting. I actually see the wind charts on Omega too. These are flight level winds as well, everything like that. So, pretty cool. But as the Hurricane Hunters. If it actually shows, I think it shows pressure too. But yeah. This is some of the data as well going into the hurricane. They have a whole like chart here. The peak winds at one point was around 110. Go to a different spot, 127 knots, which is about 150 mile per hour winds. Yeah, all in all, this is, again, a very intense hurricane. The next Hurricane Hunter aircraft, I'm still trying to figure out when that actually goes through, but I think it's about an hour or a few hours from now. Hopefully it's sooner, but... I'm so worried for the people in Melissa's path. I am too. I'm pretty scared for what's coming. And this was from a little while ago, but this is just some of the live shots from approximately 55 minutes ago. This was previously live. We are going to have more live shots here pretty soon from Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton, which is actually just Bryce Shelton, but this is them from earlier. They were live on the Omega app. They're also going to be live on YouTube again later. They downgraded the amount of precip from 40 inches to 30 inches. Why? Well, a lot of rain has already fallen. A lot of rain has already fallen in Jamaica, and that's what that's accounting for. Because over the last 12 hours, if we go back over to live radar here, or the live infrared, I should say, again, all of this orange and red, that is heavy rain that has already been moving through Jamaica, and a lot of that has already been accounted for in those rainfall totals. And so that's why. Off the hurricane data. Hey, Lucy, for the 32-month membership. Also, thank you, Nash, for the $10 super chat. You and Riley are the best. Thanks. Appreciate that. Somebody said in the chat, move from Tornado Alley to Florida this year, and I'm disappointed at the lack of hurricanes this year. I'm not. I live in Florida. I don't want a hurricane. Like, that'd be... You know, Milton last year was already terrible. Like, that knocked out power for... I mean, that literally knocked out power for me. Like, being in Florida, I was lucky to be able to go live for as long as I was, but that knocked out power everywhere. There was flooding everywhere. I don't know why you want a hurricane in Florida. You live in Florida? I am in Florida. I'm glad we've had nothing this year in terms of tropical activity. Hey, John, for the super chat. Same track as Sandy, but they moved up coast. Yeah, luckily this hurricane, there was a thought a few days ago that yes, Melissa could do something where it could actually, you know, get latched onto a different low pressure system in the northeast and actually go up into New England. Luckily, that is not happening. Instead, we have a cold front that's pushing through, and this is just going to be pushed out to sea. So, thankfully, we are not going to be dealing with anything like that, because that would be terrible. little interesting fact. So in 1951, Hurricane Charlie made landfall in Jamaica. 37 years later, in 1988, we had Hurricane Gilbert make landfall in Jamaica. 37 years later, again, we now have Melissa making landfall in Jamaica. So 37 years seems to be the time period when we have major hurricanes hitting Jamaica. "37 years. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, like the stream, helps get this out to more people. If you have any friends or family in the path of this hurricane, feel free to share the stream. Again, we'll be live providing commercial-free coverage all day today. We could be live as long as 8 to 12 hours with coverage. Landfall coverage, as I've already mentioned, we're not doing landfall coverage tomorrow, especially since all of Jamaica will be without power. There's not going to be any live shots. All the cameras will be down. Chasers will not be able to communicate with anybody because of there simply being no way to communicate. So there's very, very little chance that we're actually live tomorrow for landfall. This is back over to a live shot. This is not live, but let's go back over to a live shot. This is not the right camera. This is from the Sea Jamaica live shot. This is back over in Kingston Harbor right now. This is live. Winds are starting to get stronger here in Kingston. You can actually see the tower, like the skyline view here. You can actually see some of the taller towers now. We weren't able to really see anything before. The visibility's been pretty low. But visibility's gotten a little bit better here. It looks like there's a boat right there, too. On the left. Not obviously in the water right now. Hey, wake up for the super chat. I have not. Would Starlink not work? So Starlink will struggle because once the hurricane's actually overhead, what's going to happen is that all of the tall clouds are going to block out any signal. And so since this is a very intense hurricane already, what we are going to see is the eye wall, once it's over land, all of that Starlink is likely not going to work because the clouds are like 50,000 feet tall. So, like, right now they work, but they will not probably work in a little bit of time. Man, this is near the end. This is about an hour ago now, but this is another look at what it looks like out in Jamaica. A lot of the buildings have obviously been boarded up. A lot of the doors and windows. Obviously, all the people in Jamaica here are trying to protect their homes.
Treasure Beach. You must be in a concrete structure.
Oops. Go back to that. This is one of the only storm chasers out there for this hurricane. I don't know the exact number. There's probably about a dozen. Who is all tuning in from Jamaica right now? Let me know in the chat. And what part of Jamaica you might be tuning in from. And as a reminder, Melissa is now forecasted to make landfall as a Category 5 hurricane in Jamaica. This is forecasted to be the first ever Category 5 to make landfall in Jamaica. Can we do a heat map? We might be able to. See if I can. Heat map when? We'll see if I can get it up. We only have US support, so we cannot. Unfortunately. Apparently it only does the United States. By the way, this is a live stream. I've changed the wording so people know that the stream's actually live. That camera up there is just... Or this footage was from about an hour ago, this specific footage. Hasn't made landfall yet. It's not making landfall until tomorrow morning at about 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock approximately is when it'll be making landfall. I'm pretty sure Bryce is going to be riding it out right here.
Right now, gotta go charge this device.
Be right along the water.
We have electricity, but we will definitely be back later, whether it's tonight or very early in the morning for landfall. But thank you all so much for watching, subscribing, liking, the super chats, all our new members. We appreciate every one of you. Thank you all so much, and we will see y'all again soon, possibly as early as tonight.
Well, boards help to keep them safe. I mean, boards only do so much. I mean, in this case, like, the boards that are going to be on these buildings are only going to do so much, but they do help to at least protect the glass from, like, shattering and stuff like that. So that's one of the biggest things. But, like, it's not going to be, like, a permanent solution. Something that we've been watching for over the last several hours now is that Melissa has been going a little bit more west. Again, this could just be a wobble to the west. Initially, it looked like more of a wobble. It's continued to move a little bit more to the west here over the last hour or so. This is over the last 50 minutes, so this is a frame-by-frame view of Melissa since approximately 2:10 p.m. Central Time, which I believe is the same time that is in Jamaica. So it's technically 3:10 in Jamaica right now, or it's 3 o'clock right now in Jamaica. But this was about 50 minutes ago. Over the last 50 minutes, it has continued to move a little bit more to the west. If this were to continue moving west, we could see it go up more the western path here of this cone of uncertainty. That would be better for Kingston, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. It might just start wobbling back to the east. With powerful hurricanes like this, a lot of the time what happens is that they wobble and they eventually recorrect themselves. If we go over to the RAM slider here, this is another view on satellite of Melissa. You can see the eye of the hurricane. Look at that thing. Again, it is a very dry eye. I want to actually go over to the mesoscale view of this. I believe this is mesoscale 1. This is another view. This is a much more high-quality view of this. Look at that. That is just scary looking. This is, again, the driest eye on record. At negative 4.75 degrees Celsius. And we can add on this, the lightning. And there's the lightning with Melissa, which has gotten a lot more intense as of recently. I'm going to do 30 frames, so this will be the last 30 minutes. This, by the way, this particular satellite updates every minute. What I've been showing you also on Radar Omega updates every single minute. It's a minute-by-minute look at Hurricane Melissa. And another thing we can do is go over to the flash count density. So this density, this is basically the density of the hurricane strikes, or the lightning strikes, excuse me. And you can see the brighter colors, so like the greens and the oranges starting to show. It does indicate that more and more lightning is coming out of this. Another thing I want to point out too is if we go over to the... I'm going to show you a couple more graphics here. This is another graphic that shows you basically how organized Melissa is. You can basically put a pin right into the eye. Like that's what it looks like here. But there's very little signs of this actually weakening right now. This is one view on an infrared, and this is another view on the actual radar site that is in Jamaica. Jamaica actually does have a radar site, and you can still see the eye looks very healthy right now. There's really no signs of this weakening. There's no wind shear. There's really not a whole lot of dry air, so nothing's really indicating that this will be weakening much as it gets closer to the coast. Once it gets closer to land, like right near land, it will probably begin to weaken a little bit, but it's still going to be a Category 5, so it really doesn't matter. Let me take off the lightning flash data. There we go. So this is going to be without the lightning data. This is zoomed in look at Melissa. Absolutely crazy. In case you're wondering what it looks like inside of the eye of Melissa, we have actually been showing a little bit throughout the stream one of my old professors from college. He flew through Melissa this morning. One of the interesting things I want to point out here is that this was from Melissa today, and you can see the waves here. The very, really strong winds are pushing the waves and all sorts of stuff. You can see all that like salt basically boiling on the top of the water here inside of the eye. So that's kind of a cool little view. This was also a view going right through Melissa just about a couple hours ago. This is actually pretty cool. This is one of the things that you can actually, if you're a hurricane hunter, which I know most of you will never do this because I would never do it. I'd fly through a hurricane. It's very scary. It's very turbulent and stuff like that. But this is one of the things that they have on board these Hurricane Hunter aircrafts. You can actually see the eye and where they are positioned. So this is one of the photos that he posted of where he was positioned at one point, corresponding to the eye and the eye wall. So, honestly, kind of a cool view there. And this is what it looked like flying right through the eye. Thank you, Zach, for the $5 super chat. Will this hurricane spin up tornadoes anywhere? I don't think we're going to see that many tornadoes. If we were to see any, there might be like one in Jamaica. It's very difficult for there to actually be a tornado because there's not really a whole lot of land to work with. In this environment, I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado, but pretty low chance of anything actually happening tornado-wise. We'll probably see plenty of water spouts, though, offshore. It's another view on the UAS mission. It's also inside of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft, in case you're wondering what it looks like inside. They got lots of padding. The padding's everywhere. Whenever turbulence happens, whenever you have, you know, any sort of turbulence, you're going to be bouncing up and down in your chair, because, like, again, we're talking about 150-mile-per-hour winds plus that they're flying into. Flight level winds are usually higher than that. And so, they have all sorts of padding everywhere. So if they were to bounce up and down, they would be hitting their head on... If you're on, like, a normal aircraft, you'd be hitting your head on something, so... As we've alluded to a few times, again, Melissa has recorded the driest eye we've ever seen at negative 4.75 degrees Celsius. This would make it the driest eye ever recorded. That is what it looks like on water vapor imagery, so... But this is just continuing to intensify. It has not shown any signs of actually weakening or slowing down at this point. But again, the sun sets in about 3 hours, so we at least have satellite until then. In terms of satellite, infrared is obviously always around, but satellite is only up during the daytime, and then obviously the sun sets and you can't see anything. But it's a pretty cool view there of satellite imagery. But the eye wall is, again, much closer to Jamaica. If we measure it out here, the hurricane force winds and above are still about 45 miles from Alligator Pond, Black River, and Little Park, and that will probably be there within the next 8 hours or so. By the way, it sounds like Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, who is currently on the island, he may or may not be staying at where he's at right now. He's debating it because of the safety issues there, so we will be monitoring that. Obviously, it's a very dangerous situation in Jamaica, and being near the coastline is already dangerous enough, and so there is a possibility that You'll be going elsewhere, trying to stay safe. So, just figured I'd shoot you guys a little update on that. Those that are wondering what a dry eye means, it basically means it is like extremely dry. There's like no moisture basically in here. If we go back over to satellite, you can very minimally see like any cloud cover here. It's very, very minimal clouds. And typically when we have a dry eye like this, it just means it's an extremely intense hurricane. The only other thing that was, you know, basically the second place in terms of the driest eye, as of now, it was a typhoon that happened back over in the Western Pacific, and that was at -5 degrees Celsius. This has beat it by 0.25 degrees Celsius as of now. But obviously that could still change. It could even get drier. We'll see. That's another view on satellite right now. We can also do a little measurement of how wide the eye of the hurricane is. I know we have a few people asking about that. In terms of diameter, it's about 12 miles or so wide. It's actually a decent size. Might be actually a little bit smaller. It's about 10. I would say it's about 10 miles or so. The National Hurricane Center also gives us exact measurements, but if you look at satellite, you can kind of get at least a general idea. By the way, our next National Hurricane Center advisory is in about 45 minutes. So we're about 45 minutes away from our next National Hurricane Center update. We'll see if they intensify Melissa at all. Again, we do not actively have any sort of Hurricane Hunter aircraft inside of the hurricane. And Melissa has been wobbling quite a bit to the west here over the last hour or so. Look how much further west it is. It is honestly much further west than I was expecting it to be at this point, but we'll see if it wobbles back to the east. Any recon videos? We've already kind of shown you some of the recon videos. Whenever we get more videos and stuff, we'll show them on stream. And again, whenever we get any sort of updates from Jamaica on literally anything, we will be relaying them on stream. Riley's currently working on getting a bunch of stuff ready for that. We'll have some updates here pretty soon. This is a little interesting map that might as well show. This is the density of people that live in Jamaica. And obviously Kingston, the St. Andrew area, like this is where we have a lot more people living in Jamaica compared to anywhere else. And obviously the concern is if, you know, Melissa were to shift more to the east at all, we would potentially see much more catastrophic impacts in areas like Kingston. Very strong offshore flow is expected all the way through tonight and into tomorrow, which means storm surge will likely be upwards of 10 to 15 feet. The most significant rainfall we do think will be in the Kingston area, or just to the northwest of Kingston near the mountains. So, and all that runoff from the mountains will kind of go into areas like Kingston into tomorrow, creating very dangerous landslides. So, we also have another update. This is an urgent update, or an urgent notice. As of 4:30 today for the Southern Islands, all services will be shut down to the impending impact of Hurricane Melissa. Customers who are not evacuating are encouraged to fill up their personal storage as much as possible prior to the cutoff time. Services will resume once conditions permit, and it is safe to do so. And this is regarding any sort of water and sewage stuff. That is what this is talking about. So, store water before this cutoff time happens. That's at 4:30. We're only about an hour out from that. So you should be doing that ASAP if you need water. But water and sewage is going to be completely off at 4:30 for these areas. This is the Water and Sewage Corporation. They came out with this update about an hour ago, but this is some new information that we haven't really talked about on stream yet. How much rain is expected? We're expecting 20 to 30 inches of rain pretty much anywhere across central and eastern Jamaica. Lower totals we think will happen in far western Jamaica as long as the eye of the hurricane goes more towards Alligator Pond, Manville, southeast of Savannah, Lamar. So if the landfall's here, the rainfall totals will be a little bit lower here near Montego Bay as well as Savannah, Lamar. The highest rainfall totals will continue to stay in central and eastern Jamaica. And once again, if you are just tuning in for the first time, Hurricane Melissa is at a catastrophic level. This is more intense than we expected. It is currently sitting at maximum sustained winds of 175 miles per hour. The wind gusts are at 200 miles per hour. This is one of the most intense hurricanes that we've had in the last 5 years in the Atlantic Ocean. Milton is one of the only hurricanes that was stronger than this. So this is a very intense hurricane. It could be even stronger than that, but we do not have any Hurricane Hunter aircraft currently in this area. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning in Florida. Very interesting. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so this is another look at those temperatures we were talking about how cold the eye was. So just to sort of put that into perspective, basically the colder the eye, more or less, the stronger the storm. So if you look up on the top of this chart here, which I think you guys can just barely see right beneath the top bar here, this is the number we are looking at. So this is the minimum temperature in the center of the tropical cyclone's eye. So right now, as of the last update, we are sitting at negative 5.6 degrees Celsius. And if you pull that table back up that we showed a while ago, even though this isn't as low as this storm has been sort of overall, this is still like I think it's one of the lowest 4 temperatures ever recorded in any storm at any time in measured history. So still very cold in the eye of that storm. That is the water vapor temperature that we're talking about. And that does still signify this is a very strong and intense hurricane and will continue strengthening and or sustaining in intensity for at least a while.
All right, I thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is the chart of the driest hurricane eyes on record. And again, this graphic made by James Pettis, one of our designers, and negative 4.75 degrees Celsius. That is at the top right now. So, pretty crazy stuff. I do want to go back real quickly to infrared imagery. One of the things I do want to point out, and I have a lot of people talking about this in the chat, people are saying, I don't think this hit in Jamaica at all. Again, wobbles like this with a hurricane are not uncommon. Despite it moving a bit more to the west right now, that does not mean that this is missing Jamaica. Like, this happened so many times in the past. We had Milton do the same thing, where it was wobbling all over the place. People thought, oh, it's not even making landfall near Tampa. It's gonna make landfall all the way down near Miami or something. Like, that's not realistic, all right? Like, these wobbles happen with very intense hurricanes. We are talking about a 175 mile per hour 906 millibar category 5 hurricane right now. This is going to continue to wobble back and forth. It will keep going west. It'll keep going east. It's going to keep wobbling. All right. It's going to hit Jamaica though. Like, this is going to hit Jamaica. If it were to miss, it would be extremely narrow. And even if it did miss, like, it doesn't matter. We're still going to have catastrophic impacts to a large chunk of Jamaica. The only way it would miss is if it went right here in the cone of uncertainty. That is a super, super tiny area. The odds of this happening and missing is like 1%. And so I would be at this point, there's no reason to think this is missing. Even if it were to miss by a mile, let's say, we're still dealing with catastrophic impacts no matter what. All right. I'm trying to reiterate that. People are going to look at this and think it's going northwest. It's not. Like, it might be temporarily going that way because of wobbles, but this is something that happens with literally every single hurricane. I also want to point this out. If we go back in time, let me go to the Caribbean. Let's do the entire Gulf here in the Caribbean. Let's do clean IR, and I want to do a little 150 frame loop. This is over the last 24 to 36 hours or so. All right, look at where Melissa was going. All right, this is the eye, obviously, and so this is kind of just a loop to give you an idea of where it was going. And look how it started going south. And at this point, you're probably thinking, oh, this is going to miss Jamaica. It's going to go all the way down here. Again, that's a wobble. That's what we're talking about with a wobble. Then it recorrected itself, and now it's been kind of wobbling back and forth a little bit here, and now it's still wobbling. So it's going to continue to go left and right for the next several hours. Like, this is just going to be a typical trend, all right? So please don't get too caught up in the fact that this is, going in different directions and stuff like that. Like, it's natural for any sort of hurricane. How many miles wide is it? It's about 10. The eye is about 10 miles wide. By the way, the location from Kingston, Jamaica, this is about 145 miles southwest of Kingston right now. And in the latest advisory, the National Hurricane Center, their wording is that catastrophic and life-threatening winds, flooding, and storm surge are expected on Jamaica tonight and early Tuesday. And they do expect this to turn directly northward here today, and it has already turned northward a little bit, but it will continue to turn more north here soon. For those that are asking what is 10 miles to kilometers, it's about 16 kilometers. Hey, Jason, for the super chat, make sure to tell people to fill their bathtubs with water so they have plenty. Important survival tip. That is a good idea. Yeah, I mean, if you have a bathtub in Jamaica, it might be a good idea to fill up your water in there too, because again, the water is, for at least some of the southern islands, we just learned that again, it's going to be cut off at 4:30. So if you need water and you don't already have some, it's definitely a good idea to fill up on water. That is for sure. Good idea. Hey, Jeff, also for becoming a member. And if you, I mean, this should be an obvious thing, but if you have flashlights, if you have phones, you have any light devices, any devices that can give you any sort of light, charge them up now before power goes out. Power has already begun going out in southwestern Jamaica. That's only going to get worse throughout this evening. And so if you have any devices that you can charge up, do it. Charge them up. Make sure that they're ready to go. Thank you also, Marshall, for the super chat. Do you expect it to get any stronger from here? I think generally, like, Melissa could be stronger right now. Like, we don't know because there's no Hurricane Hunter aircrafts currently even near Melissa. I believe one may have just taken off or is taking off here shortly. But at this exact moment, we do not have any Hurricane Hunters that are in the hurricane. So for the time being, we don't really know. I do think it is going to continue to get stronger for the next 12 hours. I don't think it's going to be substantial, but I think it's going to at least be enough to the point where this could get down to sub 900 millibars. We go over to the future radar on the hurricane model. Let me find that right here. This is one of the hurricane models. This is the HAFS-A model run. And you can see how it drops down to about 905 millibars of pressure. It's sitting at 906 right now. But this was initiating at, like, you know, 12Z. Let me go to, like, right now. At this exact moment, this hurricane model had down to 908 millibars. It's actually down to 906. So it already is stronger than what the models have been showing, and it actually has it down to 904 right around about 6-7 o'clock tonight. And so this could actually drop below 900 millibars before even getting to land. And upon landfall, it looks like it's going to be down to about 905, 910 millibars, which basically means the maximum sustained winds upon landfall may be higher than what they're forecasted right now to be. They're forecasted to be at 160 miles per hour right now. It actually could be closer to 170. So it could actually be much higher. Thank you, Jennifer, for the Venmo donation. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Jeff and Famous, for becoming members. This is also a loop. This is from the Radar Omega Twitter page as well. They just put out a loop here of the hurricane over the last 24 hours, or over the last 48 hours. This one, it was a tropical storm, and it became a hurricane. Look at all the wobbles there. You can see it wobbling all over the place. It has had a substantial wobble to the west. I gotta say, this is the biggest wobble that we've seen. It's been just in the last, like, hour or so. We haven't had a wobble that far offline up until now. That's about 10 miles or so, I think, west of the center of the cone of uncertainty. Is it weird to have a hurricane this late in the season? I mean, Milton happened about a year ago from today. Like, we've had several hurricanes that have happened in mid to late October. This isn't uncommon. Yeah, look at this wobble off to the left here. A little measurement from the center. I mean, it's about 13 miles from the center of the cone of uncertainty. And keep in mind, the eye of the hurricane can go anywhere in the cone of uncertainty, and it may end up making landfall further west. It could still go further east. So, hey, JD, for the super chat. Melissa is very slow moving. Was this giving it time to strengthen into a Cat 5? Yes, that's exactly what has happened. We have very little wind shear. Melissa, again, was very slow moving here for the last several days, which has given it plenty of time to use up all the heat content in the ocean to essentially intensify here. So yes, that is one of the reasons why Melissa's a Cat 5. Thank you also, Borowski, I think, for the super chat. Any data on the top wind gusts? I would assume it's around 200, if not just over 200 miles per hour. Based off of a 175 mile per hour wind speed, the wind gusts will be over 200. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Mac, so this is actually just looking back at the historical track of this hurricane and just how much it's wobbled. So I do want to note it's not going to wobble as much as what we're looking at here because some of this happened while we were still seeing basically the central of low pressure itself form. But at one point in time, we actually saw the storm kind of hand off to a different center of convection. And that's why we sort of see it lurch super far off to the east here. And that actually ended up giving it a little bit more time to strengthen and get even stronger. So this hurricane has been moving all back sorts of back and forth and zipping around. That is something that's normal for hurricanes, but it's been essentially, or it's been a little bit extra with this storm just because it has been moving so slow. But that is expected to change. I do still think our cone of uncertainty is very accurate for where we think this storm's going to make landfall. So just pay attention to where that cone is. And of course, we're going to have that new update from the National Hurricane Center within a couple of hours.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Our next National Hurricane Center update is in 30 to 40 minutes. Sometimes it's early, sometimes it's later. We'll have all the new details for you once that hurricane update comes out in approximately 30 to 40 minutes. We are very close from that update coming out. This is another view of Melissa on satellite imagery again. You can, these are just awe-dropping looks on satellite of a most powerful hurricane of the year here in the Atlantic Ocean. We're continuing to see just crazy photos and videos of this. This is also from the CIRA satellite of the lightning. This is a little loop of it. The lightning in the eye. Again, this is the driest eye on record, we think, according to the data. That's pretty insane. Hey, Howard, for the $5 super chat. Would you explain why there's no category 6? Well, I mean, guys, if we had more than one more, if we had another category, like, people wouldn't take category 5s as seriously. Category 5 is already catastrophic. If we had a category 6, like, category, people would think category 5s are not that, like, they would be less catastrophic, basically. So there's a reason why it's on the scale of 1 to 5. Like, they have classifications for every category, and category 5 is catastrophic. If we had a category 6, the difference between 158 mile per hour winds versus 185 is not honestly that big of a difference. They're both catastrophic, and they're both going to cause similar damage. So there's basically no reason to have a category 6 category. When's the next forecast? The next update, this is the big update from the National Hurricane Center. It comes out in about 30-ish minutes. That update will include a new cone of uncertainty, any new updates, like all sorts of new details. That's the big update. They have a big update every 6 hours, and that happens at 5 o'clock Eastern. It happens at 11 o'clock Eastern, every single 6 hours. So that's the morning, that's the night. So our next big update is at 5. We also have the more minor updates that typically happen in between those, which we have those at 8. We have them at 2 every single PM and AM, so every 6 hours as well for hurricanes like this. We can sometimes get intermittent updates that are in between those that are important for new details, but we do not currently have anything like that. Because, again, there's no hurricane on our aircraft, so we don't really have a whole lot of an idea of actually how intense this has gotten, if it's gotten any more intense, which, honestly, I would think it's probably gotten more intense. It's still a very organized hurricane, but yeah, I gotta say, I mean, it keeps going more west. It's very interesting. Been shifting west quite a bit here over the last hour or so. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we actually just broke the temperature record that we were talking about a little bit ago with the lowest eye temperatures recorded. We're now at negative 4.41 degrees Celsius. So that is another record set by the storm as it continues to just sort of break records for being a very powerful hurricane.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So initially, the eye was down to negative 4.75 degrees Celsius. For being the driest eye on record. It has gotten even drier. It is now down it's over half of a degree from the last record, which is actually quite a difference. So that is insane. And that's in Celsius, by the way. It's not Fahrenheit. We did in Fahrenheit, that's about 1.3 or something like that, 1.2. So again, this chart has to basically be updated. It's even drier. Southern Florida is beautiful today. Lots of sunshine. Well, that's what happens when you're far away from a hurricane. I mean, like we have like more ridging in place in different areas, but like if we zoomed out on satellite imagery, and this is honestly kind of what Jamaica was like, you know, 2 days ago. Like the weather wasn't honestly that bad 2 to 3 days ago in Jamaica. It was actually decent weather. It was a bit drier, but now that we have a hurricane coming in, it's different. If we go over to the Caribbean view though on infrared, you can see like further away from the hurricane, like we have all this dry air on both sides of the hurricane. So if you're back over in western Cuba, the weather's beautiful. If you're back over in the lesser Antilles, weather's pretty nice there as well. Even southern Florida, even though we got some storms moving through. This is a big cold front that's going to be pushing through, meaning that Melissa will actually turn off to sea. That is one of the reasons why we got this very strong cold front. But yeah. Pretty interesting. The steering factors with Melissa are very minimal. Again, we have very weak ridging everywhere, and the upper level winds are not very strong, which is why Melissa is basically stalled. Why is it moving so far to the west right now? We believe this is just a wobble. Again, this happens very often with powerful hurricanes. A lot of the time, hurricanes will wobble like this, so we just think it's a wobble. And again, this is what it looks like on infrared here over the last several hours. It's been basically going due northwest. Also, if you do download the Radar Mega app and you become a Gamma Plus subscriber, which you can download with the top link in the description below, you can filter out to show Hurricane Melissa on the top, which is what I'm looking at. This is 10-minute intervals is what we're looking at here of the loop. This is 30 frames. If we do 50 frames, it goes back a little bit further here. But you can see how it was going from west, it turned to the north, and now it's actually going a bit more northwest again. It should start to correct itself again within the next hour. But we can also go over to the mesoscale 1. If you go over to mesoscale 1, you'll be able to see 1-minute intervals, which is what we're looking at here. So this is minute-by-minute frames of the infrared imagery. There are a few spaghetti models that have it hitting Florida. What do you think? This is not in Florida, guys. I've been doing weather for long enough to know this is not hitting Florida. Like, there's no possible way in the next, like, day or two this would even get close to Florida. Other than the track it's on right now. I can show you guys this is the intensity guide, but I want to show you guys, like, the spaghetti models. This is, like, literally, you don't usually see this, but, like, this is very confident models here. Like, they're all showing it going northeast. None of them have it going towards anywhere near the United States. And this is one of the only ensemble runs that actually has it going towards any more land beyond Bermuda, which is back up near Canada. So Canada will have to watch for Melissa for sure. Thank you, William, for the 14 months. Shout out to Anise for the $20 super chat. Thank you for the coverage. I have friends that live on the island, and I survived Hugo in the USVI. Well, I appreciate the super chat. Yeah, I mean, again, if you have any friends or family in Jamaica, this is probably one of your last, I hate to say this, but this is one of your last chances to check in on your friends and family that are in Jamaica, because in a few hours, perhaps as early as a few hours from now, or maybe even sooner, maybe later, you know, infrastructure is going to go down. We are not going to have any sort of communication to people on this island, really, unless you have a Starlink or something like that, because all the cell towers and stuff are going to go down. So Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So it does look like our hurricane hunters have taken off. This is them on the flight radar. We are, or this is a flight NOAA 42. Obviously, the hurricane's way down here, so they have quite a little bit to travel. But the hurricane hunters are in the air. They have taken off, and we will update on their location on and off here as we get more information.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is the latest here on the hurricane hunters. They are now making their way down to Hurricane Melissa, and whenever we'll be here, whenever the updates come out from the Hurricane Hunters, we'll have plenty of updates from them. We'll have the data also on screen here. You can also track them in the Radar Mega app once they're being tracked, which they should be here soon. This is actually, you can see them also here. You can see them, they are now en route. They are just now crossing into the Gulf, and they'll be down into the Caribbean probably within the next hour. If I had to guess, this flight will probably only take about an hour to actually get to the hurricane. These are usually pretty quick flights, so hour and a half at the most until they're actually there. What in the world? I don't know what that was. Let me do... I'd have to turn off autoplay, I think. This is one of the...
World.
Tonight.
Okay, that popped up again. What in the world is going on? One moment, please. What is going on with that? I don't know why that's on that. Give me 1 second. I think the problem is I've turned off autoplay. Went to a different stream for some reason. Okay, should be good now. Alright, let's go back over to a live shot. This is a live shot on the Sea Jamaica camera in Kingston Harbor. It's actually cleared out here over the last 30 minutes. This is the calmest that we've seen Kingston Harbor today. This is live in Kingston Harbor as Category 5 Melissa approaches. So, yeah, this is the calmest that we've seen this area. If you've been tuning in for a few hours, it was a lot more treacherous here not very long ago. We had very high waves and also, like, no visibility. This is the most visibility that we've had. So there's at least a break in the outer bands from Melissa here on the Sea Jamaica live camera here in Kingston Harbor. There's also another live shot. We got a lot of live shots here in Kingston Harbor. This is another one on the Sea Jamaica live cameras. You can watch these on YouTube as well. It's at Half Tree. This is, again, live. This is the busiest transport center in Jamaica. Not very many people are driving around right now. There are a few cars out there, but again, generally speaking, the traffic is pretty minimal. And we are not expecting there to be very many people on the roadways tonight, but probably the last minute preparations, maybe some work being done here in Jamaica right now. This is at the HWT Transport Center. Rip current risk must be intense. So rip current risk is at it's very high. Yeah, the rip current risk is very, very high right now. The rip currents are going to be pretty much at like the highest levels across the board. This is the river. This is the Rio Cobre River in St. Catherine, also on the Sea Jamaica live camera. And so the river's starting to rise a little bit. It's going to rise a lot more tonight once the storm surge actually comes in. That is at Flatbridge for reference. Once again, our next National Hurricane Center update is 20 minutes away. Hurricane hunters are currently en route for Melissa. I'm putting the Hurricane Hunter aircraft on Radar Omega. You can do this also yourself if you'd like. This is currently now tracking into the Gulf near Everglades City. This is as of 7 minutes ago. They'll be updating every 7 minutes, but currently, again, still pretty far away from Melissa, but they do update like every few minutes here, and they will be coming over the Keys here in a few minutes, and then, again, only about an hour from now, we should have it right in the middle of Melissa. Shouldn't take very long until this is there, so... What is the tornado risk in Jamaica? It's pretty low. In my opinion, we're not probably going to see a whole lot of a tornado risk, but if there were to be tornadoes, the best chance would be over here near Spanish Town and Port Antonio, Morant Bay, Jeffreytown, back through Old Harbor. It's not honestly that high of a risk, but once these bands get a little bit closer, once this hurricane's a little bit further to the north, we should start to see at least a low-end tornado risk to develop tonight. Is Max really live? We are live. We don't typically cover things outside of the United States, but we've been talking about this for days now. We were prepping to go live for this for the last few days in case things did take a turn past Cat 4, and this has obviously gotten to be the most intense hurricane of the entire year in the Atlantic Ocean, so I figured it would be a good idea that we would go live for this. Takes 1.5 hours to go, or to get from Jamaica to Miami, so the update is going to be delayed. Well, the National Hurricane Center update, no matter what, will come out at 5. And then they could have an intermittent update once the hurricane hunters actually get here. Are you going to be live for landfall? I've already talked about this a few times in today's live stream, but the thinking right now is that we'll be live for most of today. Tomorrow we are not going to be live because there's really no reason to be live. Like, the power's going to be out. There's going to be no communication across the entire island. We're not going to have any sort of live views because all the cameras and our storm chasers will just have no ability to really stream. At least that's what we think is going to happen with how powerful this hurricane is going to be. So the odds of us actually going live tomorrow are super low because there isn't really going to be a whole lot for us to talk about. Everybody in Jamaica is already going to be without power for the most part. So there wouldn't be really much we'd be doing other than just talking about the landfall happening. So we could go live if we actually have any sort of signs that there being power and there being an ability to actually have stuff on the ground there, but yeah. Those storm chasers have Starlink. Bryce has Starlink, but again, when you have a hurricane like this with 50,000+ foot clouds, it's going to be tough for any sort of Starlink signal to actually get through these tall of clouds. Again, we're talking about 50,000+ foot clouds all across the eye and the eye wall. And unless you're over here near Port Antonio, which we think will be a little bit of a drier side of this hurricane, you're going to be struggling to get any sort of signal. So yeah, there's really not really much of a point of having Starlink at that point. It'll probably do something, but it'll be so minimal it just won't be able to actually pull out a stream. What do you think the sustained winds will be before landfall? I think they'll be right around 165 miles per hour. Right now it's at 175, and it's not weakening. It's still very intense. Honestly, it looks stronger than before, but we'll see what the hurricane hunters find inside of the hurricane. Once these hurricane hunters get there, there's going to be so much stuff to talk about because we'll have all sorts of data coming in. But in the meantime, I mean, we can at least look at some of the forecast model runs, and all of them still show it being an intense hurricane all the way up until landfall and not really weakening at all. This is one of the other models. This is the HAFS-B model run, and this one has it going down to 901 millibars prior to landfall, and even upon landfall at 901 millibars in Jamaica, which would be, again, even more catastrophic than forecasted. So thank you, WWC, for the $10 super chat. It's possible we are in the Northeast. The United States will get a brief warm-up from Melissa. I'm not sure what you're asking. If you're talking about like the temperature trend, we did talk about this actually in today's video, but Melissa is actually going to pull cold air from the north, and it's actually going to get really cold across the southeast as we go into Wednesday and Thursday. Some record-breaking low temperatures are possible, and then it will be much warmer across New England from Melissa. And then it will get colder after that. But there will be a brief spike in temperatures on Thursday and Friday across the Northeast before the cold air comes from the backside with that strong cold front. So all right, we do have a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. The latest advisory has just come out. We are waiting for the latest details, but our 5 p.m. advisory just came out. You can actually see it already updated on the bottom of your screen, or the right side of your screen. So the National Hurricane Center has gone ahead and said that there is basically no changes to the intensity. The reason why is because there's no data being measured inside of the hurricane. We will likely get a change to this once the hurricane hunters are inside of the hurricane. However, our latest National Hurricane Center update does say that this is still a powerful 175 mile per hour Category 5 hurricane, which in kilometers per hour, that's 280. Right now, it is currently located 140 miles to the southwest of Kingston, Jamaica. On top of that, it is moving northwest at 3 miles per hour. It is currently at 906 millibars. Once again, these numbers, the wind speeds and also the pressure, will be probably different once the hurricane hunters are actually in the hurricane. We do not have any right now, but they will be there within the next hour or so. Hurricane warnings are in effect for Jamaica, Cuban provinces of Granma, as well as Santiago de Cuba, Guantanamo, and as well as Hooligan. Hopefully I'm saying those names right. And also southeastern and central Bahamas. Hurricane watch is in effect for the Turks and Caicos Islands. And then tropical storm warning for Haiti, Cuban province of Las Tunas, and as well as Turks and Caicos Islands. So those are some of the latest details there. Let's go ahead and go over some of the key messages, and then we'll talk more about the forecast track, because the forecast cone is going to change here in a moment. That'll update in a moment. So the key messages for Melissa: wind, tropical storm conditions are already occurring in Jamaica, and catastrophic and life-threatening hurricane force wind conditions are expected to begin tonight and continue into early Tuesday. Within the eye wall, total structural failure is likely. So within the eye wall, this is a significant development, obviously, but within the eye wall, which is obviously pretty big, we are expecting total structural failure to some buildings, which is likely, especially in higher elevation areas where the wind speeds atop and on the windward sides of hills and mountains could be up to 30% stronger. Tropical storm conditions are expected to begin in eastern Cuba on Tuesday, with hurricane conditions expected to begin in hurricane warning area by Tuesday evening. That is specifically, again, for Cuba. Hurricane conditions are expected in the southeastern and central Bahamas on Wednesday. Tropical storm conditions are expected in the Turks and Caicos Islands also on Wednesday. The other thing is the rainfall. Melissa is expected to bring rainfall of 15 to 30 inches to portions of Jamaica. In addition, let me reread this. Melissa is expected to bring rainfall of 15 to 30 inches to portions of Jamaica, an additional rainfall of 6 to 12 inches for southern Hispaniola through Wednesday, with storm total local maxima of 40 inches possible. That basically means that we could see some areas upwards of 40 plus inches of rainfall. Catastrophic flash flooding and numerous landslides are likely. And then for eastern Cuba, we're expecting 10 to 20 inches of rain. Local amounts of 25 inches is also possible, resulting in life-threatening and potentially catastrophic flash flooding in numerous landslides. And then southeastern Bahamas, 5 to 10 inches of rainfall is in the forecast. The other thing that they have pointed out for storm surge for Jamaica is that life-threatening storm surge is likely along the south coast of Jamaica tonight and Tuesday. Peak storm surge heights could reach 9 to 13 feet above ground level, near and east of where the center of Melissa makes landfall. This storm surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves on the northwest side of the coast of Jamaica near Montego Bay. There is a possibility of 1 to 3 feet of storm surge above ground level, which that is on the northwestern side of where the eye will be. That is honestly pretty typical, that usually on the west side of hurricanes, the storm surge isn't nearly as significant. Storm surge will be upwards of 7 to 11 feet back over in Cuba Tuesday into Wednesday. This will be accompanied by large and destructive waves, and then storm surge of 4 to 6 feet above normally dry ground is possible in the southeastern Bahamas, Turks and Caicos Islands on Wednesday. And then for surf, swells generated by Melissa are expected to affect portions of Hispaniola, Jamaica, eastern Cuba, Cayman Islands over the next several days, and the Bahamas. So please consult products from your local weather office regarding that. Another thing I want to point out, the intensity track has just been updated. Pretty interesting update here. So first off, it is forecasted to continue to remain a pretty intense Category 5 hurricane through tomorrow morning. It does show landfall here as a Cat 4. That is not landfall, though. That is once it's actually over land. If we take off satellite, I just want to show you guys what I'm talking about here. If we go over to live radar, you can actually see this is where landfall is. This is where the icon is. This is well into land. This is 15, 20 miles inland, and it will still be a Category 4 hurricane. So this update does not mean we're not going to see a Category 5 on landfall. Regardless, this will be an intense hurricane, whether it is a Category 4 or 5, but it will still be a Category 5 at this point. And then once it makes landfall, it'll start to weaken. That is what this forecast is saying. Once it goes inland, it'll be a Category 4, still with wind gusts up to 175 miles per hour. And this is going over some mountainous areas near Norway, Ipswich, Marywood, and eventually approaching Quick Step, and then going up towards Falmouth, I think is how you pronounce it, and also Runaway Bay. The other thing I want to point out, the cone of uncertainty no longer includes Spanish Town or Kingston, so direct landfall is not forecasted to happen in Kingston anymore. Instead, the cone of uncertainty has shifted further west to the point where landfall is going to be near Black River, Alligator Pond, White House, Savannah Lamar, or back over near Lucia and Cascade. So this entire area is now in the cone of uncertainty on where the eye of Melissa will be making landfall. The most likely area is still Black River, which is currently where Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton was actually centered at, and obviously that could change, but that was where he was at a little while ago. So again, the cone has shifted a bit more west. The eye has shifted more west. The eye of this hurricane is now forecasted to make landfall further to the west. Exactly where it makes landfall is still up in the air. Could make landfall anywhere, especially with how many times this hurricane has been wobbling, especially with how much it's been going to the west over the last couple hours. This has been more than just a wobble at this point. This has been basically going northwest for the last 2 hours now. So it's definitely more west. It's starting to get a little bit slower, so it's probably going to start to turn more to the north again. But at the bare minimum, we are expecting a catastrophic landfall here. We have more details as well. This is more from the National Hurricane Center. Some fluctuations in intensity are likely during the next 12 to 24 hours due to the possibility that Melissa will start an eye wall replacement cycle, which is called an ERC. However, the previous aircraft data showed no evidence that the eye wall replacement cycle has started, and it is possible that the upcoming aircraft may find Melissa is stronger than 150 knots. So there is a possibility that Melissa could actually be more intense than 175 mile per hour winds. We don't know that right now. We'll know that once the hurricane hunters are there. But there is a possibility that this could even be stronger than what it already is. And then regardless, even with an eye wall replacement, it is unlikely that Melissa will weaken substantially before reaching Jamaica, and there's no practical difference in Melissa making landfall as a Category 4 or 5 hurricane intensity, which we just talked about, since both categories produce catastrophic wind damage. After reaching Jamaica, a combination of local interaction land interaction and increasing southwesterly wind shear could cause weakening over land, although Melissa is still forecast to be a major hurricane when it reaches Cuba. Once over the Atlantic, stronger wind shear should cause more substantial weakening, and Melissa is expected to become an extratropical storm system by the end of the forecast period, which is when it gets all the way up closer to the northern Atlantic Ocean, which is way up here. So the weakening will happen way away from now, but at least in the near term, we are not expecting any sort of major weakening like anytime soon. Like, this is going to continue to remain a very intense hurricane. So that is the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Right now, the hurricane hunters are currently going over the Florida Keys, and they are likely going to be over the hurricane within the next hour or so. And once that happens, we will have more concrete data on whether this is a stronger hurricane. And I honestly think it is. We don't obviously know that as of right now, since there's really not much data to look at other than satellite, infrared, that sort of stuff. So we'll have more details as they come. And also, the hurricane models will also be coming out here pretty soon as well with the new updates. They're currently on the 12Z model runs, but the 18Z will be coming out here soon. So I'll have at least some new runs from the hurricane models here soon. The latest hurricane model runs are still showing landfall around 900 millibars of pressure. Again, this could be sub 900 millibars. As of now, it's still at 906 millibars of pressure, but that is based off of the 2 p.m. Hurricane Hunter data that we had. Huge shout out to Take 5 Golf for the $50 super chat. #1 source for anything weather. Really appreciate that. W's in the chat for Take 5 Golf. But once again, this is expected to be the most catastrophic hurricane that we've ever seen in Jamaica, regardless of its intensity upon landfall. Again, we've never had a Category 5 make landfall in Jamaica, and this will most likely be the first. How do you decide your background color? I don't know. I don't know why it's on pink. It should be on purple, but I could probably make it purple. It's more of a blue, but we'll do that. I think blue looks better. You guys like blue better? Color usually resembles the type of severe warning we have, but for hurricanes, it's a little bit different. Record dry eye, I'm hearing? Yes, this is a record dry eye. It's the driest eye that we've ever had. This is another view from inside of the eye earlier today. This is one of the crew members aboard one of the Hurricane Hunter aircrafts. That is just insane. Thank you, Boom, for the super chat. What is something Jamaicans can do to survive? Really, the thing that you need to be doing if you're in Jamaica, like the best way that you can get through this is, one, doing what I've already kind of said, which is like not being right along the coastline, not being right on the edge of a mountain where you can get all sorts of landslides and stuff like that. Really, the best thing you can do, though, is just stay vigilant, because what's going to happen is there's multiple threats that are at play here. We obviously have the storm surge right along the coastline. The way you can avoid that is being away from the beaches. When it comes to the winds are going to be bad really everywhere. The worst of the winds will definitely be, it looks like, in central and western Jamaica at this point, where it's making landfall. If you're in like Port Antonio, it looks like the winds will still be high, but not nearly as high. So being further off to the east might be a better play. With that said, we're going to have a lot of landslides. How many mountains there are here. But basically, the best thing that you can do is just stay vigilant, because we're going to have high winds and we're going to have flooding. Those are two of the biggest things that'll be happening inland. So being on the lowest floor during the high winds is one of the best things you can do. But also, if there's flooding, you got to kind of find a happy medium. Because when it comes to like a flat, like this is something I say too when we have tornadoes and flash flood warnings, right? It's happened before where we've had flash flood emergencies, and we've also had tornado warnings at the same time. And you kind of got to pick which one you need to, basically shelter for. And there's really no good option sometimes, because if there's major flooding and it's flooding on the first floor, you basically have to go to the second floor when there's a tornado. And that sounds stupid, but that's kind of how it works. When it comes to a situation where, we're in a hurricane like this, it's basically the same thing. You just got to you have to use basically common sense and just think about where the best place for you to go is at that given moment. And let's hope the flooding isn't bad, because if it's not as bad, which it will be bad, but let's just say like it's not terrible in your spot tomorrow, definitely stay on the lowest ground until, the flooding actually starts to get there. So, because flooding is only going to get worse as we go into tonight and tomorrow. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so just a little update on both the temperature of the eye and some activities we have going on inside of the eye wall. So we're looking at satellite data here. This is the map of the temperature of the eye, or the water vapor, basically. We're back around -5 degrees C right now. I think the record that was set was -4.41. So we're a little bit back above that, but we are seeing those temperatures fluctuate a little bit. I mean, every single frame on this is 1 minute apart, so this is really just the last 10 minutes of data that we're looking at here. But it is still very, very dry, and that is something that we're going to continue to see. And honestly, as long as we're seeing the eye be this dry, it's sort of an indication that it's probably not leading towards eye wall replacement, at least right now, because some of that water vapor would start to make its way into the eye if we did start to see eye wall replacement happen. Another thing I want to talk about is the lightning in the eye wall right now. So it's something we talked about a little bit earlier. And how about those reds that show really, really intense and frequent lightning growing even stronger? That's almost doubled in intensity since last time we talked about it. This goes back all the way for a couple of hours on this loop, and we can see that it was really in that green and yellows around the time that we started stream, but now in that north quadrant of the eye wall, we are almost all red. The lightning is getting stronger and stronger getting stronger and stronger every single second. That's something that we only see in the most intense hurricanes, your category 4s and your category 5s. I honestly don't remember any time that I've been looking at recent or current data and or historical data that I've seen lightning in an eye wall as intense as this. This is absolutely insane, and it's only something that's going to continue to uptrend. I do think this has almost 100% strengthened, but with our category 5 storms, there's really no difference between a category 5 and a category 5, so they hold off on sort of upgrading those unless they have observed data from the hurricane hunters. The hurricane hunters are about to fly over Cuba, so they're probably still a good hour and a half out, but whenever they do whenever they do make their first pass, it'll be really interesting to see what that first drop sun reveals and what the pressure is in the eye. I do think we might be below 900 millibars already, which for those of you who don't really know how that correlates to the actual strength of the storm, anything sub 900 is something that we only see in the strongest storms on the planet. So if we do see something under the 900 millibars, that'd be absolutely insane.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So there's some new details there on Melissa. And again, Riley will be coming on plenty throughout the stream as we continue to break down Melissa as it gets closer to Jamaica as a powerful Category 5 hurricane. We do have a new forecast that just came out from the National Hurricane Center on rainfall. And I do want to again point out, when I show you this graphic, do not think rainfall is downtrending, because it's not necessarily downtrending. Instead, what is happening is that we've already had a lot of rainfall in Jamaica. So I'm going to show you guys a graphic once it loads. Here it is. So this is the latest rainfall total graphic that the National Hurricane Center has just released. And essentially what we're looking at here is obviously a bit of a different forecast, and that there's a couple reasons why. One reason why we have a different forecast here is, one, the hurricane is now forecasted to make a little bit further west of a landfall than initially forecasted, but two, this does not already include the rainfall that we've already seen in Jamaica. So there's already been several inches of rain. They still have a large area in central Jamaica that is forecasted to pick up around 20 to 30 inches of rainfall, which again is over 500 millimeters of rain, and there will be localized areas that exceed 40 inches of rain in some spots, as the National Hurricane Center has alluded to. Basically, all of Jamaica at this point will at least see 8 to 12 inches of rain, which is essentially catastrophic at that point. I mean, we're talking about major flooding basically across most of the country with how much rain's going to fall and all the rain that's already fallen. On top of that, anywhere in the dark red, that is where we're expecting 16 to 20 inches of rainfall. That includes a large portion of Jamaica. If we go back over to the map here, you can see that's basically around Savannah, Lamar, through Albert Town, Runaway Bay, also through Tollgate and Maypen. So those are some of the areas that are in that 16 to 20 inch range as well. Cuba's also increased. If you're back over in eastern Cuba, we now have an area of 20 to 30 inches of rain that is now expected back over in eastern Cuba. And then there's a few other areas as well that have higher totals. That is new on this latest outlook. So, again, new details kind of coming in here. Again, we have a lot of new forecast stuff coming in with the track shifting of Melissa a little bit further to the west. With that said, again, hurricane hunters are en route. They're actually about to fly over Cuba here in a moment, and then they'll actually be in our satellite realm view. So we'll have, again, new data coming in here pretty soon regarding Melissa. But in the meantime, I do want to show you guys a live shot right now of Kingston Harbor. I've showed you this camera a few times throughout the stream. Conditions are once again treacherous. It was a little bit calm there for a little bit. Now it's pretty bad again. Winds are picking up and visibility is very low. This is on the Sea Jamaica camera in Kingston Harbor. Again, this is live. The conditions are getting worse, and they're only going to keep getting worse. And this is obviously from earlier, but this was Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton a couple hours ago before things are starting to get worse now, but this was at least a little bit earlier where the waves are still pretty high. They were starting to get up to 15 feet by the end of his little chasing stream.
Gonna have major damage regardless, but
that was a little live shot there from Jamaica, and again, he's storm chasing out there. He is brave to be out there. My goodness, look at this. This is another photo from inside of the eye of Melissa. Just insane. Hey, Slick for the $20 super chat. Also, thank you, Danny, for the $10 super chat. If you nuked a hurricane, it would just give it more energy, basically. There's really no good reason to do that. And in case you have not already seen, these are some photos and videos from earlier inside of Melissa. This is from one of my old professors. This is one of the photos looking down at the ocean. One of the things that a lot of the time, like when we have hurricane hunters that fly into the hurricanes, we don't usually get photos of the ocean. We don't usually get to see what the ocean actually looks like. You actually pretty clearly see how like turbulent all the waters are. Typically what we'll see is the clouds and like the stadium effect of an eye. So this is kind of a unique perspective of looking at Melissa inside of the eye. And then, again, this is a video inside of Melissa as well. So that's a video inside of Melissa. And then this is also pretty cool. This is inside of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. They can actually track their exact position, which they obviously need, but they basically have a radar inside of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft to be able to see where they're located. And this photo was taken right before they went right into the eye wall. So, hey Fat for the $10 super chat. This is another video flying into the eye. And this is inside the aircraft. And they need all this extra padding because if you're sitting in a chair and you go into extreme turbulence, you're going to be hitting the ceiling, you know, or hitting the sides. So that's why they have all this padding. That's why it looks a little weird, but that's because of how much turbulence there is inside of a hurricane. But once again, Melissa has not been turning really north yet. It had a brief period of turning north. It's been going a bit more west over the last, 50 minutes or so. It's pretty interesting. It's definitely started to slow down going west, but it was going west for quite a bit of time. So it's definitely interesting. I mean, again, if we had a more westerly landfall, which is possible, the worst of the impacts would be further west of Kingston. Thank you, Bible, for the $10 super chat, praying for Jamaica and all involved. Yeah, I'm hoping everybody in Jamaica makes it out safely, but I think the nature of this hurricane is that that's not going to be the case. It's just a very powerful hurricane that we are talking about that's going to be making landfall. She's going west. It's wobbling west. What time's going to make landfall? Landfall is expected to be sometime around, I'm going to say again, around 7, 8, 9 in the morning tomorrow. It's going to be basically the morning hours when this thing makes landfall. That is approximately when landfall is going to be happening. Thank you, Ben, for the $10 super chat. Why did nature's most fascinating and downright beautiful creations have to be so destructive and cruel? I mean, we've had 2 different hurricanes that have been category 5 this year in the Atlantic Ocean. This is now the 3rd, but we had 2 other ones and they didn't really do much damage. They were kind of not really fish storms, but they didn't really impact land, at least at the hurricane levels of what this is going to be doing. And I mean, those are the best ones to have, really. Like, we have category 5s that are not hitting anything like that. That's great, but like, I wouldn't say it's great, but it's at least better than this. I mean, we're talking about catastrophic and a deadly hurricane that's about to make landfall here in the next 12 hours. Like, this is a completely different story. The other ones, though, didn't hit really anything. So, unfortunately, like, they can be beautiful to look at. This is not, like, I literally do not admire this at all. Because, like, all I know is that tomorrow and also into, Wednesday, lives are going to be changed all across Jamaica. And the country itself will be changed across the board. What are the winds at? The winds currently are at 175 miles per hour. They're at 175 right now. And the wind gusts are around 200 miles per hour. Hurricane Hunter aircraft is currently flying over Cuba right now. So this is going to be going right over Cuba here over the next hour. And then, again, we should have the Hurricane Hunter aircraft inside of Hurricane Melissa, I would say by around 5 o'clock Central Time or 5 o'clock local time here in Jamaica. If not, maybe a little bit sooner. So we're getting pretty close to landfall here. Or pretty close to landfall. And on top of that, pretty close to having Hurricane Hunters inside of the hurricane. This is back to a live shot from the Sea Jamaica live cam in Kingston Harbor. This is another live shot as well. Not from the harbor cam, but instead this one is back over in kind of a downtown area. This is at the HWT Transport Center. We've had a decent amount of cars driving on the road, kind of a higher number than I expected today. It's not nearly as busy on the roadways now. You can see there's some people on the roads. Again, this is live. There's some puddling already in the roadways. Again, a lot of rain has already fallen here. We've already had a good 6 to 10 inches of rain across a large chunk of Jamaica. But we still have people on the roadways. Again, the winds aren't that strong here yet. This is a little bit more inland. But once we go into tonight, the winds are really going to ramp up. Right along the coastline is where the worst of the conditions are, which is why I was showing you that Kingston Harbor cam. But work continues. You can actually see this bank here. It's boarded up. So there's plenty of places that have boarded up their windows, including this bank. That way to prevent windows from shattering open. Thank you, Keen, for the super chat. I'm disappointed to see you having a Diet Coke. Dr. Pepper is better. I like both of them. I'm a fan of both. I don't usually drink Dr. Pepper anymore. Hey, Willie, for the $20 super chat. I'm stationed in Sicily currently. I have a few of my sailor families in Kingston and near Cuba in the DR. All worst case near mountains forecast, please. Yeah, I mean, again, the worst case scenario is basically going to be evolving here in Jamaica. We are talking about, again, catastrophic 30-plus inches of rain across a large chunk of Jamaica. A lot of that rain's already fallen, again, as I've alluded to, but we're going to see another 20 to 30 inches across central Jamaica. I think if Melissa continues to go more west, as it kind of has been, we could see some sort of scenario where Kingston doesn't really get hit as hard. Storm surge would not be nearly as bad, that sort of thing. So let's just kind of hope that that is the case, where storm surge isn't as bad there, and hopefully the flooding isn't as bad. But right now, we've already got a lot of rain that's fallen, and we're only going to see more of it tonight into early tomorrow. If it continues to drag more to the west, Kingston would be lucked at least with some of the most catastrophic impacts. We would still see catastrophic impacts. They just wouldn't be nearly as bad. So this is the latest on the hurricane hunters. Again, they are currently flying over Cuba. This is as of 5 minutes ago. We are currently tracking their flight. You can actually see it right here on the flight tracker. So that is their flight right there. They went out of Lakeland, Florida, and they're currently west of Santa Clara. They're going to be flying right into the eye of the hurricane. We'll have new data here within the next hour, probably within the next 45 minutes even, of some of the winds, at least in some of the outer eye wall. And then they'll be in the eye probably within the next, hour or so. So that is the flight tracker. That is NOAA 42 if you want to track it on a flight tracker. Hey, Tina, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that, from Shenandoah Valley in Virginia. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel as well, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we do live streams like this all the time, including, even some cases, we do hurricane coverage live streams. Even outside of the United States. But we are currently tracking Hurricane Melissa. We're going to have new details within the next hour or two. Melissa, again, is a very powerful Category 5 hurricane. This is the most powerful hurricane that we've had this year in the Atlantic Ocean at 175 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. That is a 3D view of Hurricane Melissa here over the last 50 minutes. And if we do a little loop here, this is over the last, let me do it from center here, but this is over the last 5 hours or so. Thank you, Amy, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate it. It's moving very slowly. Yeah, I mean, again, this is a 5-hour loop. Actually, no, sorry, this is not even 5 hours. This is 9 hours. This is a 9-hour loop right here. I'm gonna do a longer loop. I'm gonna do about a 27-hour loop here. Yeah, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning, Orange and Lake counties in Florida, if you're tuning in. 60 mile per hour winds in play. This is since... This is pretty crazy. Look how far west it's gone. This is since the 26th, which is yesterday. So since Sunday at 2 o'clock. That is this loop. Look how much it's wobbled, but look at the wobble and really the turn. This hurricane has gone way further west. It's still going west right now. It's still tracking to the west as we speak, which is pretty crazy. I'm gonna be honest, like, let's hope this keeps going west, because the further west it goes, like, obviously Kingston is extremely populated in Jamaica. In terms of population, again, almost 3 million people live in Jamaica. I'm pretty sure Kingston has, like, 2 million, if I'm not mistaken. Let me get the number here. So Kingston, Jamaica has about 1.19 million. So about 50% of people in Jamaica live in Kingston. And so I mean, we would at least, if it keeps going more to the west and it was to go up the left side of this cone of uncertainty, that would be a really good thing, because what would happen is that the worst of the impacts the impacts at least wouldn't be as significant in Kingston. Okay, this is a developing situation. This isn't a scenario that we haven't really been talking about much, but it is possible that it does take the furthest west path. And if that were to happen, we'd have the most catastrophic impacts more in this area rather than over here, which would be a better thing for Kingston. But again, we got to kind of wait and see what happens. Again, this eye has been doing all sorts of funky things, but this is way further west. I mean, I'm going to be honest, like, this is more than just a wobble. It hasn't changed. Like, it went north for a brief amount of time, and now it's going back to the west again. Like, it started going north, and now it's going back to the west for the last hour or so. Hey, Lovely for the $10 super chat. Nothing but prayers for Jamaica and Cuba. I've never had a direct hit from a Category 5 hurricane. Strongest I've ever had was a Cat 2 to 3, and that was Irma. But I can only imagine the devastation. I mean, again, the National Hurricane Center has already used really strong wording for this hurricane. Like, they already mentioned that, like, we're talking about the potential for structure failure. Like, it's likely that we're going to see structure failure here in Jamaica. Like, if you look at, like, this is the discussion here from the National Hurricane Center. What they said for Jamaica specifically is remain in your safe shelter and do not venture outside. Catastrophic, life-threatening flash flooding and numerous landslides are expected through Tuesday. The eye walls, destructive winds may cause total structure failure. All right, we have a live update from the National Hurricane Center. Let's listen in.
Forecast track of Melissa expected to bring the center to the coast sometimes early Tuesday. We're expecting destructive winds in the eye wall of Melissa as it makes landfall. And
this is a live update from the National
So
Hurricane Center that we're listening to right now.
Damage, destruction of shelters, homes, and buildings in the path of that eye wall, not just along the coast, but in areas of high terrain
only do these,
across the central
like,
part of the island. As
they're
the center
only
of
for the
Melissa
most intense
moves
hurricanes
across the island during the day on Tuesday, so that hurricane warning is in place. Everyone in Jamaica needs to be in their safe place now to ride out the storm all the way through tomorrow. We're also very concerned about the potential for life-threatening storm surge inundation near and to the right of where the center crosses the south coast early tomorrow, with the potential for 9 to 13 feet of inundation, especially in areas like the Black River Bay and farther east. And we're also expecting destructive wave action along the coast as well, and significant storm surge all the way well east of the center over in the Kingston area. In terms of the rainfall threat, we've been talking about this for several days. The potential for widespread rainfall totals of 15 to 30 inches.
It's a very helpful graphic, by the way. I'm going to try to find this graphic
20 to 30
in a moment.
Inch rainfall forecast.
Again, this is live National Hurricane Center update if you're just tuning in.
Life-threatening, catastrophic flash flooding, widespread landslides expected across Jamaica. We could see some isolated locations that have rainfall totals in excess of 40 inches, especially near where the core of Melissa moves across the island, and that strong onshore flow interacts with the mountainous topography of the island as well. So again, storm surge, flooding, rainfall, and the destructive hurricane force winds. If we zoom out a little bit and take a wider view of the impacts we're seeing outside of Jamaica, that heavy rainfall threat exists in southern portions of Hispaniola. We are expecting Melissa, after it moves off the north coast of Jamaica, to make landfall in southeastern Cuba sometime overnight Tuesday night and Wednesday morning as a major hurricane. So we have hurricane warnings in effect from Granma and Holguin.
Hey, you dropped the super chat. How wide is the eye? It's about 10 miles or so.
We have new hurricane warnings that have been issued for the central and southeastern
Amy for the $20 super sticker, and also Lovely for the super chat.
Those areas, especially the southeastern Bahamas, as a hurricane as we go from Wednesday afternoon
total structural
Wednesday
failure
night and Thursday.
100%.
Switching to the rainfall forecast here. In portions of eastern Cuba, very, very heavy rainfall expected, 10 to 20 inches, isolated amounts as high as 25 inches. Again, catastrophic flash flooding and landslides likely. And back here in Hispaniola, expecting some portions of southwestern Haiti to again see possible rainfall totals as high as 40 inches, expecting 6 to 12 additional inches in southern portions of the Dominican Republic and the southwest peninsula of Haiti. So that rainfall threat in Hispaniola is going to continue well into Tuesday and even Wednesday as the center of Melissa moves out into the Atlantic. And then if we look out even longer in time, we could see Melissa threaten Bermuda later in the week in the Thursday to Thursday night time frame. So just wrapping up with the key messages here on this Monday afternoon. focusing on Jamaica. Everybody there.
Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is the latest National Hurricane Center update.
Shelter. Do not venture outside.
We're back to everything else in a moment.
Life-threatening flash flooding and numerous landslides expected through Tuesday.
Hey, CFS for the super chat.
Eye wall will bring destructive winds on shore, not just at the coast, but into mountainous areas as well. Do not go out in the eye as it passes over your area. The forward speed of Melissa is going to increase, and the eye is going to start to move very quickly across the island. And this is going to lead to widespread infrastructure damage, prolonged power outages, communication outages, and isolated communities. So it's going to be a very dangerous post-storm environment. So for residents in all these areas, please heed advice from your local government officials, your local meteorological service, and keep coming back here to the National Hurricane Center at hurricanes.gov for the latest on Melissa. Thank you.
All right, so that was the latest update from the National Hurricane Center regarding Melissa. I figured that'd be a good thing to pull up. We don't have that many updates from them that like often, so it was at least something to put up here. Just kind of get an idea of what they're thinking as well. But again, just some updates in case you're just tuning in. Melissa, one of the other things I want to point out, I didn't actually notice this. They have updated the wind gusts. The maximum wind gusts for Melissa are now up to 215 miles per hour. So we have 215 mile per hour wind gusts happening back over near the eye of Melissa. Once again, 175 mile per hour maximum sustained winds, currently at a pressure 906 millibars. The hurricane hunters are currently flying over Cuba. The location will update in a moment, but they're actually located now just to the west of Trinidad in Cuba. They are coming up closer to Hurricane Melissa, and we will have Hurricane Hunter data coming in very shortly once it gets into the eye and also near Hurricane Melissa. So there's going to be some big updates there. Once again, one of the biggest developments over the last really few hours that we've been seeing with Melissa is that it is tracking still to the west. It hasn't really made a full turn to the north yet, which means that we could end up seeing landfall a bit further west than initially forecasted. Keep in mind, one of the initial forecasts is that we were thinking that Melissa would make landfall near Kingston. Now it looks like it might make landfall somewhere over near Santa Lamar or near Mainville or Black River. So landfall could be a bit further west than initially forecasted. But within the last 2 hours, again, this is just the last 2 hours here, Melissa has really not done a whole lot when it comes to turning north. It's still going west. So that does mean that the worst of the impacts could actually end up being a bit further west than forecasted. All right, so let me go back over to one of the other things I was talking about. So we were just talking about this, but the National Hurricane Center has put out some very strong wording for Jamaica already. This was kind of alluded to in the National Hurricane Center update, but they have said, remain in your safe shelter if you're in Jamaica and do not venture outside as catastrophic life-threatening flash flooding and numerous landslides are expected through Tuesday. The eye wall's destructive winds may also cause total structural failure, particularly in higher elevations, leading to widespread infrastructural damage, prolonged power and communication outages, and isolation of communities. Along the southern coast, life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are anticipated through Tuesday. I have already mentioned this, but we're going to keep kind of just talking about it because it's important. If you're back over near Kingston, or really anywhere along the south coast here of Jamaica, this is an area that is currently forecasted to see a peak storm surge of around 9 to 13 feet. One area that might not see as significant storm surge would be back up here near Montego Bay. We're thinking that the peak storm surge up here will probably be up to 5 feet. And then really anywhere else, we're still expecting a peak storm surge of around 7 to 11 feet. So significant storm surge is expected basically throughout Jamaica here over the next 24 to 48 hours. Another thing I want to point out too, Melissa has been recorded as the most, or has broken the record for the driest eye in history. It's down to negative 4.41 degrees Celsius for the dryness of the eye, which is the driest eye on record. So the center of this hurricane, very dry. If you go over to satellite, you can actually see it very clearly. There's very little clouds in there. The water vapor is really the way that you can actually see how dry it is. But this is a very dry hurricane. And there's a close view of the eye here on the Radar Omega app. You can see how it's been wobbling quite a bit to the west. Here's a view on satellite as well, another view of it. The sun is beginning to set. It's starting to get to an angle where the clouds are getting a little bit darker, so it's a little bit harder to see. But with how dry the eye is, basically indicates that this is a very strong hurricane. Thank you, Ben, for the $10 super chat. Prayers for Jamaica. It's sad to see this unfold. Yeah, this is a very unfortunate situation. There's no other way to put it. This is the lightning flash density as well, so you can see all the lightning as of recently. Lightning only happens with the strongest of hurricanes near the eye. Thank you, None, for the super chat. Can you explain the difference or significance and consequences of a dry eye? It just basically means that this is a very intense hurricane. Like, the simplest way to put it is that this is still an intensifying hurricane with how dry it is inside of the eye. And it's probably more intense than what it actually is right now. Like, I am personally thinking that this hurricane right now is probably closer to like 185 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. We don't obviously know that because we don't have hurricane hunters in there, but they're going to be in there within the next like 45 minutes or so. Also, if we go over to the flash density, I'm going to take this overlay off. Let me go over to the actual density here. The density, whenever we get these like brighter greens and like oranges, that basically means there's more lightning happening at a given time. And we've been peaking around a lot more lightning here over the last few minutes. And also, another thing I want to point out about this dry eye thing, if we go over to like here, when you have a dry eye, all right, like this, like with a very dry eye, what it basically means is that we have a lot of sinking air. All right, so when you think about a hurricane, obviously the eye is where it's calm and it's dry. That's typically what it is. It's like the driest part of an actual hurricane. Anything around that is all rising motion. So all these clouds around it, this is all rising motion, which basically means that we have building up cloud tops. All the cloud tops around this are like 50,000 feet. So when we have a dry eye like this, essentially what that means is that we have a lot of sinking air. There's very low cloud cover and it's extremely dry. The only time we've had a dry eye as dry as this was a super typhoon. I need to find the name again. It was back in, I think, 2016, I want to say. Let me find it real quick. Yeah, it's back in 2016. This is like the list of all the driest eyes on record. And we've actually had a lot of these recently. We had Aaron in 2025. That was down to negative 8.05 degrees Celsius. We had Moranti, which is a super typhoon. That was in 2016. That was the previous record. We also had Lee in 2023. That was about negative 10 degrees Celsius. But Melissa is actually lower than this now. It actually got down to negative 4.41. So it's about a little over half degree Celsius drier than the previous record. So that is the dryness records. And on top of that, this is already one of the strongest hurricanes that we've ever seen, especially in the Jamaica area. Hey, Quack, for the $10 super chat. Also, thank you, Spams, for the super chat. What are the odds that it misses Jamaica entirely? Not that high. Even though the cone of uncertainty is still out here, like offshore, like we could still see the eye miss Jamaica, the odds of that are still pretty low. I think at some point this hurricane's going to correct itself. Again, it's really unbelievable how much this has gone west. I'm going to be honest. Like, I did not think this would be as far west as it is right now. I really thought at this point it would be basically going due north, if not just barely to the northwest. So this is pretty unbelievable that it's still going west. What are we watching in the bottom right corner? That is Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton. It's actually just Bryce Shelton, Storm Chaser. He was live a little while ago. He might be going live again at some point here soon. We'll see. But he's chasing in Jamaica. We also have some other live cameras that are actually live. That at least gives you an idea of what it looked like a couple hours ago. It's one of the live shots in Kingston right now at the Kingston Harbor. The waterfront view. We'll keep that up for a little bit. But there's a lot of live cameras in Jamaica on the See Jamaica network. You can also watch it on YouTube. This is another live view as well. In Jamaica, this is at the HWT Transport Center. You can see the buildings, including this bank, have been boarded up. That's going to prevent wind damage. Some of the windows have not been boarded up, but at least these bottom floor windows have been, which is a good thing. So we got people driving on the roadways as well. Again, there are people still doing stuff right now. Obviously, should be sheltering in place, but there are still going to be people out there doing stuff. here in Jamaica. This is another live shot also. This is in, this is at Devon House in Kingston. We've got plenty of people driving on the road still. Doing last minute preparations. Got a power truck out there too. But again, not very, like, again, the winds right now in Kingston are not strong. If you're right along the coastline, it's different. But in Kingston specifically, it's not that windy yet. It's going to get a lot more windy in the next few hours, but for at least this exact moment, it's pretty calm. So, live shot, this is in, this is West Parade, Jamaica. This is a street view in downtown Kingston. There's already starting to, there's at least some minor flooding that has begun. Going to get a lot more significant here soon. A lot of, like, you can see the water coming down, like all the drains and stuff, they're struggling. Like, we've already had a decent amount of rain and it's only going to get worse. And this is the harbor cam in Kingston, which is still showing pretty treacherous conditions. The visibility is improved again. We've had some of these outer bands, bottom right of your screen, a lot of the outer bands have been going into Kingston over the last 12 hours or so. We've had some periods of where you can actually see the skyline, you can actually see the towers, and there's periods where you can't see anything across the harbor. Right now, it's a little bit calmer, and it's going to continue to kind of be up and down here. Love the new overlays, appreciate it. Yeah, we're still working on them. They're not done, but we'll have these too for severe weather coverages pretty soon. Similar type stuff. And once again, the maximum wind gusts with Melissa right now are at 215 miles per hour. The maximum sustained winds is 175. This is, again, a very intense hurricane. How's it going, Connor? Well, let's hit the United States if it keeps going west. There's no way that's happening. And I am not concerned that this is going to be going anywhere close to the United States. It's not. This is going to continue to track to the north. It's obviously not, it has not turned yet, but it will be turning here soon. This is not going towards the United States. There's literally no way it would. Again, it has been obviously not, it hasn't turned north yet. It's going to. It's only a matter of time. It just, for whatever reason, has continued to go west. I thought initially it was a wobble, but it hasn't been, so. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Mac. So we actually have two aircrafts in the air now. They're performing slightly different jobs. So the first of those is Teal 74. Teal 74, what they're going out there to do right now is they're trying to find the center of the storm and the pressure of that center. And then we also have NOAA out there in NOAA 42. That's the one that we've been talking about for a while. They will be focused more on what the storm is doing and how strong it is. So both of our hurricane hunters from both NOAA and the Air Force are in the air right now, and we will have that data sometime in the next couple of hours.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So there's actually two aircraft right now heading towards Hurricane Melissa, two different hurricane hunters. We have the more notable one. This is the one that measures a lot of the data that we are going to be looking at within the next 30 minutes or so. That is NOAA 42, or NOAA 42. That is going to be heading right into the northwest side of Hurricane Melissa here pretty soon. And then we also have Teal 42. Let me pull up Teal 42 here. Teal 42 is all the way back over here. That's coming out of the east, actually. And this might get to Melissa possibly a little bit faster. It's at least going to get to some of those outer bands here pretty soon. But that is actually coming out of all... I don't know why the line's way over there, but it's coming out of here, somewhere over here in the Lesser Antilles. And that'll be coming in here probably within the next 45 minutes or so. So we should at least get some of the outer band data relatively soon. These are all the outer bands. They're all basically currently still over in the ocean. Some of them haven't made it up towards Kingston within the last 12 hours or so. We're going to see plenty more of these reach Kingston and also central and eastern Jamaica here as we go into tonight. But more notably, again, this is going to be the more important aircraft, the NOAA 42. But both of them are doing different missions. They're both going to be very important to what's going on here in Melissa. But NOAA 42 currently over the ocean still. They are not very far from Jamaica. If we do a little measurement here, it's only about 230-ish miles northwest of Jamaica. These usually are traveling... don't know if we have the exact speed of travel. Do you have the speed of travel, Riley? Can you pull it up? I'm going to try to see how fast the plane might be moving. If we get that information, we at least have an idea of when this will be in the eye wall. So it might be on the flight radar, but once we have that, we might have at least a good ETA of when this will start to measure more important data. Because right now it's not over anything, it's just over some of the dry air on the northwest quadrant here of this hurricane. All right, it's moving south at 370 knots. Which, that's about 425 miles per hour. So basically, it'll be in the eye. It will take a little bit of time. It's not going to be exactly this, but I mean, it's basically from being in the eye of the hurricane, which is calm, it is approximately, give or take, about 45 minutes out. And then from being in the eye wall, it's probably about 30 minutes out or so. So it's getting pretty close. And then Teal 74 is moving at 290 knots, which would be around 360, 370 miles per hour moving to the west. So that's going to take a little bit more time. Let me do the track here. So it's about right here. So that's good hour and a half still out. So that one's going to take a bit more time. Thank you, Life Coach, for the super chat. If I remember correctly, Hurricane Patricia had sustained winds of 250 miles per hour 10 years ago. Also, thank you, William, for becoming a member. Yeah, I mean, again, this is one of the strongest hurricanes that we've had in the last several years. Milton was stronger, but, I mean, again, this could be stronger than Milton. We really don't know. I don't think it is, but, I mean, it's not far from it. So... You know, I just realized... Wait, did I? Does it not have it in here? Oh, that's what I use, Riley. Yeah, I use the storm track. Thank you, SOJ, for the $5 super chat. No, Cheese Curd has left, I think. She was in here for a bit. Yeah, my cat was going crazy. How's it going, Sherry? Welcome back. When's landfall again? Landfall is going to be sometime around, I think, about 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow. Give or take 3 hours. Again, if it keeps wobbling like this, might take more time. But it'll be sometime, I think, late tomorrow morning. Again, Melissa has been going further west than forecasted. It hasn't really taken that north turn yet, but it should be taking that north turn very soon. The eye wall is insanely well formed. This is a very organized eye. Again, very symmetrical. This is, again, we're gonna have hurricane data in about 30 minutes, but I do think this is probably upwards of 185 miles per hour for maximum sustained winds. We can't really base that off much, but I don't think this is weakened. I mean, with how dry the eye is and how it's actually gotten drier, a lot of the time when we have a dry eye like this, it usually indicates that it's still intensifying. And so the pressure could be sub 900 right now, and we're going to learn that pretty quickly once this Hurricane Hunter aircraft is in the hurricane. And again, if we go back over to the other screen here, I do want to show you, this is the flight map. Oh, never mind. I can't show you the other screen. Apparently, Elgato has no signal. That's impressive. Let me see if I can fix that. I don't know why that's like that. Riley, it says no signal on Elgato. All right, I'm going to fix that in a second. But in a second, I'll show you guys the flight map. But again, Teal 72, or Teal 74 is down here. That's about an hour and a half out or so. And then NOAA 42 is about 30 minutes out from getting to the northwest eye wall. So we'll have a lot more data then. I already tried that, Riley. I'm going to unplug it in a second. Thank you, Nova, for the super chat. Would it give it more time to get it even stronger? Yeah, I mean, with it being over water and literally still moving west, technically Melissa can get stronger from here. It can technically get even stronger for the next 6 hours. That is the problem with this hurricane. Initially, like a few days ago, we thought Melissa was going to make landfall sometime Monday morning or afternoon. It's now not forecast to make landfall until lunchtime tomorrow, and a lot of the hurricane models have picked up on this, including the HAFSB model run, which shows it staying as a very intense hurricane. It actually goes down to 892 millibars, which is actually crazy. I don't know if it's that low, but like that's at least what it's forecasted to get down to by this model, and it has it making landfall as 901 millibars. And it doesn't make landfall until about 9 o'clock or so, according to this model, just to the west of Black River in Jamaica, just south of Montego Bay. And that's pretty far west of Kingston. I have talked about this a couple of times. Yes, there is a low-end tornado potential, and that is mainly going to be this right here. These outer bands tonight will be moving through eastern Jamaica. There is a chance for an isolated tornado near Kingston. So that is a possibility. But by tomorrow morning, it's mostly just going to be heavy rain and hurricane force winds. Landfall's at noon. Landfall is not going to be noon. It'll be sometime around, like, I think 10 o'clock or so, 9, 10 o'clock. It's going to probably be a bit later. I said 7 earlier, but I think it's going to be closer to 10 with how much it's wobbling. This right here is overland by about, like, 5 miles or so, and that's at 1 p.m. So, or 2 p.m. It's technically 1 p.m. this time. So right here, it'll probably be making landfall at 10 tomorrow. And also, I do want to throw this out there. There is a radar site in Jamaica that is going to continue to go up and down. But this was a loop from the radar site in Jamaica with Melissa. And you see all that heavy rain, all those oranges, the reds. That's where the heaviest rain is currently falling with Melissa. So, tons of rain already falling in Jamaica, but again, the worst of that rain is coming from these outer bands because it's basically stationary. And then once it starts to move over land, we're going to get, you know, rainfall rates upwards of 3 to 4 inches per hour. And here's a stationary shot of that radar as well. Just to give an idea of that eye. This is the eye of the hurricane right here. These are some of the outer bands that are currently pushing into central and eastern Jamaica, dumping tons of rain. And that will continue for the next several hours. And that'll really continue all the way through Tuesday afternoon. Back over to Kingston Harbor right now. This is a live shot in Kingston Harbor, Jamaica. It was a lot more rough here earlier. With Melissa being a little bit further south now, the waves have not been as high. A lot of the outer bands that were going into Kingston are no longer going into Kingston. You can actually see right here on the bottom right of your screen, there's a little dry slot that is making its way up into Kingston right now. So the conditions will get probably a little bit calmer. The winds will stay pretty strong, but the waves are not as high as before, and the visibility is definitely improving. Thank you, A-Raid, for the super chat. Can you explain what's steering the hurricane? So there's a couple of different ridges that are very weak. The biggest steering factor with Melissa, I'm going to show you guys in a second after this camera shot goes off. There's actually birds still flying out there. Plenty of birds in the air right now. Got a whole pack of them. Just flying by. Birds, I think, are aware of the hurricane. They're prepping too. Wait, I haven't seen any birds, by the way, all day. Like, this is the first time that we've actually seen any birds on any of these cameras. It's the first signs of literally any wildlife. I don't think, like, I'm pretty sure we've been live for over 3 hours now. There has not been a single bird that I've seen on any of these cameras. Hey, Jody, for the super chat. But yeah, what I was about to say, like, we don't really have a whole lot of steering factors. Really the biggest steering factor is going to be the cold front that is coming out of Florida tomorrow. So once this cold front pushes through, that is what's actually going to push this off to the northeast. It's basically going to ride up that cold front. Eventually, it'll become an extra tropical system in the northern Atlantic Ocean. The only other thing that's really steering this is a high pressure system that's off to the east, and it's not strong. So that is why this thing's barely been moving. So there's only really 2 big steering factors with this entire thing. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So actually interesting talking about birds. Earlier, one of the things that our hurricane hunters noted is there are actually birds trapped inside of an eye or inside of the eye. So basically what happens is the birds will be on the water or on land or something, and the hurricane comes past. And obviously it's very, very dramatic. The birds sort of get kicked up into the eye. Then they get trapped there because they're not able to they're not able to fly out of the eye once they're in there. So they almost have to sit in the eye, travel with the storm, and then they have to wait for that storm to stop being or stop intensifying and weaken before they're actually able to fly out of the eye of the storm. Otherwise, they're just sort of stuck in the eye. The other thing I want to note about the eye is we talked about lightning about half an hour ago, and lightning is actually still continuing to get even stronger than it was before. This is the most lightning I've ever seen in an eye wall on satellite by far. That is indicating that this is still strengthening. This thing is not weakening. I'm almost certain when the hurricane hunters do get there, which they are entering the outflow bands of the hurricane right now, we will be A, sub 900 millibars, and B, the hurricane will be stronger than it is now in the current advisory. How much stronger, we don't really know. We haven't really seen a storm as strong as this in quite some time, and it's really hard to just throw out a number then have it be even close to accurate. So we're sort of just going to have to wait for the hurricane hunters to get there to see what that pressure is and that wind speed is, but I'm sure it will be something insane.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, I got the other thing working now. So this is what it looks like on the flight map, and that is where NOAA, or NOAA 42, is currently located. Once again, it is now taking a southeast turn. This is our hurricane hunters that are currently flying towards Hurricane Melissa. They are going to give us raw data, give us the latest on what is happening with Melissa in real time, and we are going to have a probably big update here pretty soon once Melissa is... or once these hurricane hunters are actually in Melissa, which again is really not that far from now. I mean, we're talking probably less than 30 minutes until we're starting to get some really good data. Give us an idea of how intense Melissa actually is. So. Somebody sent a super chat and said birds aren't real. What? Thank you, April, and also thank you, Aaron, for the super chats. Also thank you, Caitlin, for the 15 months. Bird NATO. Oh my goodness. Yeah, one of the very interesting things is that we have had in the past birds actually being the eye of the hurricane. So back over to Kingston Harbor. This is live right now from Jamaica. Birds are hidden cameras. We got more birds. Look at that. Even more birds are flying around. It's crazy that we actually have birds flying around here. I mean, again, we have not seen any up until now. It is calmer. I gotta say, like, in Kingston specifically, it did get a little bit calmer over the last hour. It's mainly because of a dry slot on the east side of the hurricane. If you look again, bottom right of your screen, a lot more dry air is kind of making its way, at least into southwestern Kingston right now. Also, this is another live shot from Kingston on another Sea Jamaica camera. You can, again, see these on YouTube as well. This is from Crossroads. You can actually see the higher elevations as well. Very low clouds out there in the distance. Still plenty of people out there. I'm going to go full screen to this. You can actually see a few people still walking out there. Again, the wind, we're not like at intense levels right now. We're not looking at, you know, hurricane force winds in Kingston by any means right now. But there are still people walking out there. Somebody with an umbrella. Keeping them dry for the time being. Still got some cars that are driving around, but again, this is like, for those that live in Jamaica, you probably know this is not typical at all. Like, we usually have way more people on the roadways. Like, it's way busier than this. So not very many people are out there right now. It is very, very, very quiet. As I say that, we got about seven cars now in the shot, but before there was only one. Very few people are actually driving around today. Businesses are closed. Tourism stuff is, you know, basically at a halt right now, so. Why will it turn north? It's because of the cold front coming out of Florida. There are 2 spaghetti models that bring it to Florida. It's not going to Florida, guys. All right, like, this is not heading towards Florida. This hurricane is literally going nowhere towards Florida. It's a Category 4. Stop clickbaiting. This is not a Category 4 hurricane. This is far from being a Category 4 hurricane right now, guys. This is literally 175 mile per hour sustained winds. This is 19 miles above the threshold. in terms of wind. This is a graphic for those that are in Jamaica right now. This is for the landslide suspectability. Essentially what this is showing is where landslides are the most prominent to happen. And so, again, we've alluded to this already, but like the Kingston area is where we would see the worst of the impacts out of Melissa. So if it went any further east, that is where landslides would be super duper common. On the west side of Jamaica and in central Jamaica, they're a little bit more hit or miss. It depends on where you are, but some of the higher elevations near Mainville, for example, north of Maypen, this is also an area that has high to even in some cases very high landslide potential. And also at the bottom left of your screen, you can see the population density. And notice how obviously Kingston is very populated. And so if we were to see Melissa go any further to the east than it already is, yes, we would have a very dangerous situation on our hands, essentially where we'd have life-threatening landslides across a very large chunk here of eastern Jamaica. So Halfway Tree, Kingston, west of Port Antonio, those are all areas that would be in catastrophic situations, essentially, with all the rain that's going to be falling. Now, luckily, Melissa's been tracking a bit further to the west, and assuming that landfall happens somewhere, I'm just going to draw some lines here, but basically it makes landfall somewhere between this area here. The worst of the landslides, the worst of the rainfall would be mostly centered towards this area, which would kind of avoid at least Kingston from being in the most catastrophic area. There will still be landslides, they just would not be as common, as frequent, as catastrophic. There would still be landslides, just not as frequent. That's what I'm basically saying. So this area in particular, Mainville, St. Anne's Bay, and as well as through Port Maria and Maypen and Spanish Town, those are all areas that would have more dangerous situations unfolding with landslides. So, but again, even Montego Bay, it's very populated. There's a pretty high suspectability that we'll have landslides there as well. I think Montego Bay, St. Anne's Bay, Mainville, and Maypen are going to be some of the hardest hit for those landslides. Hey, Arid for the super chat. I'm in Canada. When will this affect me? Actually, I mean, believe it or not, Canada could see some of this. It depends on the long-term track, but it'd be back up here near St. John's or east of Halifax. There's a low-end chance that we actually could see some sort of impacts up here. Hey, Storm for the $10 super chat. Birds are caught in the eye more often than you would expect. It's very common things for birds to camp out lakes and beaches and wait for the storms to deposit tropical birds. Mass before. All right, well, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I mean, yeah, birds do get stuck in hurricanes pretty often. That is a real thing. We had it happen with Milton last year. We actually had, I don't remember what it was, but there was something that was showing a clear view of birds in Milton when it was making landfall in Florida. And a lot of those birds usually end up dying because, like, the eye is usually like this for several days and they don't have any way to actually get food. So, my goodness, this is crazy. Milton still, or not Milton, Melissa still hasn't changed directions. It is still going west. This is the satellite view. It is still going west. It has not turned, it has not changed directions yet. It's very surprising, to be honest. All right, we got a little video update from Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton. I'm getting that up on screen here in a second. We got a brand new update from Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, who is currently positioned in Jamaica. Need 1 second for that. Why do I, dude, why do I not have the HVAC extension? How do I show that video? I can't do it for that for some reason. I have to get that HEVC extension again for 99 cents that I still haven't done. All right, I'm getting a video. 1 moment. I don't know why that's a thing on this computer. I don't know why I don't just pay the 99 cents. This has happened like 4 times now on a stream. It's not the first time. All right, we're going to have a video update from our Storm Chaser Bryce Shell in a moment, who is currently in Jamaica. Thank you, Neon, for the $5 super chat. Sitting in Spanish Town right now. Just took... Hey, stay safe. Thank you, Tech, also for the super chat. Amazing chat, Boston Lives. I appreciate that. Thank you also, GRP, for the super chat. Great coverage as always. Appreciate that. Thank you. But again, one of our very own storm chasers, Bryce Shelton, he is on our channel. He's also on the Radar Omega app whenever he is live. He has a little update for us, which I am going to show you guys right here in a second. I just got to put on audio. All right, here we go. This is Bryce Shelton, latest update here from Jamaica.
Hey there, Max Velocity, your storm chaser Bryce Shelton here in Treasure Beach, Jamaica, as final preparations are underway as Hurricane Melissa looms off into the Caribbean. As you can see here, the ocean is not happy this afternoon, and it is continuing to build as Melissa moves closer to the Jamaican coast. I plan on riding out the storm here, elevated of course, so we'll see what happens. But be sure to stay tuned to Max Velocity and follow us on socials at Tornado Pagey.
All right, that's the latest there from Bryce Shelton, who again is currently positioned near the Black River area of Jamaica. Again, he is going to be out there. I'm pretty sure he's going to be going live again here pretty soon at some point, either tonight or definitely tomorrow for landfall, as long as there is connection. He has a Starlink, so hopefully he'll be able to stay up. But he's out there. He's riding this hurricane out. He is pretty crazy for being here. There are a lot of chasers in general did not go here because of the concerns of safety and whatnot. So here's the last about 150 minutes of Milton, or I keep saying Milton now, Melissa, south of Jamaica. Again, it continues to track more to the west. It's on the very far western side right now of the cone of uncertainty. We are kind of awaiting to see if it takes a turn. Notice one thing, I want to point this out. The convection has actually gotten a lot deeper here over the last few runs, or over the last few scans here on infrared imagery. See all that convection here? That's actually towering even colder. These are some of the coldest cloud tops you'll ever see is with a hurricane. This is around negative 90 degrees Celsius. So very, very cold right now for cloud tops aloft with this hurricane. And here's a closer view as well. So again, this hurricane is very, very intense, and it's actually getting more intense as we speak. And again, we could be talking about a sub 900 millibar hurricane here shortly. We are awaiting hurricane hunters to fly into the hurricane. Right now, the latest position update, look at this. You can actually see it. NOAA 42, that is the next hurricane hunter aircraft. They are about to come into the western side of Melissa here shortly. That is the airplane. It's right there. All right, so it's about to come into the northwestern side here shortly. Let me pull up the other Hurricane Hunter aircraft as well. Again, you can do this all in the Radar Omega app. You can pull up the different radar flights and get the live data as it comes in. This is the Teal 72 or 74 flight. They're actually much further to the east, but they will be coming up into the eastern side of the hurricane here pretty soon. Both of these are doing different missions. You got Melissa, again, currently positioned about 145 miles to the southwest of Kingston. And then this is, again, NOAA 42. They're much closer. They're going to be in the hurricane eye within probably 30 minutes. I've been kind of over. I thought it would be much faster. I honestly thought they'd be in it by now, but they're a good probably 30 minutes from being in the eye. Thank you, Ginger, for the super chat as well. Love the cut channel. Appreciate that. New spaghetti cones. I mean, spaghetti models. We do have a new suite of spaghetti models that has just come out. This is the intensity guide for Hurricane Melissa. It is still forecasted to be upon landfall an intense Category 5 hurricane. Very powerful storm. Going to be making landfall tomorrow around 10 in the morning in Jamaica. So it'll continue as a Category 5 hurricane, and then upon landfall in Cuba, it'll be somewhere around a Category 4, maybe a Category 3, somewhere in that ballpark, and then the Bahamas should be a Category 2. If we go over to the spaghetti models, this is the latest run for spaghetti models for Melissa. I have to zoom in here, but again, really none of them are showing, like, all of them are still pretty much showing landfall in Jamaica. Very far left side of your screen, you can see that. They're all still making landfall in Jamaica, just somewhere near that Black River area. So there hasn't really been that much of a shift with the spaghetti models. We have new hurricane models coming out here shortly as well, so we'll see if those have changed at all. Here's another live shot again from Kingston Harbor. This is on the Sea Jamaica live camera. Melissa is getting closer and closer to landfall right now. We are approximately 18 hours from landfall, if not sooner. Why is all the United States blue on my radar, Omega? You could actually change the border outlines. That's why it's different on my end. Birds aren't real. All right. Could Melissa do a loop before going north? I don't think it will. I've never really seen... Like, that's not something that really happens that often. I don't think it's going to do a full-blown loop, but it is very fascinating that this hurricane is still going west. I mean, it literally has not turned north. It turned north earlier for a brief amount of time, and now it's going back to the west. It's been very fascinating this entire time. This is an entire loop here. You can see it's been wobbling a little bit. I thought this was initially just a wobble, but it's been basically going due west. Has not yet turned to the north. And the longer it goes west, the better chance that this will make landfall further in western Jamaica, and that would at least alleviate some of the major impacts for the Kingston area. What are the chances Melissa goes sub 900? We'll know here in a few minutes once the Hurricane Hunter aircraft is, close by. But I think it's probably right around 900 millibars. I mean, again, it was measured at 906 millibars at about 2 o'clock this afternoon by the Hurricane Hunters. We should have a new update on that here very soon, though. We have a big lightning uptick in Melissa. This is the latest lightning in Melissa. That is a big lightning uptick. That's a lot of lightning for a hurricane. Huge uptick in lightning. That is a really concerning trend. Again, I still think this is probably intensifying right now. Apparently, there's I don't know why, but there's a video online of somebody washing their car with all the floodwaters already in Jamaica. Just pass by that. By the way, if you're just tuning in and haven't already seen some of the crazy photos and videos from Melissa today in terms of going into the eye of the hurricane, these are some of the views that were inside of Hurricane Melissa earlier today from hurricane hunters that flew through. We're going to get more videos tonight once they fly through again, but this is kind of an idea of what it looks like inside of Hurricane Melissa. These videos taken by Dr. Josh Wadler. A war for becoming a member. It's another video as well of the aircraft that were flying in. Thank you heavily for becoming, or for the super chat. And then this another view of it, looking at the waves below the eye. You don't usually see the waves with a hurricane. In this case, again, very turbulent waters right below the eye of the hurricane. Whereas at NOAA 42 right now, it is still northwest of the hurricane. It is going to be coming in here shortly. By the way, in case you missed it, we just posted that live update that we had with Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, who is positioned right now in Jamaica on our social media pages on both Facebook and Twitter. If you're not already following us there, make sure to check it out. That's at Max Velocity WX. There are links to those in the description if you want to follow us over there. We just had Bryce Shelton with a live update not too long ago. And so we'll continue to have live updates from him throughout the afternoon, evening, and also into tomorrow. Hopefully you stay safe out there. This is a live shot once again from Kingston. We are currently in a dry slot in Kingston, which means it's much drier currently in Spanish Town and Kingston. We've had birds flying around. But it is very calm right now in Kingston. Hopefully it stays that way for a little bit. 897 confirmed. What? Is that, like, breaking? Did that just come in? I don't know why people are saying 897 in the chat. Hey, Max, the super chat. There's not going to be anything confirmed until we actually have a Hurricane Hunter in the eye, or even near the eye. So they're still not even in the eye yet. Hey, Joseph, for the $10 super chat. This is a little loop here of the lightning increasing right now in our eye wall. That is a look at the lightning increasing right in our eye wall here over the last half hour to an hour. The lightning increasing does usually mean it's still a very intense hurricane, could even still be intensifying. Is Tornado Pagey in Jamaica? Tornado Pagey isn't, but Bryce is. I know it says Tornado Pagey. It's actually technically Bryce Shelton. They're a chasing duo, but Bryce is there. He's still there. I mean, he's basically just hunkering down for landfall right now. He's getting prepared for potentially another stream tonight, if not one tomorrow, for landfall. And as long as there's power and infrastructure there for him to actually go live, he's going to go live again. But, I mean, the Starlink is basically the only thing he's able to stream off of. The cell towers are going to go down tonight, probably, from the high winds and all the catastrophic rainfall and the landslides. So latest Hurricane Hunter aircraft update was 5:02 p.m., so about 4 minutes ago. They are now coming up into the western side of the hurricane. This right here is the plane. That is NOAA 42. They are going to be flying right into the hurricane. We're going to have new data coming in here pretty shortly once NOAA 42 flies into the western quadrant here of Hurricane Melissa. Does Category 6 exist? Category 6 hurricanes do not exist. Joseph says, since there are drunk NATOs, what is a drunk hurricane? We actually had a drunk hurricane last year. I don't remember which one it was, but basically, I mean, what I would define a drunk hurricane as is something that just wobbles a ton. This one, honestly, is kind of drunk. It's really going off course right now. It's really weird how much it's gone west. It has still not turned north, by the way. Melissa has still not turned north. It is still going west. It turned north briefly. But it is still going west. It's basically on the western side now of our cone of uncertainty. It's gone much further west than forecasted. We have a brand new update from WX Fatalities on Twitter regarding the fatalities so far from Hurricane Melissa. We are now at 7 fatalities with at least 1 child missing. That is as of 5:25 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time today. 4 of them were in Haiti. 3 of them were in Fontamara. That was reported by the United Nations OCHA. We also had 2 in Jamaica. 1 of them was in St. Elizabeth, 1 was in Hanover, and then 1 in the Dominican Republic. 3 of them were from landslides. 2 of them were indirect during preparations. And both of those were in Jamaica, and then 1 was flood related and 1 was wind related. Keep in mind, we haven't even seen a landfall. We've really only seen tropical storm conditions in these countries, and that's mostly been from rain, to be honest. So we have not yet reached hurricane conditions anywhere. That includes Jamaica. And unfortunately, these numbers are only going to climb tonight and tomorrow. The eye is getting smaller. It's gotten a little bit smaller. Yeah, it actually... I don't think it's by much, but it has gotten a little bit smaller. Let me do a little measurement here. It's still about 10 miles or so. If we go back to earlier, about 13 miles. So yeah, it's gotten a little bit smaller. It's not dramatic, but it's dropped by a couple miles. Once again, the pressure of this hurricane's at 906 millibars. It has not dropped yet. We do not have any data either that has actually said it has dropped any closer. There's a thunderstorm here. I don't know if anybody just heard that thunder. But yeah, again, that is still, it's still at 906 millibars. We'll have another update though on pressure here very shortly once the hurricane hunters are actually inside of the hurricane. This is the rainfall map for Jamaica. This was updated within the last hour from the National Hurricane Center. They have outlined that basically all of central and eastern Jamaica is going to receive between 20 to 30 inches of rain on top of what we've already seen, which basically means combining the rain we've seen and what is to come, we are probably going to be upwards of 40 inches of rain before this is all said and done. On top of that, there is a possibility that we could see over 30 inches of rain in some isolated locations, especially near the mountainous regions. All right, so keep in mind that this hurricane is going to cause catastrophic flooding, tons of rainfall for Jamaica. Further off to the north in Cuba, we now have an area that we're going to be keeping an eye on for well over that. Sorry, that was not updated. This is updated. Why was I on the other one? This is the updated one, but this is the additional 3-day rainfall forecast. They have put out a 20 to 30 inch range of rainfall in parts of southern Cuba. This is brand new on the 5 p.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center. And they also have a 20 to 30 inch area in central Jamaica. They have shifted the most significant rainfall totals a little bit further to the west on the latest outlook to accompany where the eye of the hurricane is going, which it looks like it's going to make landfall somewhere in the western half of Jamaica. So we are talking about a widespread 16 to 20 inches of rainfall on top of what we've already seen. I keep saying that because we've already seen in a lot of areas 8 to 12 inches of rain in Jamaica, and a lot more is to come. And then anywhere in that red is 12 to 16 inches of rainfall, which does include eastern Cuba all the way back through a large chunk of Jamaica. There will be areas that again see over 30 inches of rainfall on top of what we've already seen, which is going to be catastrophic. Our hurricane models will be coming out again here very shortly with the 18Z model runs coming out. This was the 12Z model run, which was a little while ago, still indicating that it will make landfall as a 900 millibar hurricane, which is a very intense Category 5 hurricane coming up into southwestern Jamaica here very, very, very soon. This is back over live in Kingston right now. Once again, waves are getting much higher. Conditions are still pretty treacherous out there. We'll have another update from our National Hurricane Center hurricane hunters here in a moment. They're going to update the location in just a moment. And this hurricane hunter aircraft is coming into the western side of the hurricane right now. What if it keeps going west? Well, if it keeps going west and it actually makes landfall somewhere in western Jamaica, then what's going to happen is that we are going to probably see the more catastrophic impacts actually happen on the western half of Jamaica instead of like near Kingston. Initially, we thought Kingston would get hit the hardest. Doesn't look like that's as true now with how much it's been going west, but obviously, again, things could change. But again, Melissa has still not turned to the north at this hour. It turned north earlier, but hasn't since then. It's definitely hitting Florida. This is not hitting Florida, guys. If you're in Florida, you guys are fine. The only thing bad hitting Florida is the Miami Dolphins football team. That thing is terrible. Nothing coming to Florida. California is not going to see this. Yeah, for the record, I'm a Patriots fan. I am allowed to say that. I'm not a Dolphins fan. I don't know how anybody could watch that team this year. They are so terrible. The only way that Melissa goes further east, I don't know. This has been going really far west. I do also want to mention that like the convection has gotten even deeper. These cloud tops are even colder than before. And it still seems like Melissa is intensifying. But the only way it goes back to the east if it starts to wobble that way. It hasn't wobbled at all. It's still going west. It's a very interesting path right now. Also, we only got about an hour or so left until satellite imagery is completely pitch black. Again, the sun is setting, but this is what the satellite imagery has looked like throughout the daytime today. This is what it looked like when we woke up. Melissa, again, Category 5 hurricane. It became a Category 5 at 5 a.m. this morning, and I was awake again making that video this morning, and we have had that out for a while, but it became a Category 5 this morning, and is now turning off to the north. Or it's still turning off to the northwest, but it should turn off to the north here pretty soon, we would think, as a very intense Category 5. But again, satellite imagery is going to be gone here pretty soon as the sun sets. This is a look at water vapor imagery. And you can see how dry the eye is. This is all dry air. Again, this is the driest eye that we've ever had on record for a hurricane ever. And this includes typhoons as well. It's an extremely dry eye, and it has not yet made a north turn, but it is a very intense hurricane. We still think it has been intensifying over the last few hours, and the National Hurricane Center will be investigating that here shortly. Hurricane hunters, again, currently just west of the Eye of Melissa. Just barely off to the west, and there's the location update. There you go. They're now entering into the northwest side of Melissa. So we got some wind data starting to come in, at least on the far western side of Melissa. The knots are right around 40, so 40 knots, pressure down to about 998 millibars where they're located. Keep in mind, if we go back to infrared imagery here, they are still on the very far western side of Melissa. They are just entering into some of that deep towering convection. We're gonna have some new data here coming in soon for Melissa. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll be live again for several hours covering Melissa with any new updates. We're going to have breaking updates here very shortly with regards to how intense Melissa is as the Hurricane Hunter aircraft comes into the western side of this hurricane. Once again, biggest trend that we've been seeing throughout the daytime today is that Melissa has been moving further to the west than forecasted, which does mean that in all essence, we might end up seeing this make landfall somewhere further west in Jamaica. There's always a low chance as well that it could somehow, make landfall or not make landfall in Jamaica at all, and just skim by the west coast of Jamaica, which would still lead to catastrophic impacts for parts of Jamaica. But no matter how you cut it, we're still going to see big impacts in Jamaica. It's just a matter of time until this thing turns to the north. Hey, Thompson, for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate the generosity. Is there a possibility it could go further west and make a more catastrophic landfall in Jamaica or in Cuba? That is entirely in play. I mean, if for whatever reason this, one of the biggest things I want to point out here is the reason why Melissa is going to weaken as it moves over Jamaica is because we have all these mountains here. That's one of the reasons. And that's going to help to kind of actually grow the hurricane size, but also lower the wind speeds and kind of weaken this storm. But if for some reason it actually went on the western path, it would actually be a stronger hurricane going into Cuba, which is actually very interesting. So that's something else that we have to keep an eye on. Again, I would still be, if you're in Jamaica, still hunker down. There's nothing should be changing for your preparation plans in Jamaica. I'm just saying, hypothetically, if this were to take the most westerly path, it would be a much stronger hurricane into Cuba. It would probably be a Cat 4 at the bare minimum. Right now, it's forecast to be a high-end Cat 3 before making landfall in Cuba. And that's the location right there. It's probably going to make landfall somewhere between Manzanillo and Santiago de Cuba. But again, hurricane most likely will be making landfall in Cuba somewhere, in Jamaica, somewhere between Alligator Pond and Lucia and Montego Bay. And there's the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. We got two different Hurricane Hunters flying into this thing. We got one coming out of the west, and then we have Teal 74, which is a different mission that'll be coming out of the east, which is this one right here. All right, let me go back over to satellite. It's back over live here in Kingston Harbor. The latest live shot still showing Treacherous conditions out there. Visibility is not terrible. It's been up and down. We are still in a little bit of a dry slot right now for Kingston. We're starting to get some heavier rain bands now coming into Spanish Town and Port Antonio. So rainfall rates around 1 to 3 inches of rain is going to continue here over the next several hours. But we are going to have some new data coming in from the National Hurricane Center in terms of intensity very shortly once NOAA 42, which is one of the hurricane hunters, moves in to Melissa. Which will be shortly. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just another update on the lightning activity in the eye wall. It's continuing to just get even stronger. Oh, it broke again. Nice.
I have no sound on. All right, one sec. We're going to go over to what Riley was talking about. Sound died? Yeah, that was my bad. I clicked the mute button by accident. All right, let's do this. Let's do that. All right, go ahead.
All right, so we were just going to talk a little bit about lightning and what's going on with that. So this is something that we are still continuing to see uptick, and this just means that the hurricane is almost certainly still strengthening. We are going to have the hurricane hunters in the eye wall soon, and we're going to know for sure that this is most likely strengthening. But the lightning is basically all we have to look out right now, and obviously, just like in a thunderstorm, lightning is caused by sort of precipitation and things bumping together in the clouds. That causes static electricity, and then the static electricity just pops, and that's what causes lightning. So that's exactly what we have going on in the eye wall right now. It's just all of that horizontal and vertical motion from how powerful of a system this is, causing that static electricity and causing a lot of lightning. This isn't something that we see in anywhere, or this isn't something we see commonly in our category 1, 2, 3 hurricanes. We really only see this with our 4s and 5s, and we very, very rarely, in fact, not any time in recent history, have we seen it as strong as what we do right now. So that is telling us that this is just continuing to be an absolutely insane storm, with setting records, not only with the temperature. We talked about it earlier, how this was the driest eye ever recorded, but it's also the most active in terms of lightning. So we've broken at least 2 records with this hurricane, and just remember, this thing hasn't even made landfall yet. We've never seen a category 5 hurricane make landfall in Jamaica. This is still forecast to make landfall as either a category 5 or 4. I do think the reason that on the outlook right now it shows it being a category 4 is because we know that sooner or later this thing is going to go through eye wall replacement. So we can't guarantee that it would be category 5 status as it gets closer to Jamaica, just because that's not really how hurricanes work. But we could see that happen, and the National Hurricane Center always likes to be on the low end with their forecast, just because the effects are already so extreme when they're talking between a category 4 or 5. It doesn't really matter. So they're basically saying that we at least have a category 4 hurricane making landfall, if not more. So that's what we can expect in Jamaica as this hurricane grows ever so closer.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, all right, we got the other computer fixed again, the screen sharing thing. So, as the latest here for, again, Hurricane Melissa. This is, again, still a Category 5 hurricane. If you've not already heard, it's now the most powerful Category 5 hurricane we've had this year in all of the Atlantic Ocean. It is currently sitting at a powerful Category 5 hurricane, maximum sustained winds of 175 miles per hour. On top of that, the wind gusts are up to 215 miles per hour. So this is a very intense hurricane that is currently still moving to the west. It is not fully turned off to the north yet. If we've learned one thing about Melissa here over the last few hours, and honestly about hurricanes in general that are sub 910 millibars, these tend to be very unpredictable when it comes to the path of where these hurricanes go, and we are seeing that in real time right now. We are seeing this hurricane literally unpredictable. It's currently moving west. It was supposed to turn north hours ago and has not changed directions. Milton did the same thing, by the way. It did some weird stuff. Like, it was changing directions. And this one, again, is really no exception. This thing has literally been turning. It has not turned yet to the north. It's literally just been churning to the west here for now several hours. So... Milton did it. Ian did it. These are unpredictable hurricanes, and this hurricane is, again, no exception. It is a very unpredictable hurricane. It is still moving basically due west right now, and we gotta wait and see if it turns. But this is a big deal, guys. I mean, like, this is gonna change a lot of things if it keeps going west like this. Katrina did it. Like, there's every single hurricane that was around 920, 910, 900 millibars. I mean, like, every single one of them did the same exact thing. Also, Hurricane Hunter aircraft is about to update in a moment. We'll have new data from them in a moment. They're very close to getting to the more intense part of Melissa, so we'll have that here within the next few moments. Another thing I want to point out is that this right here is our heat content in the Caribbean Sea. This is something we've been referring to here for the last several weeks and months. I mean, there's plenty of heat content and heat potential essentially available in the Caribbean Sea for there to be a big hurricane. And that is what we're seeing right now. Again, all these purples and pinks and reds, dark reds, that indicates that this environment is just so warm. It's so favorable for hurricanes. We just haven't had a whole lot of rising motion and tropical waves that have actually entered into this environment without there being basically fatal wind shear to basically, you know, rip apart tropical waves. In this case, we have very little wind shear, and that is why this has gotten so intense. All right, we got a big update. Hurricane hunters are now located in the, are about to be in the eye wall. So they are currently on the west side of Melissa. That's where they're located, right here. All right, currently the latest measurement of wind is at 68 knots. Or sorry, 70 knots. Their peak wind speed that they just measured was 70 knots. That is on the west side of the hurricane. That is not yet in the hurricane. But we are about to get pressure data. We are about to get wind data. And we will have a major update regarding the intensity of Melissa here very shortly as the hurricane hunters are racing into the west side of Melissa. They're going to do a little crossover like this. Something like this is usually what they do. So they're going to be crossing the several different segments of our eye wall. And also the eye. And you can all track this inside of the Radar Omega app. Don't forget, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below. You can track the hurricane hunters. You can put on satellite if you're a Gamma Plus subscriber. And also when TornadoPG/Bryce Shelton is live again, they'll be live inside of the Radar Omega app. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I wanted to sort of touch, again, as we see our hurricane hunters get closer to the eye of the hurricane, what both of our planes are doing. So we have two different planes out there, one from NOAA, one is the Teal mission. So slightly different missions, slightly different planes, but you need a lot of different equipment and just sort of aircraft to get all the data about a storm like this. So the one that we're looking at the most that we've been talking about is the NOAA 42 mission. That's the one that's come down from Florida and is on its way into the eye right now. The entire mission of this airplane flying into the eye is to figure out how strong the hurricane is and how much, just a bunch of other difference around the eye wall and all that sort of data. So this is where we're going to be getting our drops on. This is going to be the plane to watch to figure out what the pressure is, what the wind speed is, all that fun stuff. The other mission that we're talking about is our Air Force mission. So if we switch over to the toggle here, that one is actually coming up from South America. And this is going to fly through here a little bit after our other mission does, and it's going to also try and go right through the center of the hurricane. And the only point in this plane is to figure out the exact center of the hurricane. So what they're going to do is they're basically going to go in the eye of the hurricane and fly around here and collect a bunch of different pressure data. Then from that pressure data, they're going to say, all right, right here it was 898 millibars, but over here it was 897 millibars, and right here is 96, all that fun stuff. Whatever the lowest pressure that this aircraft finds will be the official center of the hurricane and the pressure for that. So that's why you have two airplanes. This is actually something I only last saw, I think it was during Hurricane Milton, and we actually had two planes basically in the eye wall of the storm at the same time. It'll be really interesting to see if that happens. Timing wise, it does look like we could actually see two different airplanes in the eye at the exact same time, and that's only ever happened, like I said, in Milton. So maybe we'll see that happen, but until both planes are there, we won't know for sure. But definitely going to be some very, very important, crucial data here in the next half hour.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, very big data is going to be coming in here over the next 30 minutes. Again, this is the first time that we've had any Hurricane Hunter aircraft inside of Melissa in well over, 4 hours. It's actually been about 6 hours since the last time we actually had a Hurricane Hunter aircraft in here, which between 6 hours and now, a lot of things have changed. Like, again, Melissa's been tracking more to the west, and on top of that, it might even be more intense. Like, we just don't really know because we haven't had any data being collected. There isn't really anything out here to collect data. There are buoys in some places, but like even then, the buoys are not going to do that much. Like, we're not going to get data like we can with Hurricane Hunter aircraft. And one of the reasons why this is so important for Hurricane Hunters is because like we need data to be able to figure out what's going on in a hurricane. We need this. Like, if we didn't have Hurricane Hunter aircraft at all, we might not even know the intensity of some of these hurricanes. Technology, satellites are not that good. Like, they're not good enough to basically determine what the intensity of a hurricane is. On top of that, when it comes to just the hurricane itself, like if you looked at the hurricane yesterday on satellite, you may have thought it was a Category 5 yesterday morning. It wasn't. It was still like a Category 4, 135, 140 mile per hour winds. So again, technology is not at the point where we can just say, Hurricane Hunters are not needed, because this is really critical data. They go into all parts of the hurricane, all different eye walls. Every eye wall is different too. Sometimes the eye wall on the east side is way more intense. Sometimes it's the north one. It just kind of varies. So that's why this is so important. Thank you also, Nick, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Pi, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, again, if you're in Jamaica, again, now is your time. You got to be hunkering down and stay safe. There are still people that have been driving out there. Again, this is what it looks like in Kingston Harbor. Kingston Harbor hasn't been that terrible, but it's been raining. It's been pretty windy all day. It's only going to get worse from here. This is what it looks like in Kingston Harbor right now, and we'll see upwards of 13 feet of storm surge here in Kingston Harbor tonight, which means that is 13 feet above ground level. What if it doesn't turn? It's going to turn at some point. It's just a matter of time. But this is a pretty unpredictable hurricane for sure. I mean, this is going way further west than I think when any of us were thinking. This is quite literally, it's pretty unbelievable. I mean, again, this is over 20-ish miles further west than when it was supposed to turn, and that's a big deal. I mean, again, when you think about it, Jamaica is not that big of a country. It's 140 miles, and so a 20-mile difference in landfall is major when it comes to the population density here. This is the population density map. And also, on top of that, this is the landslide susceptibility. I cannot say that word. But this is basically where we could see landslides and also the population density on top of that. And you can see the population density is very high in both Montego Bay and also near Kingston and Halfway Tree and Spanish Town. There's a decent amount of population also back where we think it's going to make landfall, which is near Black River, Mainville, and Savannah Lamar. But yeah, I mean, again, the difference is huge, because if this were to make landfall right next to Kingston, we're talking about catastrophic impacts and almost undoubtedly a much higher count of deaths. Like, that's just the nature of it. Like, that would be what happens. That being a bit further west, that's honestly probably a better thing. It would at least avoid some of the more populated areas. Thank you, lady, for the 15 months. I'm going to be honest, like, there isn't really a main driver when it comes to Melissa going further to the west. There's nothing really driving this to go way further to the west. Sometimes hurricanes like this can just wobble, and sometimes they can actually just be unpredictable. We've had a lot of Category 5 hurricanes that have been below 910 millibars do this, where they're really unpredictable, and they go much further west, they go much further south, they just change directions unexpectedly, and that's what we're seeing right now in real time. It's just such an intense hurricane. I mean, like, there isn't going to be one single thing that's going to really steer it. Honestly, again, this is a more intense hurricane than forecasted, which might also be the reason why it's been going further west. Because with the cold frontal boundary that's off to the north, like, that's what's going to push this off to the north eventually. But we haven't had that happen, it seems like, yet. It did briefly go north. If we do, again, a loop here and we go back to, this morning even, like, you could see how it started to turn north. It had a brief period where it was turning north, like right there, and now it's going back to the west. Like, it hasn't actually fully turned north. And whoa, look at this. This is weird. Now it's almost going south. It's now wobbling down to the south on the last couple infrared imagery scans. Drawing a line to the center here. This thing is now turning south. Thank you, Lamb, for the super chat. So Melissa has now begun to turn south. Whether that is just a wobble or it is just doing some weird shenanigans. And there is the Hurricane Hunters. They've just flown through the eye of Melissa. So Hurricane Hunters have just flown through Melissa. I'll have Riley coming on to break down some of these numbers in a moment. It sounds like they missed the eye. All right, so the Hurricane Hunters have missed the eye of the hurricane. They've barely missed the eye, apparently. They were in the eye, like kind of in the eye, but they didn't actually go into the eye. Like in the dead center. The pressure numbers I'm seeing is 910 millibars and 912, but again, that's not the center, so. From what I'm seeing, they've missed the eye of the hurricane. We are going to get another loop of the hurricane here soon. It happens. It does happen sometimes where they miss the eye of the hurricane. But talking about wind speeds, at least, we can at least get an idea of the wind speeds. Peak wind, 121 knots. The highest was 146 that they have measured in at least the northwestern quadrant of this hurricane. Again, there are several quadrants that are within this hurricane. So that basically means this translates to about 170 mile per hour winds, all right? What I want to point out is that they are going to go through every segment of this hurricane. This side, this side, this side, this side. And sometimes one side like this can have 180 mile per hour winds, and sometimes this side can only have like 160. Like, they can vary. So keep in mind that even though we only have, I say only, we only have 170 mile per hour winds basically being measured on the northwest side. That does not mean that's the intensity. It can be much higher than that in another quadrant. So we have critical data still coming in, but as I just alluded to, the National Hurricane Hunters here have apparently missed the eye. So wasn't safe. I mean, the safest place to be is in the eye, technically, but they're going to be going through all sorts of turbulence here over the next few minutes. By the way, this is a buoy camera. This back over, it only has one photo, but it's actually a buoy camera over on the eastern side of the some of the like the really far, not outer bands, but just some of the convection out to the east of the hurricane. Aren't any buoys inside of the hurricane itself, but it's kind of a cool feature. But once again, Melissa has been taking a weird turn. It is like turning south right now. It's doing some weird shenanigans. This hurricane's weird. It is definitely weird. And another reason why I think this might be lower than 905 millibars, for example, is because of the fact that it is just wobbling so much and it's just turning weird. Like, this is only something that we see with very, very intense hurricanes. So that is one of the reasons why I've been alluding to that. And again, any of the purple, I know a lot of people are asking, like, what do these colors actually mean? When we look at infrared imagery specifically, and that's what we're looking at, that's the tool that we are essentially using right now to look at this hurricane. When we see these purple colors or these brighter colors, I'm going to go over the RAM slider here so you can see a little bit better. But like all these white colors, those are extremely cold cloud tops. Like, we're talking negative 80 to 100 degrees Celsius cloud tops here. Like, this is very cold, which means the towers, basically, these cloud tops, are extremely tall. So that is essentially what we're looking at here. Just saw a post saying birds were stuck in the eye of the storm. They might be. I haven't seen anything. Are they? Okay, so yeah, we do have birds in the eye of the hurricane right now. Yeah, so there are birds currently in the eye, and I mean, again, usually when we have birds in the eye of a hurricane, they usually don't survive usually. So because there's no way to have food or anything like that, and then when they get out of the hurricane, like the winds are super high. Hey Jennifer, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. Do the guys going through the eye live stream it? They do not. No, there's no infrastructure for that. But I mean, honestly, that'd be kind of cool if they did that in the future. If the hurricane hunters had like a live stream flying through the eye of the hurricane, that'd be really cool. But that does not exist as of right now. But once again, we are starting to see some very cold cloud tops. There's a pretty good chance that, again, this is a more intense hurricane than what it currently shows on, even like just in terms of what we just saw with the first pass-through of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. We'll have another pass-through in a few minutes, but again, the thinking right now is that, again, they missed the eye, so we don't have the exact pressure. If we go over to some of these graphs, we can actually look at the pressure graph of what they have just gone through. And they just launched a drop sonde as well in the northwest eye wall. So this is basically something that they drop out of the airplane to measure winds and pressure and all that. And so they have been measuring winds at least near the surface of around 115 knots, which is where they dropped it, which again is probably higher than that for the actual winds inside of this hurricane. And then this is the graph of pressure, and the lowest pressure they measured on their first pass-through is 910 millibars. There's, again, reason to believe it is lower than that. We do think they at least missed the eye to some extent. So it might be lower than that. Hey, Quack for the $10 super chat. And we'll have another update from the National Hurricane Hunters in just a moment. This is another live shot from Kingston Harbor. This is actually pretty unbelievable. The visibility is back down to basically zero again. So the visibility is back down close to zero again. The night is coming. I mean, we're about to be going into darker conditions. It's going to be harder to see really anything here. So we are pretty close to having sunset here in Jamaica, which means that it's going to be pretty dark here soon. And then whenever power goes out, there's not going to be anything. Like, you're not going to be able to see really much of anything. This is another live shot from the See Jamaica live camera network. And this is over here in the Devon House in Kingston. You can actually see the water. It's getting pretty high now. We're starting to get some flooding. And again, the drainage is not that great in Jamaica, so this is only going to get worse, especially since we are forecasting 30 plus inches of rain in some places. But you can see the water starting to puddle up on the roadways, and then from there, it's only going to keep getting worse. Thank you, Noodle, for the super chat. We do have a 3D view of the structure. I'll do that in a minute. Thank you, Brian, for becoming a member. Got a guy on a motorcycle out here, too. Going right through the rain. This is also a view at the Halfway Tree Transport Center. I actually got quite a bit of people right now walking. Quite a bit of people walking with umbrellas down the road right now. Again, there's not really anything hurricane-related in Kingston at this exact moment, at least right now inland. Winds are still pretty calm, but they're going to intensify tonight. Again, the bank has been boarded up. We have boards on the wall there on the right side of your screen. We got multiple people that have just been kind of walking around, though, here. And plenty of vehicles still. You can see a person walking on the left. There are a couple other cameras, too, I want to show you guys. There's a couple of interesting ones. Oh, we have one in downtown Maypen. This one has a pretty good view of all the rain that's been coming down. We had pretty heavy rain here just a moment ago. It's gotten a little bit lighter. We had a pretty good clip of heavy rain come through Maypen just a moment ago near the pharmacy here in downtown. Still got people that are out here as well. Hopefully they are ready for this. Looks like some of these doors have been boarded up. Basically, almost every business is closed here. So that is another live shot there from Jamaica. Also, our new national, well, I have another update from the National Hurricane Center on the hurricane hunters in about 1 or 2 minutes. So that will update. We'll see what the wind speeds and the pressure look like, where they're at. Once again, they did miss the eye just by a little bit, so we don't have the exact pressure. But it was measured around 910 millibars or so, which I do think is still stronger, but we'll see. We could have an eye wall replacement cycle happening too at some point, which would mean it would at least weaken a little bit, but temporarily. But we don't know that for sure yet. Did Melissa take a turn to the north yet? Melissa is still going west. It has not yet turned to the north. We are looking at a loop here of the last like 50 minutes or so with Melissa. And it is basically moving south right now. Let's back over to Melissa here. This is a more long loop here. But it's currently almost stalled again. It's almost moving south. It has taken a south turn here over the last few minutes. So it might be doing a loop. Somebody mentioned that earlier, like, will it do a loop? And it's not very common we see a hurricane do a loop, but it might actually be doing that. This has basically been the path of the eye. It's been something like this. Not as dramatic of a drop, but something like that, basically. Hey, Quack, for the $20 super chat. Is it getting stronger? This thing is still getting stronger, in my opinion, but we don't know that for sure yet. But it's already, like, right now is about the peak intensity. If not, it might go a little bit higher before 10 o'clock tonight. I think after midnight tonight, it'll start to be at around the same intensity, if not just weakening a little bit. But the peak intensity is basically between the last 6 hours and now. Once again, if you are tuning in from Jamaica, this is the latest from the National Hurricane Center regarding what you should be ready for in terms of everything that is coming. Currently in Jamaica, we have tropical storm force winds that are occurring, and catastrophic and life-threatening flooding, and as well as hurricane force wind conditions are expected to begin tonight and continue into early and mid-Tuesday. Within the eye wall, total structural failure is likely. And this is especially true for western parts of Jamaica, where it looks like the eye wall will be heading towards. Higher elevation areas are where we are going to likely see the worst of the structural failure. That's mainly because the wind speeds are higher as you go aloft. There's really not a whole lot stopping the winds aloft because, again, there's really no trees or anything like that. The winds are naturally going to be a little bit weaker near the surface, but aloft, like, we're talking possibly over 150 mile per hour winds upon landfall and even after landfall in Jamaica. So, if you're on the windward sides of these hills and mountains, we could see this hurricane up to 30% stronger, which means if the hurricane upon landfall has 150 mile per hour winds, it would basically be producing, 210 mile per hour winds inland. That's basically a 30% increase. So that is entirely in play, or maybe I need to do the math. It's like 205, something like that. 195, 205. So basically the winds could be 30% stronger upon landfall in Jamaica. On top of that, for storm surge, we are currently expecting, at least along the southern coast of Jamaica tonight and into Tuesday, a peak storm surge of 9 to 13 feet above sea level. That's especially true for basically anywhere in this area here. We'll probably see around 9 to 13 feet of storm surge, which again is quite a bit. I mean, that's very life-threatening. That is literally taller than me by a lot. And I'm 8'7". And then near the east of where the center of Melissa makes landfall, that is where we're expecting basically the worst of the storm surge. That is because the winds will be so strong coming offshore. That is where all the water is going to be pushing into, which is why initially, if this were to make landfall in Kingston, we were going to see, or even just west of Kingston, we were going to see a ton of storm surge push right into that bay. That is no longer expected to happen, but we are still going to see storm surge push into that bay, probably not around 13 feet, though. I would guess at this point it's probably going to be somewhere between 6 and 10 feet. Another thing to point out is that in Jamaica, we are still forecasting 15 to 30 inches of rain for portions of Jamaica, and then additional rainfall of 6 to 12 inches for southern Hispaniola through Wednesday is likely, with storm total local maxima of 40 inches possible. Catastrophic flash flooding and numerous landslides are likely. So that is also on the table. Also on the northwest coast of Jamaica, they did say that near Montego Bay, there would only be around 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. I think it'll be higher than that. Based off of what we're seeing right now, it'll probably be higher than that. So those are some updates right now on Jamaica. You guys don't believe I'm 8'7"? That's what Google said like half a year ago. It said I was 8'7". All right, latest update from the National Hurricane Center. The hurricane hunters have just flown through the southeastern quadrant now of Hurricane Melissa. The peak wind speeds that they just measured were 131 knots, 132 knots, and also 130 knots. So on the southeastern side of this hurricane, they are basically measuring winds of approximately 150 miles per hour, which is about category 4 level. Keep in mind, the northwestern side of this hurricane was around 170 miles per hour. So far with this hurricane, we've seen around 170 mile per hour winds here. And then over here, we've seen about 150 mile per hour winds. Those are the two pass-throughs that we've seen so far. By the way, if you're not familiar with what hurricane hunters do, what's going to probably happen next is that they're going to turn and come back in from the southwest side and go through the northeast side, or do the vice versa. So that's what's going to happen next. They're going to basically do another loop through the hurricane on different quadrants. And that's mainly because they're going to find more wind speeds, more data, essentially, pressure and wind speeds in both of these other areas. So we will have more data coming here very soon regarding Melissa in terms of how intense this actually is. This is what Melissa looked like upon sunset tonight. A little loop of satellite. This is what it looks like upon sunset. Melissa is still a very powerful Category 5 hurricane. We're going to DoorDash tonight? That is probably what's going to happen. I am starving. I basically have had nothing today. I woke up and I was like, I guess we're going live. That's what happened. Thank you, War, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Jebba, for the super chat as well. What's the latest pressure reading? The only pressure reading that we got was on the first run-through of Melissa, and that was 910 millibars. And there is a strong possibility that the number is actually lower than that. Again, that was one fly-through. We're going to get more fly-throughs here pretty soon. The sun is now officially setting here in Jamaica. It is now about 6 o'clock local time in Jamaica. This is the harbor. You can't really see anything anymore. We're going to get a different camera in a moment so we can actually get a view of something. Because the harbor is not going to have any view of anything here in just a moment. Let's go ahead and change this camera. We're going to go to the other Sea Jamaica camera because the harbor is going to basically have nothing at this point. This one's going to be back over in the HWT Transport Center, which people are still walking around out here. And there's a person on a bike there. But we still have people wandering here in Kingston and surrounding areas. Hey, Robert, for the $20 super chat. What's the chance of the eye missing Jamaica? I'd say like a 5% chance right now, but I think it's gonna still hit Jamaica. Like I really don't think it's. I get it's wobbling, it's doing some weird stuff, and again, hurricanes like this are very unpredictable. But I do think we're still gonna see a direct landfall somewhere in Jamaica. Did I say 650? I'd say 550 local time if I said something else. Thank you, in prison, for the super chat. Heard your height was upgraded from 8'4" to 9'1". Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween. It's only a few days away. I think it's on Friday. Just think about it this way, though. I mean, tomorrow morning, this is going to look a lot different. And again, a lot of these cameras will probably not be up by tomorrow morning with how intense this hurricane is. But by tomorrow morning, we're pretty much going to be talking about, like, widespread power outages across all of Jamaica. Infrastructural failures. Structures could easily be heavily damaged, if not destroyed, from this hurricane. So, yeah, this is pretty bad. Wawa fund? I actually might get Wawa for dinner. That sounds pretty good. Might be the move. How many people here are tuning in from Jamaica? Let me know in the chat. We can't do a heat map because our heat maps are only designated for United States, but feel free to put in the chat where you guys are all tuning in from today. I'm actually curious. Everybody, even if you're not in Jamaica, put your area in the chat. I'm curious to see how many people are actually tuning in here right now from Jamaica. And also elsewhere. We actually had a lot of people from the United States tuning in. I know that Jamaica, at least at some point here pretty soon, will be basically losing power. If not, it already has lost power. Like, we're going to continue to see power outages really ramp up. Here's another live shot. This one is actually over in Little London on the See Jamaica camera. This is a little skyline view. Again, the winds have been pretty calm here. We actually have an incredibly high amount of people watching outside of Jamaica. I'm going to do a poll in the chat to see where everybody's tuning in from, too. All right, we're doing a poll in the chat. Answer that poll. This is another live shot. Also, this is a different one. This is over in Barbican, I think. You actually see the water. It's definitely getting a little bit higher now. Again, we don't have any sort of major flooding yet, but it's all going to start to really pile up here soon. And we are going to definitely see some really high water here soon in Jamaica. Thank you, Carboner, for the super chat as well. What are the odds of the pressure dropping below 900 millibars before landfall? I don't really know. I mean, in my opinion, like, I feel like it may have already hit below 900. We just don't know that for sure. But it could also still be below 900. I would say it's probably going to be really close, but I don't think it's going to get under 900. I think 904 or something would be probably around where the bottom is. The hurricane is officially going south, by the way. There is no doubt about that. The latest few infrared imagery scans are now showing it going south. So in case anybody was wondering what's going on with Melissa, it has decided to take a turn south. It is officially a drunk hurricane. Get some hashtag drunk hurricanes in the chat. This thing is doing some really funky stuff. One of the strangest hurricanes. Milton did something like this too. We covered Milton for a long period of time. Like, we had live streams basically every single day. Milton basically was like the same thing, or just did some really weird stuff. All right, so it looks like we don't know for sure yet, but there could be an eyewall replacement ongoing soon, but we don't have anything confirming that. But we're gonna have more data here soon. We won't really know for sure until Melissa has, like, until the hurricane hunters have flown through the other couple eye quadrants. But eyewall replacement is still possible. Thank you, Mason, for the super chat. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So a little bit about eyewall replacement. This is actually what it looks like on radar. That's the same thought process I was going through, because it's going to happen sooner or later. It doesn't look like it's going to on Jamaica's radar site right now. However, we really need the hurricane hunter data to be sure that it's not preparing or already going through one. We're basically just waiting for the next vortex data message from the hurricane hunters, which is basically where they take all of the data that they have gathered, put together in one message, and send it off to us. That will include extra data, like, is it going through eyewall replacement? Is the eyewall closed? Is it open southwest? A bunch of different stuff, from the physical features of the storm to whether or not there's birds in the eye. That will be in that vortex data message. It's not something we've gotten yet. It should have been sent out by now. I don't know why we haven't received it yet, but the whole world basically is just waiting for that vortex data message. As soon as we do get it, we'll break it all down and have all that information for you. At this point, it is just a waiting game to get that update from the hurricane hunters to know more about what the storm is doing.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, very true stuff. Also, a little off topic, but we have already kind of mentioned this, but in case you guys were curious, there are birds currently flying in the eye of Melissa, and this is, again, very common for strong hurricanes like this, especially even over the ocean. Again, a lot of times when birds get stuck into the hurricane, they actually go right to the center because that's where it's calm. And so there are a lot of birds that have already been observed by hurricane hunters inside of the eye of the hurricane, and we expect that that will be a continuing trend until it at least makes landfall. Beyond the landfall, I mean, again, there's a possibility that those birds just don't make it because of the fact that there's literally no food and they're going to be stuck in there, and then once they actually get out, the winds are going to be very high whenever the eye actually deteriorates. So just something I wanted to throw out there. But yeah, also we have another hurricane hunter aircraft that is going to be coming in here soon. We've been talking about NOAA 42. That is the hurricane hunter mission that just flew through the eye of Melissa and is now on the southeastern side of where Melissa is. There's another mission coming in. It's Teal 74. And this is a different aircraft, and I'm going to show you that on the Radar Omega app here. It's actually just off to the east of where Melissa is, and it's this right here, southeast of Cuba. And so this is going to be our next mission that is going to be coming in out of the northeast here pretty soon, and this will do another run through of what we're looking at here in Melissa. So we're gonna have two different aircrafts flying right through Melissa here over the next few hours, giving us all the latest data, and we will see if it has intensified or not. As of now, we don't know if it has intensified or weakened. There's just not enough data there yet. We have to basically see the hurricane hunters fly through the entire hurricane first to see if there's been a major change in intensity, if there's been an eye wall replacement, all that sort of stuff. So we're just kind of awaiting that. But in the meantime, we're keeping an eye on the hurricane hunters. Again, the hurricane hunter here that is southeast of the eye, they're about to loop back into the hurricane here shortly after making one pass through. And keep in mind, whenever these hurricane hunters fly through the hurricane, they are going through some really turbulent conditions. Again, these are very tall thunderstorms basically in the middle of this thing. There has been a lot of lightning here recently too. We've alluded to this on our the flash density. If we go over to this RAM slider and go over to the lightning data here, you can see the lightning right here in the center. Look at that right there. I'm going to put geocolor on so you guys see it a little bit clearer. Let's do geocolor. So this is geocolor. And so you can see the lightning. It's actually been pretty intense. There's been a lot of lightning. All that green that's showing up, that's all lightning. It's actually been very consistent here for the last several hours. And only, again, when it comes to hurricanes, lightning only happens when we have intense hurricanes like this. It does not happen with your ordinary Cat 1s usually. Unless we're talking about like an off-brand thunderstorm that's away from the eye. Here's another view of that as well. You can see all the lightning flashes there south of Jamaica. How dangerous is it to fly a plane through the hurricane? Well, I mean, if you're flying an ordinary plane, it's not safe. But, I mean, if you're flying like a hurricane hunter aircraft, that's definitely going to be a... It's definitely going to be like one of those things where it's like it's already prepared for a hurricane. Like they have equipment on there, they have all sorts of stuff. I've showed this a few times. I want to show it again though, just so you get an idea of like why hurricane hunter aircraft are actually safer to fly into hurricanes. This is one of the reasons why. I mean, this is interior, not exterior, but this is the interior of the plane itself. I know somebody that goes on these aircrafts very frequently. Whenever we have a hurricane, and this is one of the reasons why it's safer is because whenever there is turbulence, which there will be turbulence anytime you go on one of these aircraft, when we have like a Cat 5 like this, they have all sorts of padding basically everywhere. And so this padding is going to help to basically, if one of these goes into severe turbulence, obviously you're buckled down, but if it's not enough, then at least if you hit your head, it's going to hit, padding, or if you go to the side, it's going to hit padding. So that at least makes it safe for the people on board. But yeah, another kind of funny thing I would say is like, I mean, I know I was told a story by my professor which goes on these aircrafts a lot. He was saying that one time somebody was having coffee and all of a sudden they hit really unexpected turbulence and went flying everywhere. So That is something that does happen on these aircrafts. It's not uncommon. And I don't know if that coffee was hot. I'm guessing it was, but definitely not something that you want to be holding during a hurricane. So that is something that happens, though. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just got an update on power outages. It seems like we are still above 50,000 customers in Jamaica without power. It's really hard to get a for sure number just because there's no infrastructure to track exactly how much customers do and don't have power on Jamaica, but that is one number that seems to be going around right now. The reason I'm pointing this out is because there are a lot of people on the island with Starlink, but obviously Starlink needs power to work too. So we're getting to the point where as more people lose power this early on in an event, who knows that maybe 12 to 24 hours from now, if we're even going to have the battery ability for those people who do have Starlink to be able to utilize it. So I think it is going to be a really unfortunate situation here that we've already been experiencing tropical storm force winds for as long as we have, and it's already causing such widespread power outages because the stuff that they are relying on in terms of communication relies on that power grid as well, and there's only going to be so much power saved up in battery banks and other sorts of stuff to run devices like Starlink.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So power outages are ramping up right now in Jamaica, and that's only going to continue. Again, we could see a very large chunk of Jamaica without power by tomorrow morning or even by very late tonight. Pettis, can you send me Storm Surge graphic, the old one? I want to show that. Somebody said in the chat, watching from England, worried about family, already power outages in Spalding. Yeah, I like, guys, I'm gonna be honest, like, I've recorded, I don't know how many videos about this. This is the first time we've actually done a stream for this, and this will probably be the only stream. It'll be a long one, but it'll probably be the only stream for it, unless we do one tomorrow. I just want to throw it out there, like, this is obviously, like emotional, like, on, even for me, because, like, I've been making videos about this for several days, and I've almost cried, like, 3 times on videos talking about this, because, like, it is just so impactful. Like, I'm hoping that this continues to go west and misses a lot of the island, but I don't think that's going to happen. Right now, it's kind of circling. I think it's about to move north here in about 20-30 minutes, probably, but, like, this is a serious situation that we are talking about, and we are talking about more than likely the most catastrophic hurricane that we've ever seen in Jamaica. So no landfall stream. I don't know if we're doing a landfall stream. Like, again, the only way a landfall stream makes sense is if there are still cameras in there that are actually working, or, like, even if we have, like, Tornado Pagey, like, live there, like, it makes sense. But, like, I don't know if there's going to be anybody that's even there with, like, I don't think there's going to be any power anywhere. So landfall stream would only make sense if power's still on. If there's no power, there's just, like, the only thing we'd be looking at is just satellite actually making landfall. Because then at that point, like, Jamaica would basically be all without power, and our live coverage wouldn't be reaching the people that actually need it. So, but we'll see. I mean, it just depends on what happens here tonight and tomorrow morning. All right, I did a poll in the chat. Over 7,000 of you voted. About 94% of you watching are not in Jamaica, Cuba, the Bahamas, or Haiti. So that is currently the demographic that we have. A lot of people watching right now from the United States or elsewhere witnessing this unfold. When we did Hurricane Milton coverage, there was about 80-90% of people that were actually watching, also not from Florida. So it's pretty interesting. Thank you, Hitch, for the super chat. Appreciate that info. Also, Robert with the super chat says, for those that haven't followed, a hurricane hunter had to leave their flight plan early due to severe turbulence. Yeah, there was one, I think that happened this morning. There was something like that this morning that happened. All right, latest Hurricane Hunter update. We just got a new update from the Hurricane Hunters. They are now flying north. So what's going to happen is that they're going to loop back into the northeastern side of our hurricane in a little bit. That's going to probably take like 20 minutes until they're actually going right into the eye wall again. But they are looping back to the north. They're going to fly right through the northeast quadrant, which is the one that is the closest right now to Jamaica. Do you say Pagey's in Jamaica right now? Pagey isn't, but Bryce is. It's a little confusing because Tornado Page is like their channel name, but Bryce Shelton, who is one of the 2 chasers there, he is there. Tornado Page is not. So Bryce is there. He's there tonight. I'm not sure if he's going live again tonight, but he is like there. He's going to be chasing this hurricane and getting videos and all that. We did have a video that Bryce did send in about an hour ago from Jamaica. He's one of our very own storm chasers here on the channel. He's braving it out. This is what he had to say.
And Treasure Beach. Hey there, Max Velocity, your storm chaser Bryce Shelton here in Treasure Beach, Jamaica, as final preparations are underway as Hurricane Melissa looms off into the Caribbean. As you can see here, the ocean is not happy this afternoon, and it is continuing to build as Melissa moves closer to the Jamaican coast. I plan on riding out the storm here, elevated of course, so we'll see what happens. But be sure to stay tuned to Max Velocity and follow us on socials at Tornado Pagey.
So yeah, that's the latest update from Bryce Shelton. That was about 5 o'clock, so about an hour ago. But that's an idea of what it looks like. That is near the Black River area, so that is southwestern Jamaica, somewhere along this coastline, is where he is currently basing here for tonight and tomorrow and riding it out. So he's going to be right in the midst of the hurricane. Again, keep in mind he's a professional storm chaser. He's been doing this for a long time. So he's gone through plenty of major hurricanes to know, like, this is, like, he knows what he has to do, basically. You'll be fine. It's a live shot tonight from Barbican. This is in the Sea Jamaica camera network. We've been looking at these cameras. They are still up. No power outages on these yet. I say yet because it'll probably change later. But that is at least one of the live shots that we have tonight here in Jamaica. This is another one as well. This one's located at the HWT Transport Center. There are people still walking out there. I'm kind of surprised by that, but there are still people that are actively walking. They're just walking around here in Jamaica ahead of Hurricane Melissa making landfall. We think it'll make landfall. Also, this is another live shot back over at Crossroads. The reason why I'm showing you guys this one is because this one's pretty interesting. This is usually a very busy roadway. There are actively no cars on the road. So it gives you an idea of how many people are taking this hurricane seriously and are either sheltering in place or are, you know, at least just staying away from the roads and actually traveling. Looking for another camera here. There's plenty of them. This is another camera. This is at the Flat Bridge. This bridge apparently has been here for 200 years. So that is a view of that bridge. You can see the water. This is a river, and so the water is going to rise tonight with the storm surge coming in. So naturally, the water is going to get a lot higher by tomorrow. And we got one more camera I'm going to show you guys. This is at an intersection. This is at Devon House in Kingston. This is one area that we at least have a little bit of activity when it comes to people on the roads right now. But you can see the water is already starting to stack up. There's really not much drainage left. A lot of the water is already drained. And the drains are probably getting full now. Or overwhelmed, I should say. How many hours until landfall? Landfall is going to be approximately 15 hours from now. I do think it'll be around 10 o'clock or so in the morning tomorrow. At what speed is the eye currently moving? The latest update from the National Hurricane Center is that the eye was moving at approximately like 3 miles per hour. Over the last few hours, it's been kind of looping now. It was moving west for quite a bit of time. And you can see it's actually kind of turned south. That's where it's at right now. So this hurricane has been moving in weird directions. Again, it's a very powerful hurricane, and naturally we do have this happen with hurricanes like this frequently. Whenever we have a powerful hurricane, a lot of the time what happens is that they do some weird loops. So drunk hurricane? It is a drunk hurricane. We have drunk NATOs in the United States quite often. We had a lot of those last year. We haven't really had many of those this year. But no, this is basically a drunk hurricane. Show us the water temperature map again. The water temperature map, I like have on here. I could probably pull it up, but like what I showed earlier was actually the heat potential map / content map. And I want to see if I could find that, but that was one of the things I showed earlier. And that was pretty important because let me see if I can find it again. But that basically shows us like where the favorable environment is for hurricanes in general. And for the record, the Northern Gulf is not favorable, but like the Caribbean, for example, is very favorable. This is what it was. So this was the heat potential map or the content map. And so basically where Melissa is right now, it's at a very, very favorable spot for development. I mean, all those purples and pinks basically mean there's a lot of heat potential for this thing to work with. How do you evacuate an island? The only way that anybody could have evacuated from Melissa was if you went to an airport and got on a flight, basically. That was the only way. I mean, you can't really do anything else. You could maybe get on a boat, but I don't know what boat is taking you somewhere. Like, there aren't very many ways to evacuate from Jamaica. Because it is an island. There isn't a bridge that magically connects to a different country. Like, this is, unfortunately, just the situation that a lot of people were put in. And the hurricane itself, I mean, the only thing that would be worse, in my opinion, it was if Melissa came out of the east and came as a Cat 5, like right into Kingston or like skimmed the coast. That would have been much more catastrophic. But with it coming out of the south, it at least will hopefully keep some areas from the most catastrophic impacts. Do you guys want a countdown for the hurricane on the screen? We can get that up. A lot of people keep asking about hurricane and a countdown. Yes? Alright, we'll get that up in a second. We're working on it. Instead of the tornado warning thing, we might replace that with that, because, I mean, the tornado warning thing won't actually do anything, because Jamaica, like, doesn't have tornado warnings, like the traditional tornado warnings, so. Hurricane Hunter data is going to update here in just a moment. They, as of right now, this is a 602 reading. The aircraft is about right here or so, and they will be, again, coming up into the northeastern eye wall here pretty soon. We also have another Hurricane Hunter aircraft that is, once again, Teal 74. They are actually making their way into the northeastern quadrant here shortly. So they are actually, they might beat the NOAA 42 mission. So we will possibly get data from them actually sooner, which is very interesting. But we do think there is a possibility that, again, we are going through some sort of eye wall replacement cycle here soon. What are the chances it misses Jamaica? I already mentioned it's like 5%. Again, mathematically, the odds are basically 5% based on our cone of uncertainty. Because, again, this is your cone right here. And there's only a very small area, basically, where there's actually, you know, it's basically not going over land. So, in my opinion, like, I still think this is making landfall. I know it's been moving very far west. It's a very unpredictable hurricane. It has kind of stopped moving to the west now. It's basically going south, and it will probably turn north here soon. You can kind of see it's doing a loop, though. It's doing a little loop. I'm going to try to do only the last, like, 30 frames here, so we can just see that in motion. But you can see it's been doing a loop. That's the path. It's a little hook. It's almost like a hook echo. not actually, but it's basically a little hook that has now happened here. It's doing a little loop, and then eventually it'll turn off to the north, I think. So I think we're pretty close to this actually legitimately turning to the north. And once we know it turns to the north for sure, we will know much better where this is going to be making landfall. We'll have a much better idea of where this is making landfall by that point. How do I see rain like that? This right here is satellite imagery. This is specifically the infrared imagery. So if you're on Radar Omega, if you're a Gamma subscriber or higher, you'll be able to access all this data. But essentially, what we're looking at is just infrared imagery. This isn't actual live radar. We're not looking at rain. This is cloud tops. This is how cold the cloud tops are aloft. And any of these purples, whites, blacks, that's all very cold cloud tops aloft. It's going west, young man. Well, thank you for calling me young. But the other thing is, it's not really moving west anymore. It's turning. It's starting to turn now more to the east. I do appreciate the compliment, by the way. At least I don't look old. Probably one of the youngest. I'm probably one of the youngest actual meteorologists on social media. 22. I don't know if there's anybody younger than that. There probably is, but legit degree meteorologist. Definitely one of the youngest. Are we sure the front will grab Melissa? Guys, I want everybody to just relax for a second. I know this hurricane's been moving west, but again, if you're in Florida, if you are anywhere along the east coast of the United States, if you are in western Cuba, if you are over here in Marsh Harbor, or any of these places, like, again, there is a cold front. It will push Melissa to the northeast. We know this is going to happen, all right? There's no reason to worry about this going to the west to the point where it's going to go up into the Gulf. I know it looks concerning, but there are so many steering factors that are at play that would prevent that from ever happening. So just keep that in mind, please. Like, I've had a lot of people being like, you know, is this going to hit Florida now? Like, that's not what's happening. Just trust me. If that were happening, I would have let you guys know a long time ago. You never know? I do know. That's the thing. I do know. Like, there are steering factors that'll prevent it. That cold front over there is way too strong. Like, it's not gonna magically move into Florida. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we just received that vortex data message from the hurricane hunters, and unlike what a lot of us thought, I think we thought this was going to be a much lower pressure, but it is officially a 912 millibar hurricane. So that is actually, I think, a little bit higher than what we last found when the hurricane hunters were in there. I do believe they probably did not hit the dead center of the hurricane, so there may be another lower pressure in there. They may have flown through a mesovortice that caused it to have just the tiniest little bit of a pressure increase compared to the rest of the eye. That's why they fly through the eye multiple times, because they're going to have to look at it multiple times to make sure they're 100% confident that that's the pressure that's in the eye. So we have 2 planes that are going to be collecting that pressure information for us. But for now, this is now a 912 millibar Category 5 hurricane.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's a pretty big update. The latest pass-through, at least, has been confirmed as a 912 millibar Category 5 hurricane. Previously, it was 906 millibars. I do want to point out that, yes, there is a possibility that we could see that change. We think that they may have missed the dead center of the hurricane. If that's the case, this could actually be a lower pressure, but that is at least from the first pass-through. There's only been one pass-through so far through the eye, so we're still waiting to see if that does change. Also, we have changed the camera on the bottom right of your screen. That is in Kingston right now, in Jamaica. Shout out to Storm Centric with the 10 gifted memberships. W's in the chat for him. Really appreciate the support. Also, thank you, Dog, for the super chat for cheese curds. I appreciate that. I really need food. I need to DoorDash something at some point. I've had literally nothing to eat today. I've been live for like 5 hours, and that's been the extent of my day. Keep in mind, by the way, the lower the pressure, so 900 millibars is technically going to be stronger. If it's higher pressure, 920, that means it's a technically weaker hurricane. The difference between 906 and 912 millibars is not that much, by the way. Like, that's might sound dramatic, but it's really not. That pressure difference is actually pretty small. It's almost the same intensity. It hasn't actually weakened that much. If that's the true pressure right now, then it may have weakened by like 5 miles per hour, which is not a major difference. Like, a major difference is 906 versus 930 or 950 or whatever. So a 6 millibar difference at this capacity is not much. If we were talking about a tropical storm, 1,000 millibars versus 994 is a big difference. But once you get below 930, a 5 millibar difference is really not going to make or break anything. It's still a very powerful hurricane. So just throwing that out there. We're working on a countdown, by the way, guys. We're going to have a countdown for landfall here soon. It is in the works. Eat something? I'm going to. I gotta DoorDash something. It's gonna be something easy. It'll be DoorDashed. We're gonna have a countdown in about 3 minutes. Probably. It's an ETA. Culver's, of course. I wish. Where do the hurricane hunters fly out of? That's a great question. I can actually show you guys. I think, maybe. I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna show you guys where this hurricane hunter aircraft flew out of. Alright, so if we go over to the second computer, so that's this. And let me drag over this just a little bit. This is on Flight Radar 74. So there are 2 different flights that flew out. This one came out of Willemstad, which, this is Teal 74. That is one of the ones that is currently going into the northeast quadrant of Melissa. Alright, so that one came out of basically the Lesser Antilles area. The other one, which is NOAA 42, actually is not updated, but it came out of Lakeland, Florida. So that one came out of Lakeland. So, that's basically where they came out of. Move this over a little bit. But the one in Lakeland, Florida, that is actually a very common spot for hurricane hunters to fly out of. A lot of the time they will fly out of Florida. Lakeland is a very common spot. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised if I know somebody on that flight, because a lot of the times I know multiple people that fly in these aircraft in Florida. I don't know if the person I'm thinking of is there, but I might have a friend that might be on that flight right now in the hurricane, which is kind of cool. Also, I've been referring to storm surge quite a bit throughout this this live stream. This is a graphic that at least gives you an idea of what storm surge can do. All right, so this is at least an idea of what we can expect out of storm surge here in Jamaica. Obviously, most of the homes are not built like this, so just keep that in mind. But at least gives you a replication of what we can expect in terms of storm surge. And again, we are expecting storm surge upwards of 15 feet in some places, especially in southern and southwestern Jamaica. So that is essentially 2+ stories high, is what we're talking about there. If I do a little graph, I'm going to do like a little trace here, but this is basically the region and the corridor that I would expect around 7 to at least 11 feet of storm surge. The peak storm surge will probably be about 13 feet, which will probably fall somewhere near the Black River area, just to the west of Spanish Town. And then anywhere else in like this region here could basically be anywhere from like 1 foot of storm surge all the way up to like 10 feet. Like it's still a wide range, but the higher storm surge will definitely be right along the southern coast from about Kingston all the way back through Lucia and Savannah Lamar. The roadways are definitely getting a little bit more flooded now. This is another live shot here from the Kingston area, Devon House in Jamaica. See, all these cars are kicking up water. The drainage is not great here. A lot of the drainage is already overflowing because of how much rain's already fallen. So this is only going to continue to get worse over the next few hours. Do have a new update from the hurricane hunters. They are now moving into the northeast quadrants of Hurricane Melissa. This right here is one of the hurricane hunters. It is now flying into the northeast quadrant of Melissa. And then there's another one that is located right about here that is going to the north and will basically take the same path. We have 2 hurricane hunters that are about to be moving right into Melissa once again. This one will make it there quicker, and it's going to get some, at least, data within the next 5 to 10 minutes in the northeastern side of the eye wall. And once that happens, we'll have the information. We'll be the first to let you know whatever happens there. But as of right now, this is the 6:23 p.m. update on the location and also the data. It will have more data once it actually gets to this point, which is basically within 10 minutes. Huge shout out to Joseph for the $50 Venmo donation for DoorDash. I really appreciate that. Huge shout out to Joseph. W's in the chat. Really goes a long way. And I'm definitely going to be ordering something. Probably Wawa. Hey, Nikki for the $10 super chat as well. Any live footage of the chaos? We've been showing you guys some live footage throughout the stream. Again, this is just one of the several sites. We have all sorts of different
call Mark, so I wanted him to get
live
there right
shots.
away.
Why is that on? This is another live shot. I gotta turn off autoplay. Why does it keep going on? There's a bunch of different live shots here in Jamaica. Let me pull up a few different ones here as well. This is downtown Maypen. So this is, again, another live shot on the Sea Jamaica cameras. You can watch these also on YouTube. By the way, if you're not familiar with Jamaica, they do drive on the left side of roads, not the right. So if you're from the United States, this might be foreign to you, but they do it differently here in Jamaica. Hey, Tofu for the super chat. Get a coffee while you're at it. Honestly, that sounds pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I might get a coffee too. This is actually a live shot I have not shown yet on stream. This is at Crossroads. Maybe I have. I don't think I have, though. This is a skyline view here in Kingston, Jamaica. At Crossroads. Got a decent amount of cars on the road right now, more than we've really seen in most of these other cameras throughout the country. Now, keep in mind, this is the most populated area. This is usually where the most traffic happens. Granted, right now, there's not going to be a whole lot of traffic. Most people are in shelter. Most people are hunkering down right now for upcoming Hurricane Melissa, which is, again, currently a Category 5 hurricane. We do have a waterfront view as well. I'm not sure if we're going to really see much, but this is the waterfront view. This is in the harbor, Kingston Harbor. Really can't see much, but the visibility is at least good enough to see the towers out in the distance. Once again, power outages are going to ramp up, and by tomorrow morning, there might not be any view of any lights there. We could literally just see power outages entirely there tonight. This is also on the Halfway Tree clock. This is also in Kingston. Another live street cam here. Not seen a whole lot, just wet out there. Very humid, obviously. And then here's another live shot here on the West Parade area. There's a light flickering on the left. I'm guessing that is just like that intentionally, but just something to note. Looks like the trees aren't moving. You know, the wind isn't very strong unless you're right along the coast right now. The biggest reason is because the eye wall and really all the hurricane force winds are still not even in Jamaica. They're still pretty far down to the south. This is not a really big hurricane. And this is only about 180 miles or so wide here. And so this is really the main area of where we're seeing tropical storm to hurricane force winds. We have seen occasionally that happen in Jamaica today. Southwestern Jamaica, which is west of Kingston, that is an area that we've seen consistently 40 to 50 plus mile per hour wind gusts. And that's only going to get worse tonight into overnight tonight. How do tornadoes warnings work in Jamaica? I don't know if there's like some sort of service that does it here, but at least from my understanding, like there aren't tornado warnings like the United States. Like if there is any tornado warnings, it's a different service. So it would not be through the National Weather Service or anything like that. We are working on the countdown, by the way, for being on stream. That'll be on in a few minutes. Hey, Sharon for the $20 super chat. Why is the radar not playing in real time? It stops and starts over. What do you mean? Like, are you talking about the loop that I'm doing? This is the loop over the last, like, several hours, and then this is, like, right now. This is what it looks like within the last 10 minutes or so. And then we can also go over to the, so there's different types of satellites. This is the G19 Mesoscale 1, which is the one that is specifically looking at Melissa, and this is a minute-by-minute scan. So this is as of 6:32 p.m., basically literally within the last minute and a half. So this is what it looks like over the last several scans. This one's updating minute by minute. Reason why I'm doing a 10-minute loop is because it at least shows it gives us at least a better idea of what Melissa is doing in terms of its path. Because if you look at this, you wouldn't even be able to tell where it's going, mostly because Melissa has now stalled again. It is moving at basically 0 miles per hour. But we do think it'll speed back up again here shortly. And once again, we do have a Hurricane Hunter aircraft coming in from the northeast side of Melissa right now. I'm waiting to see what happens there. It's another view here in the Sea Jamaica live camera in West Parade. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, a few different things to talk about here. So first off, we're going to talk about lightning and basically our last look on true color satellite before the sun goes down. You can see it there at the end. We switched to that slightly different color table. That is the end of the really in-depth satellite pictures that we get and we see throughout the day that you think of when you think of all the intense Category 5 hurricane pictures. So unfortunately, those are gone, but we can still see that we have very strong lightning in the eye wall. This is something we've been talking about for almost the entire stream. Haven't seen lightning in an eye wall like this in any other hurricane. So this isn't really an official record that's tracked, but this is probably something that would be setting a record. That'd be the third different record that this hurricane has broken. But another thing we can talk about is the hurricane hunters, where they've actually gotten close enough to the island of Jamaica where we could once again see them on flight radar. That's with their ADS-B tracking. Right here, the NOAA 42 did a little bit of a delay. I would imagine what they were doing there is probably trying to slow down for a little bit because they're right behind Teal 74, which is the other Hurricane Hunter aircraft that we have flying out into the hurricane right now. And they're now both basically following each other into the eye of this storm. And we actually did just get a tail radar update from one of our Hurricane Hunter planes. So this is basically what it looks like on radar from the tail of the airplanes as they were flying through the eye of the hurricane. So you can see all of these wind barbs that we're more or less used to seeing. That is same as you'd see on a METAR or anything else, just way stronger because it is the eye of a hurricane. And this is another little piece of information about just the eye. So that was the tail radar from one of the Hurricane Hunter's aircrafts. The other thing I want to talk about is what this looks like on radar. So this is a loop that we've showed a couple of times. This is from a radar site that we have on the island of Jamaica, and this is scanning the eye in a much higher resolution than the Hurricane Hunters are, just because it can use more power. It's not on a plane; it's a normal ground-mounted radar. But this eye still looks very strong. It doesn't look like we have two eyes yet, or any sort of thing that would indicate that we are going to be in an eye wall replacement cycle or an eye wall merger. At any point in time, at least in the near future. So what we're talking about in terms of that eye wall replacement cycle versus that eye wall merger is an eye wall replacement cycle is basically when we see two eye walls form and the interior one will sort of fall apart and dissipate. And then the eye wall merger is when one starts to form on the outside, but instead of falling completely apart as we would see in an eye wall replacement cycle, we instead see the two basically merge together as one. So this is something we saw it do a couple of times yesterday, and eye wall mergers are actually relatively rare compared to an eye wall cycle. Normally we end up seeing the cycle, but this has gone through a couple of mergers instead. So that is something that I still anticipate to continue as this thing continues to say a Category 5 hurricane. Sooner or later, we're probably going to have more data from the Hurricane Hunters directly. I'll check to see if we've gotten anything new here in the last few minutes. No, we haven't. Whether or not this has any sort of other eye wall or two eye walls or what else would be going on, because obviously the Hurricane Hunters know best because they're the ones flying through it, collecting that live data. The Hurricane Hunters are just about to get to the eye. Unfortunately, we're not going to see that data until They're out the other side of the eye just because it takes about 15 minutes between data updates. But pretty soon here, we will have 2 pressure readings, one from Teal 74 and one from NOAA 42. Over on radar, this is what their flight path looks like. We can see the little looping that NOAA did over here, waiting for the other aircraft to make its way towards the eye. But right now, they're probably somewhere out over here. So they're already halfway to the eye on their next pass. I do believe they're going to do one more pass through their eye here, come back around, do one more, and then I think they're going to be on the way out. So almost done for the Hurricane Hunters tonight, unfortunately. Then we're going to go into another sort of lull in Hurricane Hunter action, but we should get another 6 or 7 drop sons before that does happen.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, all right, so that is the latest, again, on right now, Hurricane Melissa. Also, we just added a countdown to the top right. I might be moving that around a little bit. I don't know where I'm putting this. I thought I would have a spot for it, but I don't really have one right now. So we're going to put it top left for now. That is at least a countdown, though, until landfall. So it's in hours and minutes and all that. We'll work on a better one in the future. It should be much easier to do when we actually have time to make it. But that's at least a generic one for the time being, as Hurricane Melissa, again, is quickly approaching landfall. We currently have a Hurricane Hunter on the northeast side of Melissa. We are very close to getting more critical data on how intense Hurricane Melissa is. It has been wobbling a lot here as of recently. This has continued to go all over the place. I mean, again, this thing is just wobbling right now, currently to the south of Jamaica. That landfall time at the top left is basically accounting for landfall around 10:30, 11:30 tomorrow. I do think this is going to make landfall probably late morning tomorrow, mainly because of how much it's just right now wobbling. It hasn't really sped up. It hasn't really taken the full turn to the north. So that'll happen here pretty soon, but as of right now, it is still pretty much stationary. It has not made a full turn. It did a little loop here over the last half hour to an hour. You can see that in real time, how it's just been kind of turning. It went south for a brief amount of time. Looks like it's actually might be trying to go back to the north again, almost going back to the west. It's been a very weird cycle with this hurricane. Once again, any hurricanes that ever reach this magnitude of, 910 millibars or even lower, in a lot of cases, this is what we end up seeing, is this really significant turning feature where they can wobble, and even the smallest wobbles look concerning because they're just going off track almost. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now. It's very strange, but it's pretty typical for intense hurricanes like this. But within the next few minutes, we're going to have more data from the National Hurricane Center on the Hurricane Hunters here. This is the 6:33 observation time, which means our next Hurricane Hunter aircraft will be basically centered over the eye, which is this one right here, in about 5 or 7 minutes. And we will have that data here on our stream in a moment to see if there's been any intensification or how strong the northeastern quadrant of this eye actually is. So we're just kind of awaiting that right now, and that's going to be our big update here in just a moment. This is another video. This is another loop from CIRA from the loop here of Hurricane Melissa right before sunset. Again, if you've not already heard, this is the driest eye we've ever had on record. Driest eye on record at negative 4.41 degrees Celsius. The only one that was drier, or was previously drier, was a super typhoon back in 2016 at about negative 5 degrees Celsius. Thank you, Nancy, for the $15 super chat. Severe weather in the U.S.? No severe weather other than what's happening in Florida, which is pretty minimal. A couple of damaging windstorms is really about it. Here's another look at Hurricane Melissa on the 3D radar. Thank you, Angel, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. How many miles per hour? So right now, Hurricane Melissa is sitting at 175 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. The wind gusts are up to 215 miles per hour. So this is, again, the most intense hurricane of the season in the Atlantic Ocean. This is now the third Category 5 hurricane we've had this year, which ties the record previously for the most Category 5 hurricanes that we've ever had in the Atlantic Ocean. Hey, Stefan, for the super chat. Thanks for your work. Greens from Germany. Also, thank you, Fat, for the super chat as well. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning in Colorado. That's wild. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, Conan, for the super chat. So I did a barrel roll in the eye. I mean, it's done a really weird little loop. It's basically stalled again. This is such a slow-moving hurricane. It's so weird. What is the highest gust during a hurricane? I mean, in this hurricane, it's going to be peaking at 215 miles per hour right now. By the time this gets to land, the highest wind gust, I would have to say, is probably going to be somewhere in the ballpark of, like, I don't know, probably like 170, 180, right along the southwestern coast of Jamaica. That's where our peak wind gusts will be located. But again, usually with the peak wind gusts, they usually happen right on the immediate coast. Once it goes even the smidge, like the smallest bit inland, a lot of the time it will drop by quite a bit. Not by like 100 miles per hour, but by like 20, 30 miles per hour in a lot of cases. So it's usually right along the immediate coastline. You order DoorDash? I'm in the process of doing that. I mean, the highest wind gust we've ever had with a hurricane, I'm pretty sure, was like 240, 250, I want to say. Which is basically EF5 tornado range at that point. Or it already is. I mean, this is technically already at EF5 range, but that's even deeper into EF5 range. Thank you, Faith, for the super chat. What do you think about the difference between Hurricane Melissa is to Aaron? Well, let's pull up the historical track of Aaron. We can actually do this with a pretty cool tool that's online that I've been using. This is the tool that I showed in the a few videos, basically showing the Category 4 hurricanes that we've had go through Jamaica or within radius of Jamaica. We've only had one Category 4 plus hurricane go right through Jamaica. That was in 1988. That was Gilbert. We can go ahead and look up Aaron, though. So we can look up Hurricane Aaron and see. I think I can at least do that. Hurricane Aaron. Are we talking about Hurricane Aaron? We're talking about this year? Does Aaron not show on here? We had a Hurricane Aaron this year, right? Is it not on here yet? I don't know if the historical data updates or not. Might not be able to show you unless. Might have to actually look up Hurricane Aaron's path. I mean, this was Hurricane Aaron from this year. If you guys don't remember, this is what it looked like. This site has a lot of ads. Let me find something else. All right, this is a pretty good look at it. This was Hurricane Aaron. And the biggest difference is that Hurricane Aaron was not even in the Caribbean. It was actually north of the Greater Antilles. This one had a really rapid intensification period too. This one from a Cat 1 to a Cat 5 literally overnight. I remember making that first morning video, and it was a few hours right before it became a Cat 5. It like exploded intensity, but this one was much different. I mean, completely different path. Steering factors were much different. I mean, generally speaking, the environment wasn't very different though. I mean, we had plenty of heat content up here in the southwestern Atlantic. Very little wind shear, lots of rising motion, similar to what we have right now. I would say like the biggest thing though is just steering and also the path. I mean, this is not on the same path by any means as what we had with Aaron. So, and that one didn't really stall much. It was slow, but it didn't stall. So. Hey, Davis for the super chat. Any tip for wanting to be a meteorologist or storm chasing? Read books, just, I don't know, like watch videos online, just like keep expanding your knowledge on meteorology. Go to college if you want to become a meteorologist, that sort of thing. Do it the right way. There are people on social media that call themselves meteorologists without actually having a degree, so it's kind of disappointing. But like if you have that credit, like if you actually learn what a meteorologist is and like actually go into all 4 years like learning a bunch of stuff like that in my opinion is like priceless. Like that is really important stuff. Like I learned a ton of stuff. Like I didn't know, like I thought I knew everything about weather before I went into college. Post college, like now I know tons of stuff. Like I know way more than I would have ever learned like being like in college. Like if I didn't go to college for meteorology, it would have been different. All right, we have a big update on Melissa. The hurricane hunters have now just flown into the northwestern quadrant here of Melissa. You can see the hurricane hunters. They're now actually going into the eastern side of the eye of the hurricane. This is where they're located right now. The latest is that they are measuring peak wind gusts of 100, or wind speeds, excuse me, of 136 knots on the northeastern side. They have not gotten into the eye quite yet, but they're about to be in it. 156 mile per hour winds is what that translates to. The other one was 117. So they are now going through the northwestern side here of our eye. This is one of the two. This is a different Hurricane Hunter aircraft, by the way. The first one was NOAA 42. That one's located over here somewhere right now. This is Teal 74. It's a different mission, but they're also currently measuring the wind speeds, and this one is currently measuring wind speeds of upwards of 160 miles per hour. They have not measured pressure. This one specifically did not measure pressure on that run through. It actually didn't measure pressure on a few of these. So it has not measured any sort of pressure yet, but we're going to have those details in a minute. If we go over to our other Hurricane Hunter aircraft, which is, again, NOAA 70 or NOAA 42, that one is currently located just to the northeast of the eye. And this one's also taking a bit of a weird path. A lot of the time, these aircraft will actually turn up into here. This one's a bit further south than the Teal 74 mission. So, a little bit of an interesting path here. Is it scary to fly over a hurricane? It is. I mean, literally, you're flying through a ton of turbulence. The turbulence is insane. Thank you, Sandra, for becoming a minimum velocity member. When you're in the eye, there's not any turbulence, but like when you're outside of the eye, the turbulence is just insane. Now, I haven't gone through it personally, but I've seen plenty of videos, and I know people have gone through it. This one looked like in Melissa earlier today, flying through the eye of the hurricane. You can kind of see that stadium effect, which is pretty cool. This is inside of Melissa today from Dr. Josh Wadler, who flew through this. This is another video flying through the eye. So, yeah, that's what it looks like when you fly through the eye. Now, when you fly through the turbulent areas, and when we're talking about, like, you know, flying through the eye wall, you're going to be going through a really bumpy mission. It is not fun at all to fly through that. You're legitimately just going to be flying through a ton of wind. All right, while we wait for our Hurricane Hunter data to come in, it is coming in right now. This is a live shot right now at West Parade in Kingston, Jamaica. Again, there's tons of different live cameras here on the C Jamaica network. That is one of them, but there are tons of them across the board that are looking at different things that are happening in real time. The wind, again, has been pretty calm. We've had people walking out there. People have been just driving around, you know, doing last-minute things, basically. And that will probably continue well into tonight. And then again, obviously tomorrow is when things really take a turn for the worst. I mean, tonight has been pretty calm so far, mostly because Melissa hasn't really turned to the north yet. This is another live shot from Crossroads. NOAA 42 disappeared from flight radar. It has a couple of times. Keep in mind, again, that is not going to be, like, that doesn't mean something happened, but they've disappeared from it a couple of times. But they are consistently updating. Like, we have them on here on the Radar Omega app. We have them consistently updating, so they're chilling. Nothing happened. Nothing bad happened. In your opinion, is this worse than Katrina? You cannot compare Melissa to Katrina. Like, they are completely different hurricanes, not hitting the same area whatsoever. In terms of impact, this reminds me more of Helene. Not because of the fact that we have Fujiwara happening, because that's not happening. And for those that don't know, what happened with Hurricane Helene is that essentially we had a low pressure system here. That was Helene, and they both merged into one low pressure system. That was the Fujiwara effect. Down here, it's different. We don't have two low pressure systems. It's just Hurricane Melissa. But instead of there being any sort of merging, like, this is just the problem with this hurricane. What's really different is that That's the biggest difference. The biggest thing that I can compare this to, though, is the rainfall, because we are dealing with 30 plus inches of rain across basically all of Jamaica, or at least a large chunk of Jamaica. And we also have mountainous regions, very tall mountains all throughout central Jamaica. And so what we're going to see when all this rain starts to fall down, we're going to start to see really big runoff from all that water. And that's going to go into areas like Alligator Pond, Manville, Kingston. We're going to have all sorts of landslides happening. And that's really my biggest fear for Jamaica, is that we're basically bound to see a very catastrophic situation where we have all these landslides, all the rain falling, and there are people who live on the sides of these mountains that are in homes that cannot even withstand that, and it's just going to wipe them down, and it could literally kill tons of people. So I'm trying to put this lightly, but that's literally the situation that's going to evolve here with the landslides. Obviously, we have the landslide potential, so that's all the water going down mountains and tons of mudslides, all that sort of stuff, right? So we're going to have that across much of Jamaica. The other thing is we have all the storm surge coming in from the hurricane. So we're going to have upwards of 15 feet of storm surge right along the coastline. And at this point, you're probably wondering, where is it even safe to be in Jamaica? Because there aren't very many places that are legitimately safe. The only place I could actually imagine that is somewhat safe at this point would be somewhere over here near Port Antonio or Morant Bay. But that is when it comes to being still inland and at least being a bit further away. There will still be some flooding, but there's no way to put this lightly, because basically all of Jamaica is going to be receiving significant rainfall and also catastrophic storm surge and hurricane force winds. We have an urgent update from Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we just got an intermediate advisory from the National Hurricane Center. This is now officially a 909 millibar Category 5 hurricane with 175 mile per hour wind speed. So there's a little bit of talk of, okay, is that pressure going to mean that this hurricane is weaker? Are we no longer Category 5? No, we are by far a Category 5 hurricane. We still have winds of 175 miles an hour in the eye, and they do note in the outlook that this is something that could fluctuate in intensity still. They've been noting that multiple times. When we have a hurricane this strong, basically, it can go back and forth, let's say 10, 20 miles an hour. This could strengthen and it could weaken, but it really doesn't matter at this point. Either way, the landfall is going to be very catastrophic. They always say when it's a Category 4 versus a Category 5 hurricane that it really does not make a difference. So there's no changes to the warnings, no changes in how you should be handling this. Just because the pressure is just a tad bit higher does not mean that this thing is any weaker.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is a big update. This is our intermediate update from the National Hurricane Center. Keep in mind, the intermediate update essentially is a 8 p.m. update. This happens with every hurricane. We have an update at 5 p.m. We have one at 8 p.m. The ones that happen at 5 and 11 p.m., those are the big updates. Those are the ones that have tons of new details, sometimes a new forecast cone, all that sort of stuff. This update specifically is a intermediate update. So this one just gives us details on the intensity and some other stuff. That's basically all it is, like pressure, intensity, all that sort of stuff. They have actually shifted the cone of uncertainty. This is a huge update. All right, this is actually an actual update. They don't usually do cone of uncertainty updates. Major update on the cone of uncertainty. Like, this is, I'm not even kidding when I say major. They just expanded the cone of uncertainty substantially. Now, the hurricane is forecasted to go somewhere between the ocean and Port Antonio. They've actually expanded the cone. I've never seen this before. They've expanded the cone entirely. So we now have a possibility that this actually has a little bit better of a chance of missing Jamaica. On top of that, it actually goes now as far east again as Kingston, Somerset, and Morant Bay. So basically almost all of Jamaica is once again in the cone of uncertainty. The maximum wind gusts have dropped again. They're back down to 200 miles per hour. This is moving northwest at 2 miles per hour, and the pressure is down to 909 millibars. That is a serious shift, though. I mean, this is huge. This was, I'm not saying that just to say it. Like, this is a huge, like, we don't usually have cone updates at 8 p.m. They have made the cone, so it now goes way out here to the west. And it also goes much further east. And I think the National Hurricane Center, what they're probably thinking right now is like, we don't know where this is going. And like, it could literally go anywhere right now because of how stationary it is. It has done a loop, and it's still moving west again. It's going back to the west once again. It's a very strange hurricane. And the longer it keeps doing this, the more likely that this is just going to keep spinning, churning, intensifying, maybe intensifying again. And the better chance that we are going to see even more significant flooding in Jamaica. I knew it was going to Florida. Guys, it's not going to Florida. That's not what this means, but this is quite literally unbelievable. I mean, this is literally just spinning. I really can't believe this. I've never witnessed this before. Like, it's literally... I've never witnessed them doing an 8 p.m. cone advisory update like this, actually expanding the cone of uncertainty. But wow. Unbelievable. This thing is just being weird. The hurricane hunters have just flown through Melissa, all right? So they have just flown through Melissa. This is the latest from the hurricane hunters. All right, so the first of 2 different hurricane hunter aircraft are flying through this. This hurricane hunter aircraft just flew through the center of Melissa. They have measured peak winds at 150 knots. 150 knots was the peak wind, which is 173 miles per hour. So this is definitely still a very intense Category 5 hurricane. That was their peak wind on the northeast quadrant of Melissa. They've also just measured pressure at 909 millibars. So they have measured pressure down to 909, 911, and also 910. So all in that range. So this is still a 909 millibar Category 5 hurricane. It's gone up a little bit in pressure, but again, the pressure increase does not really mean much here. It is still a very intense Category 5 hurricane. They also went through the southwestern quadrant where they measured a peak wind speed of 156 knots. That is a peak wind speed. It's not the exact wind, but it is at least the peak that they've measured. If you translate that, that is a 180 mile per hour measurement, which would be basically a 5 mile per hour increase over the current intensity. They also measured a 132 peak. So yeah, that's huge. I mean, that's 156 for a peak is pretty crazy. The actual sustained wind that they measured was 148, which does line up with what the intensity is right now. But the peak wind being 180 is pretty crazy. So this Hurricane Hunter aircraft has just flown through Melissa for the first time. This one did for the first time. And then the other one is actually, I think they just flew through it too. All right, so both of these just flew through at the same time. This is the other aircraft that just flew through. I need to get the observation time. This is the 651. They measured a pressure of 911 millibars as well. Let's see if there's any different ones. 910, and then the highest one that they measured was 152 152 knots, which again translates to about 175 mile per hour winds. And then the wind speed that was sustained was 150, which again lines up with what the current pressure and winds are of Melissa. So this is all very accurate so far. I mean, no like jumps to anything, like no big decreases of pressure, no big increases of wind. But I mean, again, the peak wind speed being measured at 180 miles per hour is actually pretty crazy still. So yeah, crazy stuff. Also, shout out to Jennifer with the PayPal donation. Thanks for the coverage, Josh. I have a friend, or a friend has family on the southwestern coast of Jamaica. This hurricane has me anxious. Yeah, I mean, southwestern Jamaica might be the one that gets hit. It could also hit Kingston, but like, this is such a complicated forecast. This is by far the most complicated hurricane forecast for landfall that I think I've ever had. Like, this is like tops the cake with how much it's been just circling, and it hasn't really made a jump to the north yet. It is still just circling here in the sea. Like, this is extremely far to the southwest of Jamaica compared to what we thought it would be at this exact time today. Looks like Tropical Tidbits has, I think, gone down. Yeah, Tropical Tidbits is down. I was about to show the new hurricane model coming in, but the hurricane models are going to be updating here soon, so we might get a little bit more of an interesting look at where Melissa is going to go corresponding to the hurricane forecast. Hurricane model forecast, so we'll have to wait and see on that. I think it's going to go west. I mean, it can't really go much further west. It's just going to keep spinning, I think. It's, again, I've said this a few times, but the reason why this thing is spinning, the reason why it has not made a turn to the north is just because of how intense this hurricane is. A lot of the time when we have Category 5 hurricanes that are under 920 millibars of pressure, they can do weird turns. Milton did this, Katrina did this, like every big hurricane that we've ever had has done this. It's not really that surprising because of how intense it is. 175 mile per hour winds, that is very intense. Like, that's above just a low end, I say low end, but like the lowest point of wind for a Category 5. So this isn't really that surprising. But I gotta say, the most surprising thing with this is, one, it is still not turned to the north. We thought it was going to turn north about 7 hours ago. And on top of that, the cone of uncertainty has grown to the point where we could maybe see this maybe not make landfall in Jamaica, or could make a devastating landfall somewhere between Montego Bay and Kingston. And again, the cone of uncertainty has expanded back out to Kingston again. That is how low of confidence we currently have of where this is actually going to make landfall, if it will make landfall in Jamaica. And if for whatever reason this doesn't make landfall in Jamaica, it's going to be even worse for Cuba, because it's not going to go over any mountains or land to really make it weaken, and it will probably still be a Cat 4, if not a Cat 5, going up into Cuba. Right now it's forecast to be a high-end Cat 3, but that could easily change. But man, this is just crazy. All right, real quickly, this is a live shot right now in Kingston, Jamaica. Again, we have a lot of different live shots right now in Kingston. It's been pretty calm for a while. The flooding has been the biggest thing all day today. We've had a lot of high waters at least starting to build. A lot of puddling on the roadways has been very notable. Low-lying areas are starting to flood as well, but this is going to get worse tonight. Obviously, it is now 7 o'clock local time in Jamaica. This is a skyline view here from Crossroads with the See Jamaica camera, which you can watch on their YouTube channel. There are plenty of other live shots as well, but that's one of the few that are currently out there right now in Jamaica. And again, the winds have not been very intense. With it being nighttime, I wanted to show you guys the Kingston Harbor camera, but we're not able to really show it because of it just being nighttime. And there's really not much to see, but you would at least be able to see the waves and everything. They've been pretty intense throughout the daytime today, so... Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Mac, so we just got a new update from the National Hurricane Center, not the National Hurricane Center, sorry, the Hurricane Hunters. So this is our Vortex data message. I figured we'd quickly show what this looks like when it's the raw data. Let me slide it over here so my camera is not over the top of it. But this is what that data looks like coming right from the Hurricane Hunters. I'm going to decode this. I'm not going to make you guys read this, but basically what they're saying is the center of the hurricane. It's 910 millibar storm right now. The eye is closed completely. It has a well-defined eye. It's about 10 nautical miles across from side to side. The maximum flight level winds was 156 knots, like you talked about, which is about 180 miles an hour. That is still Category 5 intensity. And the warmest temp inside the eye was 11 degrees Celsius. In the coldest temp was 23 degrees Celsius. And they're also noting that the center is currently moving at 275 degrees at 7 knots. So that is still a westward drift. But other than that, there's not much that's too significant about this update. It's basically what we saw from the other one. Just still waiting to see what exactly this storm's going to do. It does actually look like on on satellite, which I'm going to pull up real quick. It does look like we might be trying to see another weird sort of loop. And one thing I want to note about this loop is depending on how many times it just sits out here looping, it could actually just continue to remain at the intensity that it is or grow even stronger. The ocean that it's over is still a favorable environment for strengthening, and the more time it spends over the water, the more time it's going to have to either sustain in intensity or even strengthen in intensity. So it'll be interesting to see what the Hurricane Hunters find as they continue to fly through here. But for now, that's all we have from the Hurricane Hunters.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is, and some new information there from the Hurricane Hunters. They are still flying through. You can track the Hurricane hunters flying through the hurricane on the Radar Omega app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. And we are currently looking at that right now. Inside of the app, they just flew through the south or northeastern side of the eye wall. And there are, again, 2 different flights. You can track both of them here. We got we got NOAA 42, which is one of the flights. That is this one here. And then the Teal 74 mission, which they have now flown all the way down here into the southwestern side of the eye. And they're going to loop right back into Melissa here over the next half hour. So we are getting frequent updates here on the data from these hurricane hunters. One of the other things I do want to allude to here is that when you see these purple barbs here that go all the way down to the south of Melissa, it at least gives you an idea of where the hurricane force winds are reaching out to, which is well over 30 miles from the center. Keep in mind, most hurricanes, you don't see hurricane force winds much further than about 30, 40 miles out from the center of it. So very common to see that. And again, we don't have any hurricane force winds in Jamaica yet. In fact, there really aren't very many areas that are even seeing tropical storm force winds in Jamaica yet, mainly because Melissa is just so far down to the southwest. We are again starting to see Melissa starting to turn again. It looks like it's trying to loop, and I don't even know where it's going, really. I'm not going to lie. Like, this thing is just... We're not really going to have any idea of where this is going, I think, for a little bit. It's still kind of going to the west. This is just the loop here over the last hour or so. It's essentially stalled. We're assuming it's going to turn to the north at some point here in the next, 30 minutes to an hour, but it still hasn't. We thought it was going to continue going north about 4 hours ago, and that hasn't happened. So, yeah, there are no signs that this thing is actually turning to the north yet. It will at some point. It's just a matter, again, of when. When will Melissa actually turn to the north? It's a waiting game. We thought it was going to be way earlier than this. This is very off. This is the definition of a drunk hurricane. Hey, user, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate your lives, Max. Prayers for the Jamaican people. Appreciate that. And also, I do agree. And also, thank Stephanie for the gifted membership and for the super chat. What drove you to learn to become a meteorologist? I've always been into it since I was little. Watched the Weather Channel when I was growing up. I mean, that was like my biggest motivating factor, I guess. Watching the Weather Channel instead of SpongeBob, I guess, did things to me. So, they popular for the super chat. Looping benefit Jamaica by increased wind speeds later. I mean, if this were to keep looping, it would have more opportunity to intensify, which means it could get much worse for Jamaica for wind speeds. Actually, one thing we can do... I want to show you guys a map. The National Hurricane Center does have a experimental tool thing. This is kind of an interesting tool. This is the National Hurricane Center website. You can actually look at this on your own. One interesting thing that I want to point out is that this interactive, you can actually see all the hurricane warnings that are in effect. They have gone ahead and issued hurricane warnings all the way up into the Bahamas now. Tropical storm warnings are in effect also for all of Haiti, also parts of Cuba. And then the red is obviously the hurricane warnings. That does include all of Jamaica, also all of eastern Cuba near Santiago de Cuba. There's another thing that you can look at in here too. I think there's some sort of interactive map that you can look at for rainfall and stuff. But at the bare minimum, I do want to show you guys the rip currents. It's able to load real quick. The site is slow to load, probably because of how many people are on it. But one other thing I do want to point out, especially for those that are tuning in from the United States and you have plans to go to the beach, rip currents are a big concern. Anywhere in that red is a high risk of rip currents. That goes anywhere from eastern Florida all the way back through North Carolina. That is for today. Tomorrow is going to be the same thing, and this is primarily due to the fact of Melissa. It's going to actually get worse as we go into this weekend, but just heads up, if you're along the East Coast, rip currents are going to be very dangerous. Basically, anywhere in the Caribbean, we're dealing with very dangerous rip currents, especially for Jamaica. So, just a little heads up if you have any plans to go out. This is our rainfall outlook as well, which this updated a few hours ago. National Hurricane Center still forecasting over 20 inches of rain. This is additional on top of what we've already seen. But southeastern parts of Cuba and also central Jamaica, that is where we're expecting the worst of the rainfall to be over the next 12 to 24 hours. And this will continue all the way into probably at least late Tuesday night, if not into Wednesday morning. Thank you, Samantha, for the $20 super chat. Great coverage, Max. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. If you guys have been enjoying the stream, make sure to like the stream. Helps get this out to more people. Share the stream if you have any friends or family in the path of this hurricane. And also make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new here. We do live coverage for big weather events like this all the time. This is our first ever stream for a Jamaica tropical system. We were considering doing it for Beryl last year. But this one, I think, definitely was needed, without a doubt. I mean, we're talking about the most catastrophic hurricane that we've ever seen that is expected to still make landfall in Jamaica sometime tomorrow, around 10 to about 12 o'clock. The time frame of this making landfall keeps getting pushed back, mainly because of the fact that it's just been such a slow-moving hurricane tonight. But it has not really moved to the north yet. So until it moves north, it's going to be kind of just a waiting game to see where it actually goes. How many loops can this thing make? It can make as many as it wants. There is really nothing really stopping this from making another loop or two before it goes to the north. It's such a powerful hurricane that nothing's really controlling like the direction of it until that cold front gets a little bit closer, or the ridge gets a little bit stronger off to the east. I mean, neither of those have seemed to happen yet. And this is just such a, again, intense hurricane that it can basically do what it wants right now. So... how long until Melissa uses up the energy in the water where it is? It's doing it right now. It's going to keep doing it for the next, like, 24 hours. I mean, by the time we go into, like, Thursday or Friday, all that really favorable ocean heat that we have and the warm water temperatures are all going to be mixed in this area. So if we were, for some reason, to see another tropical system here in about a week or two, it will have a lot harder of a time developing because of this area being used up by Melissa. So I just want to throw that out there in case anybody's worried about another big hurricane here near Jamaica in like 2 weeks. It's going to be hard for that to actually happen because of the fact that we have this hurricane that has been spinning up and kind of, you know, swirling all the waters, and it basically mixes our cold and warm waters, and it will essentially make it so that the surface water is colder. And so that's what we're going to be seeing across Jamaica. Looks like we got another person walking out here on the bottom of your screen. This is live at Crossroads in Kingston. By the way, real quickly, this is a hailstorm currently in Colorado. This is our only severe warning. It's actually south of Hugo. Pretty big hailstorm. I don't think severe weather was even in the forecast for the United States today, other than Florida, so. Off topic, but some weather happening in the U.S. today. Back to having nobody on the road. Oh, never mind. There's a person on the bottom right. There are still some people venturing out there. Whether they're preparing, working, whatever they might be doing, they're doing all sorts. A lot of people still out there. Again, this is not like super uncommon to at least have a few dozen people driving on the roads and stuff. Like, again, Jamaica is a very populated country. I mean, you know, in Kingston specifically, there's over 1 million people that live here. So, this is another live shot at Devon House. So again, another See Jamaica camera. You can watch these on YouTube. It's Abbey Court. You can see all the water, again, puddling on the roadways. It's only going to get worse as we go into late tonight, early tomorrow. And don't forget, again, in this country, it's like England. Cars are on the left side of the road. Those people are not driving on the wrong side of the roads. So. Decent amount of water on the roadways here. Alrighty, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So looking at lightning here again, one thing we're noticing that's a little interesting is earlier on in the day, we were basically seeing all of the lightning on the north and northwestern portion of the eye wall. But in the last few frames here, it seems to be dancing around the eye a little bit. I think that just goes to show how confused this hurricane is right now in what direction it wants to go. I do think pretty soon we're going to start to see it shoot off to the north towards Jamaica. It's basically just a waiting game to see when that's going to happen. There's still a bunch of questions of how far west is it going to go. Does it keep going and going west? We've said multiple times it will be turning north. That northern turn is coming here pretty soon, and I think this is just its last sort of chance to hold its ground for maybe a couple more hours here at the most before it does make that rapid turn off to the north. This is normally what we do see right before hurricane turns. It sort of stalls out, just dances around in the same area for a second, and then makes its way off in the expected path. I mean, there's no way that it doesn't turn. It is going to be hit by a system, and that system will push it in the way that we expect it to. It's just, when is that going to happen? It continues to be even more unstable. Going back to Radar Omega here, we can sort of see that it is actually off to the south in the east of where the last National Hurricane Center update did have the eye. This is just another part of the wobbles that continues to dance around here, but it is going to start moving majority to the northeast here over the next couple of hours. Also, I do want to mention further down the line, this thing is going to stay a hurricane for a really long time in some of the last National Hurricane Center updates. I don't think we've talked about this, but it is going to be a hurricane for a very long time, because this storm is going to pick up a lot of speed. Obviously, we're not talking about the Category 5 impacts this far down the line, but it's interesting just to see how long this thing is going to sort of maintain its hurricane status.
All righty, thank you, Riley, for the update. It sounds like our fatality count, I don't know if it's updated, but I think we just got an update on it. I believe we are now up to 3 people in Jamaica that have now lost their lives due to Hurricane Melissa. And again, keep in mind, Melissa has not made landfall. It is still not in Jamaica by any means. We're still a little ways away from that even happening. But with that said, this is obviously a hurricane that is causing already a lot of rainfall. People are preparing for it. It sounds like at least 2 of those fatalities came from people just preparing for Hurricane Melissa. The other one's unknown as of right now, but 2 of them have already lost their lives due to preparations. Over in Haiti, I know that we've at least had 3 fatalities. I'm going to try to get those numbers again. This is according to WX Fatalities on Twitter. This was from earlier, but this is pre the new one that was just reported. The first 2 again were, the other 2 in Jamaica were again during preparations, which could be literally from anything. Landslide related was 3 of them, and 4 of them were in Haiti, by the way, and then 1 was in the Dominican Republic. 1 flood related, 3 landslide related, 1 was wind related, and then 2 were during preparations, which were again both in Jamaica. And again, keep in mind, Melissa is still to the southwest of Jamaica right now. Thank you, Lucy, for the $5 super chat. How bad do you think the devastation in Inagua, Bahamas will be? I'm supposed to travel there on the 10th. Fishing and bird watching. Let me look this up. I don't know where that actually is in the Bahamas. That's Matthewtown. I think you'll be fine. Storm surge would be like the biggest thing, but I think you'll be okay. And obviously, if anything were to change, I would assume that you're going to probably be able to get like a refund or something, hopefully. So, but yeah, I think you'll be all right. Thank Poplar for the $5 super chat. My question intended to ask: will the looping benefit Jamaica due to the speed of the hurricane moving quicker through land? No. It really, again, at this point, there's not really much of a benefit to where Melissa is going to go for Jamaica specifically. I think it's going to still end up making landfall in Jamaica. It just might be a bit further west. I'm thinking Black River White House for landfall tomorrow. It might sound crazy with how much this has been moving west, but again, this thing, it's been looping. It's gotten a little bit more stationary now. I think it's going to start to actually turn north for real here soon. It hasn't done it yet, but I think it's going to for real actually turn north here soon. Just a matter of time until it does so. Riley, you're unmuted on Zoom. Two tornadoes on the ground in Colorado. There are no tornadoes on the ground in Colorado, unless something's just not warned right now. Hey, Legion, for the super chat. I'm in 8th grade and we have our weather unit tomorrow. I bet my teacher will ask about, I bet my teacher will ask about it, Melissa, and I'll impress her. You good? Hey, Starlight, for becoming a member. I remember being in like I remember back in middle school, there was like a small little meteorology segment, and like I knew everything and nobody else knew anything. I think my teacher didn't like me because of that. It was interesting. Where's the advisory? Our next National Hurricane Center advisory is going to be at 11 o'clock, unless we get one in between then. Again, all the information about this advisory is at the bottom of your screen on that breaking news bar. Also below me, on that under the tornado warnings, that also has some information about our latest advisory, which was at 8 o'clock Eastern time. That was about 20 minutes ago. And so again, those are automatically updating. That's a new feature that we have on our live streams. We didn't have that before, and we are going to continue to add even more cool hurricane things to our streams whenever we do hurricane coverages. Same thing with severe weather coverages too. My plan is that like over time, like we can really improve these hurricane streams and improve all of our streams across the board to have more information that's important. I feel like everything that we've added so far to this stream is actually important. Like, I don't want to add a bunch of random slop that doesn't mean anything. I don't want to have, like, all sorts of random, like, stuff that just doesn't actually help anybody in the situation that's evolving. So, like, everything that we have is built out right now, so it's important stuff. And we have a bunch of, real developers that are doing stuff that are making this all possible, and hopefully over time we can continue to, expand on that. So, thank you, Nicholas, for the super chat. But I think whenever you click on this stream, like the goal is that you know what's happening and everything that's going on. And another thing that I want to add soon too is like whenever we're doing severe weather coverages, especially, I want to have it so that you know what state we're in. That way I don't have to repeat it every like 2 minutes. But that's another thing that I've had a problem with in the past. So we're going to work on that. Hopefully that'll be something that comes out by the end of next month. So a lot of cool stuff coming. Thank you, Nick, for the $10 super chat. If it's looping over a similar area for long enough, would it upwell some of the colder water below from the surface of the ocean, causing it to weaken a bit? Probably not. I mean, it would have to be for that to actually happen, it would have to be more than just a day or two of doing this. And like, it would have to be basically in the same spot for like multiple days. And even then, it doesn't necessarily work like that. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. What was the pressure when they went in? The last flight was 909 millibars. Let me check and see where the hurricane hunters are at. We haven't checked on that in a few minutes. We'll do both missions. This is the Teal 74 mission. They are currently turning now. And so they are going to be going into, I believe, this part of the hurricane here soon. Let me just pause the hurricane. And then this is NOAA 42. This is the other mission. They are currently located right about in the same place. I mean, both of these flights are actually basically in the same place. It looks like Teal 74 is going to be a little bit closer. So Teal 74 will be the next one to go through the hurricane. In case you're just tuning in and haven't already heard, again, Melissa is a very powerful Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds are at 175 miles per hour. Pressure is at 909 millibars. That is a 3 millibar increase compared to 6 hours ago or 3 hours ago. So this hurricane is still very healthy, still very organized, and has been basically stationary. It's been looping. It's been moving more to the west over the last 6 hours. But generally speaking, it is now back to basically being stationary, and we do think in about a few hours it will start to race off to the north. Not really race, but it'll at least start to turn to the north fully, and then go into Jamaica by tomorrow morning. Thank you, Sundays, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, Emily, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Onk, for the super chat. Love your videos and lives. Keep up the great work. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Did Max eat yet? No, but I'm getting my food here soon. Hopefully. It's coming. I'm so hungry. I'm at like record-breaking levels of hungry. This is the first time I've ever gone live and not had like anything to eat beforehand. I've been live for now, how long? 6 hours? I've literally had basically nothing today, so. Seems to me you predicted 910 millibars a few days ago. You're on it, Max. I don't even know what we predicted. I don't remember what my prediction was like a few days ago, but I was pretty confident this would get down to a cat. I was confident that this would be a Cat 5 just because of its stalling, but I don't know what the pressure was. I don't really do pressure predictions or wind predictions because, like, unless like there's already a hurricane and we can at least kind of get a good idea of what it's going to be. Like, there's no reason to actually legitimately predict what the pressure is going to be like 6 days beforehand or something, you know? See if Tropical Tidbits is back. Looks like Tropical Tidbits is still down. This is what it looks like on Geo satellite tonight for Hurricane Melissa. I'm going to do a full disc, actually. I want to do the 10-minute loops. These little glowing things that you see next to the hurricane, that is lightning density. It is loading in. One moment. I'm going to try to do less frames so it loads faster. This thing takes a lot of power. Still a ton of lightning in the eye. Where's the cold front? It's draped over Florida right now. Pretty insane looking hurricane. Thank you, Melissa, for the $20 super chat. Order some dinner, Max. Thanks for all you do. Appreciate that. I already have dinner coming. Gonna be here soon. I'm in Florida. We cleared out at 6 p.m. Yeah, there's been some storms in Florida today. Nothing too crazy, but yeah, most of the storms are now moving out of central Florida. And this is basically where the cold front is. It's back over here in Florida, so that'll help to kind of push this thing off to the north here, hopefully soon. If it keeps going west, I don't really know what's going to happen, but it's starting to stall, so it looks like it's going to start to turn to the north. But right now, it's not moving really at all. I think you have more people watching this than tornado coverage. I mean, Melissa is a major event. Like, this is the reason why we have more people watching this stream compared to, like, you know, a tornado on the ground in Lake Charles from a couple nights ago, is because this is a major event. Like, this is a nationwide, national, like, weather event. So, like, this was the same thing with, like, Milton. Like, Milton, when we did Hurricane Milton coverage, we had over 130,000 people watching at a given time. 130,000 people of those, like, out of the 130,000, like, probably only like 20 or 30K were actually from Florida, you know? So being a national or nationwide event, national event, like national news sort of thing, like, this gets a lot more attention than a singular tornado happening like in Lake Charles a couple nights ago, you know, at like 11 o'clock. That kind of came out of nowhere too. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. Isn't it a positive thing that'll be hitting during daylight hours? Jamaican homes and infrastructure all look like a house of cards. Yeah, I mean, it is a good thing that this is making landfall during the daytime, because at least people can see to some extent. And, like, if it was making landfall at nighttime, I wouldn't say it's as bad as, like, a nighttime tornado, but at least you can see if you have to go somewhere. Hey, Oaks for the super chat. You get any cheese curds? I did not. I don't think Wawa has cheese curds. Hey, Take 5 for the $10 super chat. Is it still going to be a Cat 5 at landfall, or is it downgraded? This is going to be a Cat 5 at landfall. Most likely, at least. I mean, the National Hurricane Center doesn't have, like, a thing here where it says, like, right here it's going to be a Cat 5. That's right before landfall. They have a Category 4 marker over Jamaica at 145 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. But truly what's going to end up happening is that this is going to crash into southwestern Jamaica somewhere, I think, as a Cat 5. Which, again, if that happens, this would be the first ever Cat 5 to make landfall in Jamaica in history. If, for whatever reason, it didn't make landfall as a Cat 5, it's still going to be the strongest hurricane to ever make landfall here at around a Cat 4. Hey, Poplar for the super chat. So the delays in moving on land coupled with the arrival of... Yeah, that's one of the reasons why. Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why is mainly the cold front. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got another update from the Hurricane Hunters. Another VDM, which is the Vortex data message. It was basically exactly the same, not any differences between the last one we talked about, but just to reiterate, it is still a 910 millibar storm. Eyewall's fully closed, and it's still moving. It's not stationary. So no big updates from the National Hurricane Center, but maybe pretty soon here we might see some pressure changes. It would be interesting to see if we're going to trend either up or down, because it seems pretty stationary here so far.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. We have somebody watching from the United Kingdom tonight. Where's everybody tuning in from tonight? Let me know in the chat. We have a little over 26,000 of you watching right now. We've had almost 1 million people watch the stream today, which is crazy. Melissa is definitely a big event. A lot of you guys are not from Jamaica, and I for those that are in Jamaica, like, I'm surprised, like, we still have power there, to be honest. Like, I would have figured it would have been knocked out by now. The infrastructure is not really good enough to even hold up with 50-mile-per-hour winds, which is something we've seen today. That's somebody from we got people from Scotland, Alberta, Canada in the chat, New Mexico, Illinois, New York City, Illinois, Louisiana, Florida, Grand Forks, North Dakota. California. Hey, Pat, for the $20 super chat. Thanks for the great content. Get something to eat. Please remember that the people who get smashed, or please do remember the people who get impacted by this. Thank you from Montreal, Canada. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Also, thank you, Take 5 Golf, for another $10 super chat. Pagey is crazy for going to chase the storms. That's a big risk of how bad this hurricane will be. Hopefully, it'll all be safe. Yeah, so again, Tornado Pagey, they're not actually live right now. The bottom right is just pre-recorded from earlier today. But it's actually not Tornado Pagey. It's specifically Bryce Shelton. He's the one that's there tonight. He is currently preparing for landfall. He is in southwestern Jamaica. He will be there tomorrow morning. And I don't know if he's going to be able to be live on YouTube or Radar Omega. Obviously, if he is, you guys will be able to see him on YouTube and also inside of the Radar Omega app. You can, again, download it with the top link in the description below to watch him. But he will be live, assuming that there is Starlink ability and there's at least some sort of cell reception. He will be live covering this. I don't think the stream is going to be up till landfall. Like, I don't think there's any way with the infrastructure there, but we'll see. Maybe it will. This hurricane's absolutely crazy. Yeah, we have one of these crazy hurricanes, it feels like, every year. The only other ones that we've had have mostly just been in the United States. This is the first one that has, like, this is the first year, I feel like, in a while that we haven't had a landfalling hurricane in the United States, and this is actually a crazy hurricane. And it's making landfall near Jamaica, or in Jamaica. In case you guys are curious, this is a 250 frame loop. This goes back several days on Melissa. I'm going to get rid of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft for a moment. This is a big loop of Melissa here over the last few days. Thank you, Philippine, for becoming a member. Also, shout out to user with the 5 get to memberships. Really appreciate that. So yeah, this started back on the 25th, which is Saturday at about like 11 o'clock, and now is run through basically today. But it was literally at the very beginning of this frame cycle. If I go back to the beginning, this was still barely a Category 1 hurricane. Keep in mind, this was only a tropical storm about 48 hours ago. So now the hurricane, once it got intense, it wobbled down to the south. You can see that right here. It wobbled down to the south. That was late last night at about 7 o'clock. And then it went back to the north. It wobbled south. And now over the span of today, it just kept going west, but it's wobbled a ton. You can see how much it's just wobbled around. Now it's done basically a loop, and now it's stalled. Imagine if this thing stalled right next to Kingston or something like that. Like, just imagine if this hurricane were to be 100 miles further north and stalled up here. This would be an even more catastrophic hurricane. I just want to throw that out there because, like, we're almost fortunate that this is making landfall, at least going north at some sort of speed. Because if this were to have been any further north, like, we would have tons of rain, really high winds all across, you know, western and southwestern Jamaica. Thank you, Far, for the super, or becoming a member, and also thank you, Rick, for the super chat. Great work again, Max. Love from Australia. Appreciate that. Appreciate the super chat. Let's hear a drunk go home. I wish it would just. I just really wish this thing would die. Like, I'm so scared for Jamaica. Hopefully this thing goes further west than forecasted and just kind of misses, but I think it's gonna be a good thing. Thank you, Madison, for the $10 super chat. Contribution for the cat treat fund. Appreciate that. Thank you, Thompson, also for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Greetings from Puerto Rico. We went through those moments with Hurricane Maria. It's not easy. It is not. No, this is not an easy situation for anybody. $909? Yeah, this is down to 909 millibars. It was at 906 earlier, so it's actually technically gotten slightly weaker, but not, like, dramatic. It's a very tiny little weakening. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I sort of wanted to run through again how much rainfall we're expecting and how that's going to sort of correlate to the impacts that we're going to see. So this is right from the National Hurricane Center's latest outlook. Melissa is expected to bring rainfall of 15 to 30 inches. That is additional rainfall, by the way. So this is adding on to what we've already seen. Melissa is expecting to bring rainfall of 15 to 30 inches to portions of Jamaica and additional rainfall of 6 to 12 inches for southern Hispaniola through Wednesday, with a total local maxima of 40 plus inches possible. Catastrophic flash flooding and numerous landslides are likely. So I do believe the 40 plus is the biggest I've seen on an advisory so far. I know the actual rainfall graphic does show 30 across much of the island, but 40 plus, that is one of the higher numbers we have seen so far. That is specifically for Jamaica. Anyone who has experienced flooding in Jamaica before knows that it doesn't take even 3 to 5 inches of rain to cause very significant flash flooding on the island, let alone 40. So all that 40 inches of rain is going to have to go somewhere, and it is just going to go from the top of the mountain very quickly to the bottom of the mountains that are located on Jamaica. So definitely going to be catastrophic flash flooding, and unfortunately the steepest of those mountains are around Kingston, and that's why Kingston is under such a significant landslide potential. Unfortunately, we could be looking at a situation where we see many landslides all around Kingston and across the island. I do think that is actually going to be the most significant part of that. Normally, if we're in Florida or somewhere else, we're talking about storm surge, we're talking about the winds, but I do actually think the landslides could maybe be the sort of make or break in terms of how significant this hurricane damage is going to be. Everything is just going to go all down the gullies across the mountain, and that's what's going to lead to the majority of the damage. In terms of storm surge, we are still talking about very significant storm surge as well. I mean, 9 to 13 feet is not something you want to mess around with. 13 feet is more than enough to inundate a lot of critical infrastructure, especially in Jamaica, where a lot of the roads are basically right next to the road, or right next to the edge of the water. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up Google Maps just so we can look at what it sort of looks like down there and look at where those roads are located, right along the edge of the water, almost entirely around the island. And that's part of the reason that this 9 to 13 foot storm surge is going to be so significant, is because it is going to completely cover these roads that people rely on to travel anywhere across the island, get out anywhere, and just move. It's not going to have 9 to 13 foot storm surge across the entirety of the island. It's going to be majorly the part down here to the south, closer to where the eye wall makes landfall, that's going to see storm surge. That's significant, but nonetheless, there's still going to be at least some storm surge that could more than inundate a lot of the roads along the edges of the country.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. I don't know if you guys were looking at my camera. I got chicken tenders from Wawa. That thing was so floppy. I've never seen a floppy chicken tender. One's not as bad, but that was strange. I got garlic knots and chicken tenders. Chicken tenders are good. I haven't had a garlic knot in so long. It's actually pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. How long will we be covering this tonight? We might be going until like 11:30 tonight. The next National Arcane Center update is at 11. That's the big one. So we could be like, I honestly didn't think we were gonna be live for more than 6 hours today. We're already past 6 hours, and I honestly think, like, I'm really curious to see what happens, because Melissa's not moving, and like we don't know what's really gonna happen. Like, it was supposed to be moving north by now. By 1 a.m. tonight, it's supposed to be here. Like, there's no signs of this thing moving right now, so it's strange. Is Wawa the quick trip of Florida? I'm not gonna lie, I went to Minnesota and Wisconsin back in what was it? Earlier this summer, like August, and I never went to a quick trip until then. Quick trip is definitely better, I would have to say. No hate to Wawa, but quick trip is just built different. Their mini tacos are so insanely good. Our next pass through with the Hurricane Hunters is going to be coming up here soon. The Teal 74 aircraft is about to take a turn up into Melissa here shortly. So I'll have more new data coming in here soon, see if there's any changes to the intensity. But in the meantime, we are continuing to watch Melissa, and a very catastrophic hurricane is coming to Jamaica here soon. This is a live shot right now at Devon House in Jamaica. You can watch these live cameras on YouTube. You can see the water, again, puddling up on the roadways right now. Still a decent amount of people traveling out there in Jamaica. Did it turn north yet? It is not. What are all the squares? I think, I'm not from Jamaica, so I don't know, but maybe that's like the line that you're supposed to drive through when you go through an intersection, or like the box between what you're supposed to drive through. Seems like every car is going right down the middle of it, so. Here's another live shot in Jamaica. This is in Maypen, which is a little bit further west of Kingston. Still got power on. You can see the streetlights, they're still on. So power hasn't gone out for this part of Jamaica yet. I do think Southwest Jamaica will be the first to actually lose power, which will probably be late tonight, if you've not already lost power. Here is another view. This is in downtown Kingston. This is one of the most viewed Sea Jamaica cameras right now on YouTube. This one's at the HWT Transport Center. Behind those lights right there on the right, there are boarded up walls. There's actually a person there, but there's also boarded up walls right there on that bank. So they are, or they've already taken their hurricane precautions. And in Jamaica, not a whole lot of places actually board up buildings. There aren't very many buildings to even board up to begin with, but like this one in particular, like they've only boarded basically that bottom floor of the bank. The top floor is not. And like in Florida, for example, it's different. Like everybody in Florida, everybody prepares differently. Every country is different. But like in Florida, you basically board up every single window. Like like at least the windows that are facing towards the ocean, because that's usually where the highest winds come from. So, hey Hawk for the $10 super chat. How do they predict the path of a hurricane? It has a lot to do with steering factors like upper level and lower level low pressure systems and ridges, all that sort of stuff. That's really the main way. Computer models obviously help with that, to kind of decipher where hurricanes could go, how fast they could be, all that sort of stuff. Is the power flickering or is it lightning? There's no lightning here. I think it's just a light flickering. Yeah, on the left. It's just a light. Winds are starting to pick up a little bit here in Kingston. The trees weren't moving much earlier. They are starting to move now on the left, behind that power pole. You still thinking the same for landfall? Yeah, landfall is probably going to be, again, sometime around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'm still leaning towards that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we did just see our Hurricane Hunters. This is the Air Force plane. They're looking towards the center position. Make their turn back towards the eye of Hurricane Melissa. So probably 15 to 30 minutes out from getting some data on that. In terms of where the other plane is right now, it's actually basically right behind them. If we go and flip over to the NOAA flight, it is just a... Ooh, my program's tripping out. I think we just lost the monitor. I don't know though. Oh, okay. I was like, what happened? But yeah, they are going to turn around here in a second. Both planes are, and they're going to make their pass from the southeast portion of the storm to the northwest portion of the storm.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. I just fixed it, by the way. Thank you, Junior, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. No signal. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Never have that issue. But again, I'm in a new studio for those that don't know, and so we still have a couple technical problems, and that's apparently one of them. So I got to fix it after the stream. Because basically, Riley is able to go to his own monitor, basically, and do stuff on it. And then we have a plug that runs it, and for some reason it keeps disconnecting after like 2 hours, so. Thank you, Raza, for the super chat. Storm surge is going to be horrific. That's one of the biggest concerns, especially for Southwest Jamaica. Could be a big concern also for areas like Kingston, but... rather watch you eat than dead air for minutes? Okay. Need a better quality display cable? That's probably what it is. I'll look into it after the stream. At least we have time to, because after Melissa's gone, the weather's dead again. I mean, like, this is like the big event. I mean, like, in the United States, I don't see anything big happening for a while. Looks like it's gonna be quiet to start November, but we'll see. Could always change. Use AI. We don't have anything AI on this stream, like, at all. Everything's literally anything that you see on the screen that is coded by actual people. We do not partake in the AI stuff. Hey, Son, for the $10 super chat. Helene Survivor here for US peeps who want more context, rainfall, geography, impact. Think WNC ETN after Helene, but without the same access to aid, more isolation, far higher than 900 mile per hour winds. Yeah. Basically what this is. Thank you, Junior, for becoming a member. Thank goodness it's quiet in the United States. Yeah, it's been pretty quiet. We had the severe weather the last few days, and then after, like, today, it's basically quiet again. We'll have a big cold blast as we go into Wednesday and Thursday. I'm hoping to get a video out for that either tomorrow afternoon or on Wednesday. So, thank you, DJ, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. It's back over the Sea Jamaica HWT Transport Center camera. When's this gonna make landfall? About 15 hours or so from now. Am I eating cheese curds? No, these are chicken tenders. In Ken's barbecue sauce. Actually, good barbecue sauce. Hey, Catherine, for the $10 PayPal donation. Doing a wonderful job in this hectic weather. Appreciate it. It's been hectic today. This is crazy, actually. I didn't even realize this. This is, out of the last 4 days, we've been live 3 times. That hasn't happened in so long. Like, the last time that we were live this much, I don't even know when it was, but it's been a long time. We haven't had a stretch of 3 streams within 4 days in at least 3 months. It's been so dead with weather, and I guess now it's different. Thank you, FPS, for the super chat. Appreciate the super chat. You also Poplar for the super chat. How fast do you anticipate the speed of a hurricane to be once it hits Jamaica? Not the wind speed, but the speed of the hurricane. I think it'll be probably running up northeast at about 5 to 6 miles per hour as it goes over Jamaica, maybe around 6 to 7 miles per hour. And then beyond that, it'll go up towards Cuba, probably upwards of 10 miles per hour. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead. Oh, I'm not on the right screen. I wasn't even on the right screen to talk about that. I'm talking about this, though. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we did just get an update just there for a second from our current location for Teal 74. So we can't see where the storm is on this, but if we come over to Radar Omega, we can and sort of look at the coordinates to see if they're in the same spot. For some reason, Radar Omega has decided it. Oh, okay. Everything got moved when the display got disconnected. All right, you guys can see what I can see. This is where the hurricane hunters are going to be right now. They would have completed this leg, and they're going to be about right here. So we should start to see, and it's literally updated. That was pretty accurate for me, just looking at 2 maps and kind of guessing if I had to say so myself. But they are on their way back into the eye, and they're going to start seeing some of those stronger wind speeds, and we will get more drop zone information, and sometime in the next 15 to 20 minutes, we should have another Vortex data message with a lot of important information in that.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Over the last about 60 minutes or so, Melissa has stalled. It is no longer moving. Where's my cat? I have no clue. She ain't in here, that's for sure. What kind of barbecue sauce? It's Ken's. But yeah, once again, Melissa is basically stalled. It has not been moving. So. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I just saw an update from the Jamaican health minister about hospitals and other important infrastructure. So they have stated that hospitals will remain operational, though there are concerns regarding several coastal facilities. Preliminary evacuations have already begun at some hospitals with full evacuation plans in place should conditions worsen. The minister specifically highlighted the Black River Hospital is being at risk of flooding. I didn't get a chance to see exactly where that hospital is located, but I will have that pulled up on the second computer here for you in a second.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. That's a pretty urgent update. About the hospitals there in Jamaica. Thank you, Dwayne, for becoming a member. Other channels are talking about an 888 millibar. This is not down under 900 millibars. I don't know who's saying that, but they're definitely not right. might have put that into like a random number generator and just ran with it or something, because like literally the only way that this would be sub 900 millibars is if we had confirmation from hurricane hunters. Like there's no other way to measure that really. Unless you're just guessing. So Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so this is the location of that hospital, and we can see why it would be so significant. The hurricane is probably going to skirt just barely off to the west of this, which means the rotation is basically going to push all of the water directly into the harbor bay that it's in here, and it is just going to go right up into the hospital. You can see here that there's basically no change in elevation, so unfortunately, I do see why they'd be highlighting this hospital as such a substantial risk, because there's literally nothing between this hospital and the hurricane itself.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. That's definitely important. That hospital's in like literally one of the worst spots when it comes to this hurricane specifically, because like what's going to happen tonight is the winds are obviously going to ramp up overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, so we're going to get hurricane force winds easily. But the storm surge is the bigger concern. With all the offshore wind, we're going to have all that water pushing up into that hospital. So, unfortunately, we are about to see a pretty nasty situation evolve in that area. That is why that hospital is being evacuated. And again, if you know anybody, or if you're in southwestern Jamaica tuning in right now, like that's the area that we are unfortunately going to probably see the most catastrophic impacts. Kingston, again, kind of 50-50. It might be big, like in terms of impacts, it might be a little bit on the lower end. It really just depends on when Melissa turns north and if it wobbles any more to the east. But we haven't really had a clear indication that Melissa is turning to the north yet. It's been basically stationary. And it will probably continue to stay that way, at least for some of the foreseeable future. This has been one weird hurricane, that is for sure. It is not moving much. Melissa is attempting, though. I mean, like, in all reality, like, Melissa might be making a run at trying to become, like, even more intense. We haven't had any pressure drops, but if you go over to, like, any sort of satellite, like, everything just screams to me that it's still not done intensifying. And once it actually starts to turn north, maybe it will get to its peak intensity. I think peak intensity might not have happened yet, but the Hurricane Hunter data, it's basically showing it's been around the same intensity for about at least an hour now. Thank you, Kayla, for becoming a member. By the way, what you're seeing here, all that flashing, that's lightning around the eye. It's been very frequent over the last few hours. We've had a decent amount of drier air coming up into Kingston over the last hour or two, so if you are in Kingston, just a little heads up, that's one of the reasons why it's a little bit drier right now. Thank you, David, for becoming a member. I think it's just spinning around as tropical tidbits come back up. I think the models are still down. Yeah, models are still down. Milton is stronger. Well, Milton was stronger. But even then, I mean, this is definitely not far from it. 175 mile per hour winds is still pretty crazy. There are apparently 3 to 4 different hurricane websites that are down right now. So, that's one of them. Hurricane websites are being overloaded tonight with people and traffic and stuff. Back over to a live shot right now in Jamaica. This is the Sea Jamaica camera, HWT Transport Center. And not really a whole lot of activity out there tonight. They had a lot of rain's been falling. Winds have been picking up slowly but surely. But again, there are not that many people that are just wandering out and about. We've had a few cars drive by here and there, a few people just walking around, but nothing like usually is here. Usually there's a lot more people walking around and doing stuff. And again, I expect this to just continue tomorrow and probably at least until tomorrow afternoon, and then after tomorrow afternoon, we'll more than likely start to see things return into, or not return back to normal, but everybody will at least start to do recovery efforts and whatnot. Enable for the $5 super chat. Did we get a 900 or sub 900 reading officially? We have not. Also, this is another live shot that's at Crossroads. This is also in the Kingston area. I got one person on the road. That singular person in the middle of your screen. Very, very quiet out there tonight. The live stream's still up. We are still up. And this is live. Meredith with the super chat asks, what do I expect for impacts in the northwestern Jamaica area, which is Montego Bay? This area, I anticipate the storm surge to probably be at least up to 5 feet. It could be a bit higher than that, but that's at least what I would expect for storm surge. Winds will probably be over 100 miles per hour. I think hurricane force winds are 100% at play here for northwestern Jamaica. We're talking possibly over 110, 120 miles per hour, which, again, in knots is a little translation. It's like 100, 105 or something like that. So at least be pretty intense. And on top of that, rainfall rates not going to be as significant here, but we'll probably at least see around 15 to 20 inches of rain. I say that's not as significant. I mean, it's still very significant, but like central Jamaica is where we're probably going to be over 30 inches of rain in a lot of spots when this is all said and done. So... and keep in mind, along the south coast, anywhere along the south coast here of Jamaica, this is where we are anticipating up to 15 feet of storm surge. The National Hurricane Center said between 9 to 13 feet is likely, so realistically, we could at least see up to 13 feet of storm surge, if not even a little bit higher than that. And this is a graphic, by the way, that at least shows you what that type of storm surge actually means. This is above ground level for reference. Thank you, Ashton, for the $20 super chat. Is the eye wall expanding? I haven't really seen anything that shows signs of it expanding right now. If it is, it would be pretty minimal. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We do live coverage like this all the time. Thank you, Tammy, for the super chat. Got somebody at least tuning in from Jamaica. How many of you guys are tuning in from Jamaica right now? Let me know in the chat. Nameless for becoming a member. Nick for the super chat. Looks more symmetrical than it ever has. Looks like the eye has actually gotten slightly larger. Just a smidge. About 13 miles again. There was one point where the eye itself was down to approximately 10 to 11 miles, and it's back up to 13 again. So it actually looks like it's getting larger again. The eye wall, like the entire ring that surrounds this, is basically where our hurricane force winds are, and where also the very deep convection is. You can see that again on the infrared here, but it looks like it's gotten larger. The amount of convection that's, all the red and black has actually expanded a little bit further to the northwest too. Basically, it means more rain and also colder cloud tops, which also leads to rain. So it's definitely expanded a little bit in size. Models are back, are they? Let's see. Nope. Not at least on Tropical Tidbits. They're still down. Bigger hurricane usually means more surge. It definitely means more surge. I mean, that means it also has a larger wind field too. Hey, Marie, for the $25 Venmo donation. Really appreciate that. When is it expected to make landfall? Top left of your screen is a little landfall countdown. It's approximately 14 hours out for making landfall. Again, that's an approximate number. It could be sooner, it could be later than that. but within an hour or two of that time frame is pretty realistic for landfall. Bottom right of your screen, or I'm actually going to zoom into this. This right here, again, is the Hurricane Hunters. They are flying up into Melissa right now for another pass-through. This is the Teal 74 mission. They are about... This will update within the next, minute, but we're going to have a new update on their position in a second. This is the other aircraft. This one is the NOAA 42. This one is about to actually go into Hurricane Melissa. This one updated. Let me check at 8:02. So this one's a little bit more recent. They're both basically flying into this at almost the same exact time. So, yeah, they just both updated. So this right here, let me do a little outline here. This right here is where the Teal 42 mission is, and then this is the NOAA mission. These Hurricane Hunter aircraft are actually pretty close to each other. They're both going up there at the same time. So, within the next 10 minutes, we're going to have new data on pressure and how high the winds are, at least in the southeast quadrant of this hurricane. Thank you, spams to the super chat. Typically, if the eye is larger in circumstances, does mean the hurricane is more powerful and dangerous. Not always. I mean, small hurricanes can also be very dangerous and powerful, and in a lot of cases, small hurricanes have more success with rapid intensification. This one's gotten at least big enough to the point where that's not as much of a concern for, really rapid intensification. Like, Milton last year was super tiny, and then it grew into a pretty decent-sized hurricane. But, initially it was really small, so it had a much easier time of intensifying. So, not necessarily, but... yeah, well, I mean, once it gets larger, it also can be harder to weaken. It can also be harder for it to actually weaken. Because it is just so large, the wind field gets so elongated. And something similar to that happened with Milton after it made landfall. The wind field got pretty large. It's still going west. I think the path is going to be very different. I don't think it's going to change a whole lot. I think the path is basically locked in on somewhere up to Jamaica. I still think it's going to make landfall. If you look at the last, 60 minutes or so, it's still basically stationary. It hasn't really moved a whole lot. But at some point here soon, I do think it's going to make its way into Jamaica. Can't stall long enough to complete an eye wall replacement cycle. We could see an eye wall replacement cycle occur, but I don't think it would actually be completed or actually happen and be successful. Thank you, Andrea, for the $14 super chat. We'll probably, yeah, we're gonna, I think, be live all the way through the 11 p.m. update at least. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just wanted to quickly come in and read our key messages from the National Hurricane Center, because I think there's a fair amount of people who are just joining and haven't been given the entire rundown. So first off, the main people we're talking about, that is Jamaica. If you are in Jamaica, you should remain in your safe shelter and do not venture outside. Catastrophic, life-threatening flash flooding and numerous landslides are expected through Tuesday. The eye wall's destructive winds may cause total structural failure, particularly in higher elevations, leading to widespread infrastructural damage, prolonged power and communication outages, and isolated communities. Along the southern coast, life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are anticipated through Tuesday. So that is what we're talking about in Jamaica. For Haiti and the Dominican Republic, catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and landslides are expected across southwestern Haiti and southern portions of the Dominican Republic through midweek. In Haiti, extensive infrastructural damage and isolation of communities is likely. Tropical storm conditions are expected late Tuesday and Wednesday. In eastern Cuba, heavy rainfall with life-threatening and potentially catastrophic flash flooding and landslides is expected to begin tonight. Life-threatening storm surge and damaging winds are expected late Tuesday and Tuesday night. Preparation should be rushed to completion. Cuba and The Bahamas, those are the only stages where we're still talking about the preparation stage. Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Jamaica, you guys should be in your safe places or whatever you did to prepare. That is where we should be until the storm has passed. In the southeast and central Bahamas and Turks and Caicos, hurricane conditions, life-threatening storm surge, and heavy rainfall are expected across portions of the southeast and central Bahamas on Wednesday. Residents should follow advice given by local officials and be sure to have preparations complete by Tuesday night. Tropical storm conditions, heavy rains, and a significant storm surge is expected in Turks and Caicos Islands on Wednesday. So that's a little bit what we're talking about in terms of timing. One other thing I wanted to point out is just looking at the forecast positions. They do show this weakening over the next 12 to 24 hours. I do think probably over the next 24 hours, we're probably looking at it saying around the same strength up until the point where it gets over the top of Jamaica. It's going to start to weaken then as it goes off north further, just because the environment becomes a little bit less forgiving and perfect for the hurricane's growth. So that's what we can expect basically anytime for the next 2 to 3 days.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So those are, again, the key messages for Hurricane Melissa, which is currently about 14 hours from making landfall in Jamaica as our likely first ever Category 5 hurricane to make landfall in Jamaica. This is, again, it never happened before. This would be the first time ever. The only other hurricanes that have ever made landfall in Jamaica have been Category 4 intensity or less. In fact, we've only literally had one hurricane that has gone through Jamaica as a Category 4. If we go back over to this, I'm going to do Jamaica. We're going to go ahead and do Category 4 and above. So these are the hurricanes that have at least come within a certain mileage. This was within 60 nautical miles of the Jamaica territory. And we've only had one Category 4 actually make landfall. That's this right here. That is Gilbert back in 1988. Everything else has been south or north of Jamaica. And by the way, every hurricane here that you see has come from the east-southeast. None of them have come from any other direction, which is actually kind of impressive. Like, this is the first hurricane that we've ever had that is actually coming directly out of the south and turning into Jamaica, in terms of at least Category 4 intensity. If we go over to Category 3 intensity, I am curious. Let's look at Category 3. We've had one Category 3 that has done a weird loop and actually went up into the west side of Jamaica. And then Category 2, we've had more come out of the south. So in terms of Cat 4 plus hurricanes, we've had none of them that have actually come out of the south. Everything's come from east to west, which is actually very standard for hurricanes. And almost all of those end up impacting the United States. This one is an exception. It is not impacting the United States, at least directly. So, pretty rare, honestly. Like, everything across the board. Like, this is the first time ever that we've had something like that. So, thank you, right, for the $10 super chat. Goes to show how deep the water temperatures reach below the sea surface through the Caribbean. The slow forward movement upwelling water is no negative impact at all. Very impressive. Very true. There's gonna be so much damage. Yeah, unfortunately, the infrastructure in Jamaica it's just not built really for a hurricane like this. I mean, no place really is, but like Jamaica just doesn't have like sturdy buildings. Like, there's building codes in like the United States, for example, that are really up there. Jamaica doesn't really have that. So like the buildings that are there, there's a lot of them that are going to suffer substantially from it. Hey, Valerie, for the $10 super chat. Prayers for all that were impacted through Hurricane Andrew. The worst is waiting to know if your area will ever look the same or if everything is forever changed. Unfortunately, I think that's what a lot of people in Jamaica are thinking tonight. When I wake up tomorrow, or when I go to bed tomorrow, will my life be the same or will it be very different? Hopefully it'll be the same, but I don't think it will for a lot of people. Hey, Rocket, for the $5 super chat. Why is it stalled? There isn't really much moving this hurricane. So, I mean, like, we don't have any steering factors. We have a very weak ridge to the east. We have, again, a cold front way back over in Florida. It's, like, way back here, so that's not really doing much. So there isn't really much steering this. I could also show you, like, the upper-level weather patterns. Or, like, at least the jet stream, just to kind of show you what I'm talking about, too. Let's do this. I haven't actually showed this at all in the stream today. So this is our jet stream. And notice how where the hurricane is corresponding to literally anything that'll steer it. This is your hurricane. This is essentially our jet stream, and our cold front is right here. So this is the only thing that's really steering it. Otherwise, our ridge back out to the east is so weak, it's basically not doing anything. As we go into Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, this hurricane is going to finally kind of latch onto that into some degree. But what's going to really happen, and the reason why this is really going to speed up is because as we go into late Wednesday and Thursday, we have this intense storm that'll be moving across the southeast, and that's going to help to basically suck up Melissa up into the jet stream, and that's going to essentially speed the thing up where it's going 20 plus miles per hour. Right now, it's obviously moving at like 1 to 2 miles per hour. It's slowly moving. So that's one of the main reasons why, and this is a little bit better of a view of it, but you can just see how it kind of gets attached to that cold front and jet stream. We have an urgent update from Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I want to draw your attention over to Radar Omega in the recent the recent Hurricane Hunter updates from the Air Force 301 flight. The extrapolated surface pressure is now 902.8 millibars. That is significantly lower than the last pass-through the Hurricane Hunters had. That is almost 7 millibars lower. That is a very large difference in terms of the pressure and intensity of this hurricane. That means that we are 2 or 3 millibars away from being sub 800 or sub 900 millibars.
That is a major update. Thank you, Riley. We now have a possibility, a legit possibility now that Melissa is going to become the one of the only sub 900 millibar hurricanes. It is now down to possibly as low as 902 millibars. So the brief weakening period that we just saw has ended. We are back to intensification with Melissa. Once again, this is back down to 902 millibars. It is not fully confirmed as of right now, but the last pass-through that we had was 909, 910, and that is what the National Hurricane Center had the hurricane listed as. So we can only expect that we may even get an intermittent update from the National Hurricane Center talking about this. Another thing I want to point out too is that they did measure the winds on the southeast side of Melissa. You can look at this data also inside of the Radar Omega app, and you can see their winds that were sustained were 150 knots, which is about 175 miles per hour for winds. So it looks like that Melissa has once again intensified. It is again possibly as low as 902 millibars, and it could break 900 millibars tonight. Like, it is entirely possible. Another hurricane aircraft just flew through as well. It did not measure really any sort of pressure. It looks like this hurricane aircraft missed the eye to some extent. This one, I believe, is the this is the NOAA 42 flight. So this one just flew through. It might have missed part of the eye, but at the bare minimum, it is still measuring winds sustained at 175 miles per hour. So that hasn't changed there. But this latest flight, the Teal 74 flight, again, just measured possibly pressure as low as 902 millibars, which is a dramatic drop. That is, again, significantly lower than our last fly-through, which is only about 45 minutes ago. That is, again, a big, big update, because what that means is that this thing has not stopped intensifying. And we could see this make a run at a higher wind speed before getting to Jamaica. It could go sub 900 millibars. Hey, Popular for the super chat. Also, thank you, Jim, for the super chat. Hope Flatbridge survives this. The peak of the storm for the river would probably be sometime around like 12 tomorrow. But once again, we might get almost like an emergency update in a way from the National Hurricane Center. They sometimes do those, especially with data like this coming in. But once again, 902, 903 millibars of pressure has just been measured by this Hurricane Hunter aircraft. They haven't even fully flown through the hurricane, by the way. They're still flying through it. Like, the center of the eye is technically there. They're still not really at the center, so the pressure could actually still be lower. And once again, Melissa's basically been stationary. It has not moved much. It has begun to move back to the east a little bit, so it might be trying to make its turn to the north now. Is it a Cat 5? This is a Category 5 hurricane. This is well beyond a Cat 5 at this point. It's on the higher spectrum of our Cat 5s. Thank you, Kind, for the super chat. This will not affect Sarasota, Florida. This is our latest look at lightning also. Lightning has continued to remain very intense around the eye of Melissa. So that's a loop of all the lightning here around Melissa. Yes. Cat 6 does not exist. No category 6 here. Over on TikTok, they're probably up to like category 9, but... Well, once again, this is obviously a big turn. Once again, we do now have a possibility that Melissa is intensifying rapidly again. We could have a category, a more intense category 5 hurricane on our hands here very soon. The National Hurricane Center may come out with an update here shortly saying that, yes, this is intensifying again, and they might even drop the pressure down to 902, 903. But again, keep in mind that on our latest outlook, this was all the statistics here. The pressure was at 909 millibars. That was as of 8 o'clock, which was approximately an hour and 20 minutes ago. So that means that this hurricane just dropped by as much as 6 or 7 millibars of pressure, which is a huge drop. Additionally, the speed of this hurricane isn't really moving. It's basically stationary right now. We think it might be starting to turn a little bit off to the east, but it hasn't really fully done that yet. But you can see how it's kind of been looping around. It hasn't made a full turn anywhere yet. But again, the pressure itself has dropped by as much as 7 millibars here within the last few minutes. Or within the last hour, I should say. Which would actually be pretty rapid intensification if that's true. Hey, Shepard, for becoming a member. Whenever the pressure drops in a hurricane, it basically means it's intensifying. That's what that means. If it's rising, which means if we go from like 910, let's say, to 920, that means it's technically weakening, quote unquote, even though it's not really that big of a weakening trend. If it goes from 910 to 900, that means it's intensifying. And so essentially, it is still intensifying. We thought it was actually starting to weaken a little bit, but it had a brief period where it was just looping. It looks like it's now trying to even intensify further again. Hey, Hostile, for the super chat. What do you think the wave heights are around this storm? Easily 40, 50 feet. We can actually show you. I can actually show you guys a map of that. The wave heights. The wave heights are going to be pretty crazy with this hurricane. Pulling it up as we speak. Here's a wave height map. All right, so this is a wave height map right here. And any of that pink that you see, the red, those are all waves over 30 to 40 feet. The peak waves right now are at around 55 feet, just south of Jamaica. And as it comes up into Jamaica, the peak waves right next to Jamaica will be around 50 feet. And then 40 to 50 foot waves will make it all the way up into Cuba. We could even get near 60 as well. See that blob, though, going all the way up towards Bermuda? Those are the wave heights. Which is, again, huge. Those are huge waves. Riley has another important update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So this is an update from the latest Vortex data message from the NOAA flight. They found 907 millibars. What I want to preface this with is the NOAA flight is not targeting the direct center of the eye. That is the Air Force flight. Last time NOAA did a pass-through, they were at 910 millibars. So they did not go for the center of low pressure, are still 3 millibars lower than their last pass-through. And we're still waiting on that drop sonde and Vortex data message from the Air Force flight. The Air Force flight will be the one that they're going to take as the center of low pressure, and it'll also be the lowest one. So that was where we saw the 903 extrapolated. They will have made a drop sonde in that location, and hopefully we'll see that information here in the next few minutes. I would guess sometime in the next 10 to 15 minutes we'll get that Vortex data message with that information, and that will probably be the first thing or the only thing the National Hurricane Center needs in order to put out a special outlook upgrading either the wind speed or the pressure of the storm. We don't know which one of those it's going to be, if it's going to be either one of them, but something will happen with the Hurricane Hunter data that they're about to get, and it will probably be closer to that 903 millibar level that we saw extrapolated. And for those of you who don't know, extrapolated basically means a fancy way of estimating the data because they don't exactly know the pressure beneath them or beneath the aircraft, so there's a bunch of different stuff they can do to sort of take a best guess, and that best guess is what the extrapolated pressure is.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, this hurricane, we think, is at least down to around 907 millibars, but probably lower than that. So again, this is intensifying. It is not weakening. It is still intensifying, and it is still basically stationary. Like, again, it has not really moved much here within the last hour or so. You can see it's looping around. It's, you know, it's not moving. So it's going to continue. Like, if it just stays over waters like this, it's not really going to weaken much. And that means worse things for Western Jamaica, especially tomorrow, because as this lifts to the north, we're going to see all of this right here. That's where the most intense winds, the rainfall, and the storm surge are. That is all going to lift right into Jamaica. And assuming that it just went right down the middle of this cone of uncertainty, that is exactly where the worst of the impacts will be felt. Now, if it were to go more to the east for some reason, which is still possible, towards like Kingston, for example, like all of this would go right up into that area, which would obviously be worse. So the difference of 10 miles, even 10 miles, like the difference of 10 miles with the eye of where the Melissa goes is a super large difference between who sees, you know, like let's just say Kingston, for example, like it could be really catastrophic if this thing's like 10 miles further east towards Alligator Pond. If it's 10 miles further west, Kingston might not even get that much. So like it's a huge difference at this point with at least the path and where this is coming out of. It's coming out of the south. So I just want to point out, Hurricane Milton, a lot of people have been referring to Hurricane Milton. It did get under 900 millibars last year. The lowest was 895. So, like, I'm not saying this is going to get to 895, but this is, you know, this thing's only, like, it got to about 11 millibars from that. And it could even be lower than 906. Like, 906 was its peak so far today, and that was at about 2 o'clock. And so it could still drop. And if it keeps dropping, it would be one of the strongest hurricanes in October when it comes to lowest pressure. Here's the fly through from the Hurricane Hunters. They just flew through a little bit further. Riley has another urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, while you're showing this data, I want you to first click on the aircraft, look at the extrapolated pressure there, and then go back to the point that we were talking about before. There is almost like a 90 millibar difference in a range of like 30 miles. That is a very, very, very intense pressure gradient, and that will basically fuel these very strong winds that we are seeing from this Category 5 hurricane.
It's a good thing to point out. Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, so, like, I mean, that's insane. This difference here from this pressure point up to the aircraft is 40 miles. So if you travel, let's just say, theoretically, there's a car here, all right? Every mile you drive to the northwest, you're dropping over 2 millibars of pressure for every single mile. So every single mile that you are driving to the northwest or on a boat, whatever it is, the pressure is literally dropping by 2 millibars. That's just an insane pressure gradient that we are dealing with. And pressure gradients are very common, by the way. When we cover United States weather, like whenever we have a low pressure system up here in like the United States, and we have all these tight isobars, and then they get like more and more spread out. These tight isobars is where the highest winds are. That's our pressure gradient being very intense, and that's what we essentially have right now. And that is why these winds are so extreme in the middle of this. The latest fly-through on the northwestern side of this hurricane is 150 mile per hour sustained winds, or sorry, not winds. So that basically means 175 miles per hour. So 150 knots of wind is being measured sustainably. 156 knots is the peak wind, which is about 180 miles per hour. Would your ears pop? Yes, they would almost undoubtedly pop with something like this, 100%. Also, we have another aircraft that just flew through. This is the other one. Starting to lose track of which is which, but this is the other one that also has measured basically the same thing when it comes to wind speeds. This one has gone more to the east than the other aircraft. The teal aircraft has actually gone a bit more to the west-northwest, and then the NOAA flight has gone a little bit more directly to the north. So that is, again, some of the latest here from the Hurricane Hunters. They are finding data that does signify that this is still intensifying, and we are not done with intensification of Hurricane Melissa as of right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I figured I'd pull up the Euro real quick and we could look at the pressures in the US just to sort of get an idea of how extreme that pressure gradient is right now. Right now we have a modeled high pressure in Pennsylvania of 10,029 or 1,029 millibars and a low pressure in Colorado of 1,003 millibars. So we have a roughly 30 millibar difference from Pennsylvania to Colorado. Meanwhile, in the hurricane in a 30-mile radius, we have 90 millibars of difference. So that is how extreme that pressure change is compared to the entirety of the United States.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, it's a pretty good indication of, again, just how intense this hurricane is. And I mean, we could even take it one step further. I can go over to the European model and pull that same exact thing up. What was that called? The mean sea level pressure. Let me see if I can find that here. What is that under? It's under surface pressure. All right, so this is what it looks like. This is the pressure gradient specifically for Melissa. And look, you can't even see Melissa. This is how tight it is. Like these are all isobars in here. You can't see them. You can barely see them at least. There are little black outlines all in here. It's super, super tiny. This is a slightly better view of it. You can kind of see it a little bit better here. You see that on the left? That's your pressure gradient. Very tight isobars. So it is intense, and this is one of the reasons why Melissa hasn't really brought hurricane force winds yet to Jamaica. It's all down here still, and it's a pretty small storm when it comes to the wind field, so. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got that vortex data message from the Air Force flight. It says 907 millibars on the data, or on the vortex data message. So that is roughly a 5 millibar difference from the extrapolated pressure. But that being said, that is still significantly lower than last time they flew through it. So that 907, that is going to be the numbers that they would use in any outlooks if they were going to make changes to it. So still lower, but not as lower as what we thought it could be.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is the latest from the vortex data, again, from the hurricane hunters. So this is, again, still intensifying to some extent. And we will continue to keep you posted whenever we get new updates. That, again, is a pretty big update for sure here with Melissa. And the next data should be coming in here pretty soon once they make another flight through Hurricane Melissa. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. It is free to do. Click the like button as well. Click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Again, we are live here with Hurricane Melissa coverage, as Melissa is going to be moving towards Jamaica here over the next 12 hours as a very intense Category 5 hurricane. It is forecasted to become a very strong Category 5 hurricane upon landfall in Jamaica, with maximum sustained winds upon landfall at least around 160, 165 miles per hour. Pressure can be down as low as 910 millibars, maybe even lower than that upon landfall. A lot of hurricane models have indicated that this would remain very intense all the way through landfall. We could see this literally down to around 901 millibars upon landfall. Almost every hurricane model showed something very significant making landfall when it came to pressure. So very important that if you are in this area that you are taking this hurricane very seriously. In Jamaica tonight. If you've not already prepared, prepare. Is going to be a very rough next 24 hours, and unfortunately after tomorrow afternoon it's going to be a lot of just talking about recovery efforts and getting over all the problems that have occurred with the hurricane. We got very significant storm surge up to 15 feet coming. We got over 30 inches of rain coming as well. So lots of problems are going to be on our hands. I think models are back. All right, we have hurricane model. We at least have models back on tropical tidbits. I don't know if they're going to load. I'm going to wait. Hopefully they can load because we do have new hurricane model data that should be coming out, and it looks like we do. All right. This is new. We haven't been able to show this at all in the last few hours. This is the latest hurricane model runs showing the intensity of Melissa. The HAFSA, by 10 o'clock tonight, has this down to an 896 millibar hurricane. And as of making landfall, is a 905 millibar hurricane. That is low. That would be about as low as Milton last year. This is the HAFSB, which has not loaded. It looks like the site broke again. All right, well, we got at least one model run out of that. We'll see if we can get the HFSB model, but that is... the site just went down again. We were at least able to get through one model run, but no matter what, I mean, that's a difference. The last HFSA model run showed 901 millibars is the lowest. This one showed 896, and that's within the next couple hours. So this might be making a run right now at, being stronger than it already is. Do we have an official 896? We do not. The lowest pressure that has been measured in the last few minutes was 902. And again, hurricane hunters are still flying through the hurricane. Huge shout out to Bob with the $50 super chat. Good job as always on this channel. Been watching for a long time. Really appreciate that. Also, thank you, Kevin, for the super chat saying hi, Mackenzie. And Poplar with the super chat says the one positive is how communities come together. Totally agree. This is still very one dry eye tonight. This is the water vapor. Again, this hurricane has already broken a record for being having the driest eye on record at negative 4.41 degrees Celsius. And it could get drier, but at this point it probably won't. But it has been very dry today, and this has been, again, it's another sign of it still being a very intense and even an intensifying hurricane. So... Is stalling going to raise the storm totals? If it stays more, I mean, it's already going to raise it by at least a little bit because of it just being, you know, basically stalled already. With it not even moving, because again, it hasn't been moving in about an hour now. The last time this actually had any legitimate movement, we go back, like the last time we had a legitimate movement was about 5:50, 6 o'clock Central Time. And now it's just sitting. Like you can see it's just sitting here. So it's no longer moving. It's at least trying to move. This is the frame by frame look. Let me go 75 frames and do a loop here. I think it's very, very minimally moving east right now. It's maybe a 1/10 of a mile per hour moving to the east. That's about it. Got some big storms going up also just south of Jamaica. All this white, by the way, is really heavy rainfall. That's all moving right now to central and western Jamaica. The eyewall grew slightly. Yeah, I think it's definitely grown a little bit. So live shot right now, Crossroads in Jamaica. Still a few people on the roadways tonight. Again, this area of Jamaica, this is Kingston. It's still pretty calm. The worst of it right now is in western Jamaica. Still pretty calm over here. Still got several cars on the roadway. Let's see if we have any other cameras as well. This is another one. This one's back over in the HWT Transport Center. Oh, still a couple people on the roads. It's still raining. I mean, it's been raining here literally all day. Hey, Mackenzie, for the $10 super chat. Hi, Kevin. Bryce will be live. He's moving to a safer location. I don't know where that was posted. I'll look for it, though. The latest from the National Hurricane Center in terms of the hurricane hunters, they have just measured a wind speed with a drop zone of 151 knots. So that was just measured. Which means a pressure, this is like the surface wind, so that's basically 174 mile per hour winds. So pretty big drop right there. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So this is a look at radar with a little caveat. This is something I wanted to show again. And if you can see at the very bottom right, it hasn't updated since 6 p.m. I talked to some other people, and no one has seen a radar update from Jamaica since 6 p.m. So we're pretty confident that this radar tower has gone out. We're no longer going to see any weather updates from that weather radar. So if this is true, this would be very significant because this is sort of the only thing we had besides satellite to see the current position of the eye, and we're no longer receiving updates of it or from it. But this is what it looked like when we were able to use that radar. If it does come back online, we get any new scans, I will send those over right away. But we have not seen anything come out of the Jamaican radar tower for the last 2 hours.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is not a good thing. The radar site there has gone down. That does not necessarily mean that we can't see like satellite, because that's completely different. But the radar site was definitely a pretty critical part of what we needed here to at least be able to see how much rain's falling, and on top of that, see if there's any like sort of storms that actually look concerning when it comes to any sort of like maybe tornado risk. But yeah, that's one of the key things that also can help us be able to identify how strong an eye wall is. So not good. That might be at least some signs of power outages here in Jamaica. Do we have any update on power outages, perchance? Alright. No update on power outages right now. But if we get any updates, we'll obviously let you know. By the way, our next big National Hurricane Center update does come out in about an hour from now. So that is the next big National Hurricane Center update. In the meantime, we could have more updates. Obviously, the hurricane hunters are currently flying through Melissa, and they will continue to do so for probably at least the next hour. They've already made a couple flights through the eye. I would expect they'll have more here soon. I was about to look up something I completely forgot. Yeah, I'm trying to look to see, because I know Bryce is obviously chasing. I have not seen anything that is. I haven't heard anything from Bryce saying he's moved, though. I know he was considering it a few hours ago. But Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton, one of our chasers with us, he is in Jamaica. He is going to be live covering this tomorrow morning. So we will, if we do end up going live for landfall and we actually have any sort of connection with anybody, then we will have him on our stream. Thank you soon for the super chat. Can you please explain again how the pressure drops from 900 to 895? It's basically just an intensification process here. Like, the pressure is just dropping, more intensification. When you have very little wind shear over warm waters, essentially, that is how a hurricane intensifies. And there's no wind shear, there's lots of rising motion. Over the last few weeks, we've observed a lot of rising motion across all of the Caribbean for the most part, which has led to a more favorable environment for hurricanes. We didn't really have that most of the year. Most of the year was sinking air, which means that basically we have dry air sinking. That's just not a good thing for hurricanes. So with all of the rising motion that we have, that is helping to basically be able to intensify this hurricane and also drop the pressure. All right, it sounds like... Good luck. I think we have an actual update. All right, so this is from Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton / Tornado Pagey. This is an update. This is one of our Storm Chasers that is in Jamaica right now. An update for you. Bryce has decided to evacuate from the southern coast in Jamaica for safety purposes. There hasn't been another stream yet, as all of you have noticed, but there's no power, no cell service cell service was already getting sketchy, and earlier he was helping a family with final preparations. He was planning to get to his new safe location, reevaluate, and then stream. I don't have the time to give you for when, so keep your notifications on. Please be patient with us, as it's been very hard to coordinate with him, being in Jamaica with a powerful Category 5 hurricane. Forecasted at the island within 24 hours, and I'm in Pennsylvania with health complications and all that sort of stuff. Thank you for your continued support. I am praying hard for Bryce and this beautiful island and its residents. So that is one of our storm chasers there in Jamaica. This is what it looks like. This is actually a photo from wherever they were in Jamaica. I don't know where this is, but it's somewhere in southwestern Jamaica. It already looks like the power has gone out for a good chunk there of Jamaica. So that is obviously not ideal. There are literally no lights to be seen in southwestern Jamaica. That is a reason why they've not been live since about 2 o'clock today, or 3 o'clock today. Basically, when we went live, they were live, and then since then, they have not been. Thank you, Warren, for the super chat. Cuban radar site's also available, if that helps. It doesn't really help that much. It's too far to the north. Hey, Jane, appreciate that. And our next National Hurricane Center update is in about an hour and 10 minutes. As of the latest couple of scans, again, from the National Hurricane Center, or the National Hurricane Hunters flying through the eye of Melissa, they have again identified that the pressure has likely dropped at least by 2 millibars, if not more than that. This is one of the aircraft that are flying right now. They're on the northwest side now, Melissa. They're going to be going down to the south again, and then they'll probably go right back through the eye for a third time. And then our other mission that has been ongoing, this one, they are going back. This is the NOAA mission, the NOAA 42 mission. It looks like that they are going all the way back. They'll be going back to Lakeland, Florida, if I had to guess. And then they'll probably prepare for their next mission. So this NOAA aircraft is now done. We still have one Hurricane Hunter that is inside of the Hurricane, and we'll do another loop. Keep in mind that the NOAA 42 mission, that one went through 3 different times. All right. So this one went through 3 different times, and then the Teal 74 mission, which is this one right here, has gone through the eye 2 times. So we'll probably see this go through the eye one more time, and we'll see if there's any big changes to what the intensity is. So we will have this, I'm guessing that this will go through in about 20 minutes or so, and we'll have new data then. Someone said the pressure dropped to 902 millibars. It isn't verified as 902, but the pressure is definitely down somewhere. It's at least down to 907. It could be lower than that. But 902, 903, it's definitely in play. I'm curious to see what this next fly-through will do, but we'll see. What's the wind shear? The wind shear is really weak. If we had a lot of wind shear, that means that this thing would get ripped apart most of the time. It's been 7 hours. We've been live for 7 hours. I'm not even gonna lie. I didn't even realize that. This has been this is like our longest live stream in a while. You're my favorite weatherman for the best updated information. I appreciate that. Somebody just said in the chat, guys, Max Velocity said this 1 million times this hurricane will not go through Florida. Yeah, this is not going to Florida. It's almost undoubtedly going to be hitting direct landfall in Jamaica. The hurricane itself has begun to finally, which I say finally because it's been basically stalled this entire time, it has begun to actually move to the east, at least at a very slow speed. So it is beginning to move east now. It's not going east that fast, but it is moving east. So Melissa has begun to take a turn now, and it will begin to actually move in the direction of Jamaica here over the next hour or so. And we'll actually probably see it actually making speed. It probably won't be going very fast, but it is at least starting to turn a little bit. It's kind of going slightly south, but still going east. So it's starting to turn back to the east again. And this is a view of the geocolor plus the lightning data on Melissa. And this is another view of our infrared imagery. No offense, Max, but that is a wobble right now. You're really offending me. No, I mean, this thing's been wobbling for like several hours. It hasn't really moved much. I'm gonna be honest, like, it's hard to tell the difference sometimes between a wobble and actual movement because it has been literally sitting here for the last like 5 hours. Literally since we went live, it's basically been in the same place. It has really not moved much. For the record, this is when we went live. It was right about here. This is when we went live. It was right there. All right, I'm gonna put like a little dot there so we can measure the distance. That's where it started. All right, and then this is where it is now since we went live. It's basically stalled. Now, if we measure that in distance, that's about it's actually gone west a bit more than I thought. 22 miles in 7 hours. So it's moved to the west, indirectly west, for the last 7 hours at about 3 miles per hour. And that's about it. And honestly, if we want to measure just the last, let's just measure the last, like, I don't know, 3 hours. I'm gonna start right here, actually. What is this? It's about 2.5 hours. All right, we're gonna put a dot right here. 2.5 hours. We're gonna measure the speed. That is how much it's moved in the last 2 hours. 2.5 hours, I should say. It has moved a whopping 2 miles to the south in the last 2 hours. The center of the hurricane. It has moved 2 miles south in the last 2.5 hours. That is under 1 mile per hour that it is moving right now. And once again, it's not directly moving south. It's just been wobbling, kind of moving around, not really doing anything. So. Thank you, Sim, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Speed, for the super chat. TikTok can tell you crazy stuff. It's not hidden Italy, though. They also Texas for the $10 super chat. What are the odds the eye misses Jamaica completely and intensifies to a Cat 8 as it hits Cuba? Well, first off, I think the odds of it actually missing Jamaica are still very low. I still think it's like 5-10%. I don't think it's high. The odds of this being, making landfall in Jamaica are still very high. Cuba, I still think is going to get hit by a Cat 3, if not a low-end Cat 4, no matter what happens. Huge shout out to Simply with the 10 gifted memberships. If you've got to give the membership, make sure to thank Simply in the chat. Also, thank you, Koof, for the super chat. Alrighty, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just wanted to talk quickly again about the temperatures or the...
1 second, I gotta fix the signal thing again. 1 moment. This is now the 3rd time in 7 hours that this thing has said no signal. That's really impressive. All right, let me try this again. All right. Go ahead, Riley.
All right. I was just going to try and talk about the temperature, but I guess the world didn't want us to, but we're good now. This is the, actually not the temperature, the moisture of the eye. We talked about earlier how we set a record at negative 4.41 degrees Celsius. We are once again nearing that record. So this kind of fluctuates back and forth. And we were fluctuating a little bit higher for a bit, but I think now that this thing is moving again, that's starting to clear out the eye even more and dry out even more. We are now down to negative 4.92 degrees Celsius. So we are once again making a run for the record. And the record was set earlier by the storm. And I think it's going to actually try and beat it again here soon. So another thing I wanted to quick cover is where we have our hurricane watches and warnings. This isn't something that we've talked about directly in a little bit. But we do have a hurricane warning for Jamaica, the Cuban provinces of Granma, Santiago de Cuba, Guantanamo, and Holguin. Sorry if I said any of those wrong. The southeastern and central Bahamas, and then we have a hurricane watch for Turks and Caicos, and we also have a tropical storm warning for Haiti, Cuban province of La Tunza, and Turks and Caicos. So that is what this looks like on the own graphic you guys are used to seeing from the National Hurricane Center. This is still from the 8 p.m. advisory. Pretty soon here we are going to see the new advisory, our 11 p.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center. I would expect that we're probably going to see warnings stretch a little bit further to the northern parts of Cuba. Maybe an upgrade to this hurricane warning for hurricane watch for Turks and Caicos, and then probably sometime in the next 24 to 48 hours, looking even further out, we're going to see an upgrade for Bermuda to a hurricane watch there. Now, it is not going to be a major Category 4, Category 5 hurricane by the time it gets to Bermuda. We're looking at somewhere in that Category 1 to 2 range, but there will still be impacts felt in Bermuda. Taking another quick look at lightning on this, which is something we've been tracking on and off all day. We're continuing to see a very heavy lightning presence in the eye wall of the storm. That just means it's really, really strong. And that's basically the message we've been pushing all day, is that this is a very strong and a very dangerous hurricane. I know Max touched on this a little bit, but because some people may just be coming back, talking about what our hurricane hunters are doing right now. We had 2 missions out there for a little bit. We had NOAA, and we also had the Air Force out there. NOAA has gone ahead and turned back. They did their 3 passes through the eye, and they are done for the day. We will get 1 more pass through the eye by the Air Force hurricane hunters. That will be a low pressure reading there, and that will probably be the last update we get for quite some time, and that will be the one that they're going to put in the 11 p.m. advisory sometime in the next hour or so.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. And as a reminder, we are about 1 hour, a little under an hour away from our next National Hurricane Center update. That is the big update at 11 p.m. We'll be live at least through that point, and then perhaps even further than that. I'll have to wait and see. Once again, we are watching Hurricane Melissa as it gets a little bit closer to Jamaica at this hour. It is an intense Category 5 hurricane. This here is a live shot from the HWT Transport Center on one of the Jamaica live cameras. There are still live cameras up. I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised that the power has been on for this long in Jamaica. I thought it was going to go out quicker. But nonetheless, there's power. And we're able to at least see what's going on right now, at least in the Kingston area. This is another live shot as well, back over the Devon House. Which right now, there's nobody on the roadway. There's a lot more people earlier. Thank you, Ovasia, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, El Vlado, for the super chat. Hurricane Melissa wants to drink as much warm water as possible and keep stronger by the looks of things. That's basically what it's doing. Zero Wind, are you sure this is live? It is live. Trust me, this is live. And believe it or not, I know it might look like dead, and it kind of is, but that's because Kingston, specifically, when it comes to where Melissa is, if you look bottom right of your screen, Kingston's right here. So it's actually pretty far to the northeast of where any tropical storm or hurricane force winds are right now. Earlier today, it was a little bit closer. Now it's gotten farther, but it's supposed to get closer here tonight. Thank you, Mackenzie, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Has it moved north yet? It has not really started to move north. It's still pretty much stalled. It's very minimally moving east right now. That's really about it. This is a close view of it over the last 75 minutes. It's barely moving east. It's actually starting to turn a little bit north, though. It's beginning to, just a little bit. Hey, Michael, for the super chat. Can we see Cheese Curd? I would show you, but she's not in here. Thank you, Lemon, also for the super chat. Melissa keeps stalling, but eventually run out of energy by staying in the same place. I mean, if we're talking about theoretical, like, days, like, maybe, but, like, this isn't going to be stalling for that much longer. It's going to start moving again. We can't really do theoreticals. We just got to deal with, like, what the current situation is. Because, like, hours won't do that. Like, I don't know about days, but, like, hours definitely won't do that. Unless we had some sort of increase of wind shear at some point, which is not happening. But, yeah, I mean, realistically, this is still, like, at least in the given situation, no. Hey, KG, for the super chat. I think Montego Bay could get hit pretty hard. But I don't think it's going to be like, I don't think the storm surge is going to be a big concern, but I definitely think the wind and the rain are the biggest problems for Montego Bay. The storm surge will probably be up to 5 feet. Thanks for covering this. No problem. How many guys actually enjoy, like, how many of you actually enjoy this type of coverage? We don't usually cover events like this outside of the United States, but I figured today would be a good day to go live and cover Hurricane Melissa. Obviously, this is the most powerful hurricane of the year. We have not had a singular hurricane stream up until today. That is really rare, by the way. Most of the time, we do have hurricane streams on this channel at least once a year. And this is the first time that we've actually been able to do one with it actually being a legit threat to somebody. Like, we haven't had any this year, which is really surprising for anywhere in the United States. So... how do you enjoy it? I don't know. We might go live for landfall tomorrow. I don't know. I don't like, the problem is when I wake up tomorrow and we actually, like, if we were to legit go live for landfall, I just don't know if we are going to be able to talk about anything or cover anything, you know? Like, by the time it's making landfall tomorrow, I think all the cameras and everything are going to be out. So it might just be pointless to even go live tomorrow. Information coming out of Jamaica will be very slow too. Well, that's the thing. Like, I'm very 50-50 on any sort of live coverage tomorrow because, like, one, again, all the cameras, you know, storm chasers even, I don't think we're going to have, like, anything tomorrow. There just won't be much information coming out of Jamaica, I don't think. Like, once this thing's close, all the power is going to get knocked out. The infrastructure is going to go, like, it's just going to go, so... Hey, Mackenzie for becoming a member and Fat for the one gift of membership. Not pointless if Bryce can communicate with you. He can only communicate as long as the power's on in Jamaica, basically. Like, by the time tomorrow morning rolls around, he probably won't be able to communicate with me either. So. We'll probably only see the aftermath. I don't know if we're going to see anything during the hurricane. Like, it's... If this was Florida, it's different because Florida, like, there's cell towers, there's all sorts of stuff that can keep people going in Florida. Jamaica is a small country that does not have the infrastructure built up to the level that, you know, a lot of the United States has. And in all due respect, that's just how it is, you know? So it's vastly, vastly different. I would watch you toast bread. Alright. Well, if I toasted bread, it would probably be burnt, so... Good thing that we're not doing that. I check your videos every day, I appreciate that. There's a lot of you guys that watch our videos every day. Really appreciate you guys trusting me for your weather information. Thank you, Eric, for the $20 super chat. Dorian did something similar to this in 2019. It stalled out, made a 90-degree turn northward. Yeah, I don't think it's the same situation, though. This is different. It's going to move north. It's just a matter of time. There's so many steering factors that are going to lead this to go north. So it's a vastly different hurricane. But it has finally, like, begun to move north. Like, that was something that has not really happened, and now it's actually moving north. So... it's taken plenty of time for that to happen, but now it's actually moving north. Would Starlink still work? So once you get under a certain, like, cloud height, so like this, for example, right here, let's say your Starlink is right here, it's not going to work because the clouds are too tall. Where Bryce was and probably still is nearby is like in here, and that is where, like, it's fine for now, but once this hurricane gets closer, like, the Starlink isn't going to reach through all the clouds, so it won't work. Hey, Owen, for the $10 super chat. Thanks for all you do. Could you please explain the temperatures About the -4 degrees Celsius range. I mean, what I'm talking about there is just the... Let me find the graphic here. All I'm talking about with, like, the dryness, if that's what you're referring to, is just the dryness of the eye of the hurricane. Which -4.75 degrees Celsius is technically the driest eye that we've ever had. But it's actually, the official number, I think, was -4.41. But basically, she needs some eye drops. That's terrible. No, but like this is like the driest eye that we've ever had on record. The driest before this was a super typhoon in 2016. So, hey, structural for the $20 super chat. Any idea what the wind speeds might be in the mountains of Jamaica when she hits? I mean, when you're talking about mountains, we're gonna be talking about much higher winds than the surface. They'll probably be around 30% higher in some areas. Thank you, Shanna, for the $10 super chat. As a truck driver, I find your information a whole lot better than half the weather services out there. You've been right with every place I go to, and I really appreciate what you do. I appreciate that. Thank you also, Teen Weather, for the super chat. Teen Weather, just keep watching weather content. Keep, like, just learning stuff. Go to college for meteorology. Honestly, like, what I did when I was growing up was watch videos and watch TV and stuff like that. Reminds me of the Dorian stall in 2019. Yeah, this stall isn't as long as Dorian, but I do see where you see that. This stall isn't going to be as long, though. Dorian literally stalled over land for well over 24 hours. Hey, Jeffrey, for the $5 super chat. I watch you because I'm a weather nerd, and you're a great host. Appreciate that. Thank you. Can you have background music? We don't have music on our live streams like this because usually we're talking about really significant weather events, but if you go over to our 24/7 weather channel, it's the More Max Velocity channel. You can watch all sorts of live cameras with background music. And we're working on getting a radar and stuff set up and even a hurricane tracker in the future, so we got big stuff coming there. By the way, just recently, the hurricane hunters did spot birds in the eye of the hurricane, which the eye is surrounded by lightning, but inside the eye of the hurricane, Melissa does have some birds. Hey, Poplar for the super chat. Starlink, I don't know. I don't think it's going to work. I mean, like, I know storm chasers that have Starlink on, and a lot of the time what happens is that they do not work, like, once a super, like, a storm gets to a certain height. Hey, Joe, for the super chat. Nice. Watch your weather reports every morning. I think you're better than all the other meteorologists. I'm from New York. Do you think Long Island is due for a Cat 3? I don't think anywhere is due for a hurricane at all. I wouldn't say due for any place. Hey, Kylie, for the super chat. Yeah, it's just dew point. Why do you think Melissa is acting weird? Melissa is acting weird because it has not moved in like 6 hours. We've been live for over 7 hours and this thing has barely moved. How tall are the clouds? They're about 55,000 feet tall. Like the tallest clouds here in this hurricane. And that's a pretty large area, by the way. I mean, these are all 55,000 foot tall clouds. And this would be where the tallest ones are, where the coldest cloud tops are. What is the current pressure of the eye? It's at about 909 millibars as of the latest advisory, which was about 2 hours ago now, but we do think that it has dropped further. We do think the pressure is probably down to around 907 millibars, but it might even be lower than that. We have another fly-through coming in from the Hurricane Hunters here soon. This is another Hurricane Hunter aircraft. That is the Teal 74 mission, which will be flying right through the eye of Hurricane Melissa once again here pretty soon. So we're just kind of awaiting that right now. So not too far away from that. Hey, Jonathan, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Tropical Tidbits is working. The models have not been. Oh, now they're working. Might be a Christmas miracle. We can actually look at these models again. All right, here's the HFSA-B. I've been trying to look at this for like literally hours, and now it just came back. So this is another Hurricane model for Melissa tonight, and this one has it dropping down to 889 or 898 millibars, which would be around midnight. And then after that, it makes landfall as a 908 millibar Cat 5, which is about where the intensity is right now. But obviously, if it dropped under 900 millibars, that'd be huge. Thank you, Ash, for the super chat. You can just reach out to my email. It's in the description. Current pressure on Melissa, 909 millibars. By the way, don't forget, guys, I have stuff on the screen. You always have to ask certain questions, because like if you look at my screen, like look below me, there's a pressure like tracker. There's wind stuff, like stuff updates on the screen now. This is brand new for the hurricane stuff. Like we actually have like a pretty good overlay here of stuff that's going on, so you can at least see some stuff on the screen. We're trying to make it so that anything on the screen is important, and so that's one of the important things. Thank you, Simply Maureen, for the $20 super chat. There aren't any. The unfortunate thing is, like, the Jamaica radar site went down already, so. Hey, Lexi, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. I don't know, Max. What's the pressure? You guys gotta lock in. Shout out to Megan with the $20 Venmo donation. Thank you for the awesome weather reporting. I always appreciate how informative and educational your streams and videos are. Appreciate that. Thank you for the generosity. Thank you, Elvado, also for our super chat. Can you explain why it's crazy if it goes below 900 millibars? It's because we've hardly had any hurricanes drop below 900 millibars, and that's like an exceptionally low pressure. Like, a typical strong low pressure system in the United States, like in the United States, is like 980 millibars or so. A very strong ridge is like 1,025, 1,030 millibars. Like, this is already way below that, obviously. This is a very powerful hurricane. Different atmosphere, you know, that sort of thing. But, like, sub 900 is just insanely low. Like, this just doesn't happen very often. So, it's the main reason why. Hurricane Hunters are still approximately about 20 minutes, I want to say, out from doing their last pass-through of the hurricane in the eye. So once that happens, we'll at least have a better idea of what the intensity of Melissa is. We're just kind of awaiting that. Thank you, April, for the $10 super chat. Reflectivity is like the measure of rainfall, essentially, on radar. Or like how heavy the rain is. Or snow, whatever it might be. It's what it basically measures, though. Hey, Valerie, for the super chat. As exciting as extreme weather is, super traumatic for those involved. Weather's unpredictable. Yeah. Unfortunately, Melissa is now turning to the northeast, by the way. We have now fully seen it now actually turning to the northeast. Melissa has now begun to make its path up there. Landfall might be a little bit later than forecasted. It would probably be in about 14 hours still, but it is actually now moving to the northeast a little bit more. So it does look like that Melissa is now tracking towards Jamaica, and it will be making landfall obviously tomorrow, but yeah, it's definitely moving to the northeast now. Now, obviously, it does not mean it's going to go northeast right towards like the eastern part of Jamaica. It just means it's actually turning to the north now. This is a few live shots in Jamaica right now. There's a bunch of different live cameras on the See Jamaica live camera network. This is one of them over at Devon House in the Kingston area. Once again, Kingston is not really an area that is seeing the worst of the impacts. Kingston may luck out a little bit. This is one of the rivers also, which this one's a bit more famous in Jamaica. This is the flat bridge. And you can see the water. It's starting to rise a little bit, but it's going to rise a lot more tomorrow once the storm surge actually comes in. For those that are familiar with this area, that is a pretty iconic bridge. And then this is back over in Maypen. A decent amount of rain falling right now. There is a harbor camera, but we won't be able to see much here right now. But tomorrow morning, if this camera's still up, the harbor cam's definitely gonna be crazy, I think. And this is also another live shot back over at Barbican. There's not really a whole lot of drainage left, so any rain that basically falls is just going to stack up. And this view we haven't really looked at, but this is Little London. It's just raining out there right now. Not too windy in Kingston. And keep in mind, Kingston, again, is in far eastern Jamaica. Thank you, Aaron, for the super chat. Thank you also, Poplar, for the super chat. Appreciate that. We don't have any sort of direct donation links, but we'll look into it. Especially if we do a stream tomorrow, we'll have something. Hey, Sean, for the super chat. Any tornadoes, you think? If we have any sort of tornadoes, I think where those will happen will probably be over here near Spanish Town or, you know, Port Antonio. If we were to see tornadoes, but it would be a very low chance. I think it would just be like one isolated tornado threat. It's a very small island, obviously, so there isn't really a whole lot of space for any tornadoes to even happen. It would be mostly just water spouts offshore. There wouldn't be like any legit threat for a tornado. Once again, our next National Hurricane Center update comes out in about 20 minutes. Or sorry, 40 minutes. We are 40 minutes away from our next National Hurricane Center update. That is the big one at 11 o'clock. We will have a new cone of uncertainty. We'll have new information about intensity of the hurricane and all that stuff. So, we are just kind of awaiting to see if there are any other big updates from the National Hurricane Center tonight before we go into the overnight hours, which will obviously still be pretty busy with Melissa moving off to the northeast. And this is the Hurricane Hunters once again, the Teal mission, which is not updated actually in 16 minutes, but they are currently located on the southwest side of Hurricane Melissa. They will be flying right through the eye here for the third and final fly-through, we think, very soon. But again, it has not gone through the, has not, at least for right now, has not flown back into the hurricane yet. But they have already measured pressure as low as 902 millibars. Again, the pressure, I think, is probably down to 907 millibars. And that's probably what they'll update it in the next National Hurricane Center update. Maybe lower. We'll have to wait and see. But this is going to be like the last fly-through probably for the rest of tonight, if I had to guess. And then there'll probably be another one sometime tomorrow morning before eventual landfall in Jamaica. What are the purple plumes east of the hurricane? Those are just very tall thunderstorm, or very tall, like, you know, clouds, which are very cold cloud tops. And with how tall these are, that's actually been able to help to just dump tons of rain, basically back over the ocean. But once this gets closer to Jamaica, that's going to lead to the catastrophic flooding potential back over here in southwestern Jamaica. So, we're not too far from that actually happening. We're getting closer. Any more hurricanes after Melissa? I don't see a whole lot of signs that we're going to see any more hurricanes. This is the only area that we're even looking at for the next 7 days. So, Why is it so slowly moving? Is that normal? It's just because there's really no steering factors here. We have a high pressure system that's very weak off to the northeast. And then the only thing that's really steering it is going to be the trough that is starting to dig down into the southeast. And that's going to help to turn this off to the northeast. So there isn't really a whole lot that's actually steering this hurricane. This is one of those rare situations where there's basically no steering when it comes with this hurricane, like, at all. So right now, this is literally just a very slow-moving hurricane. It has now begun, though, to finally move to the northeast. Let me take off 3D. Let me take off the Hurricane Hunters. For some reason, the Hurricane Hunters haven't updated in like 20 minutes, but it should update here shortly. But again, you can see it's starting to move a little bit more to the northeast. It wasn't really doing that before. This is the first signs that we've actually had of it starting to finally make its basically final turn, if you will, to the northeast. And it is definitely making a very notable turn to the northeast now. But I'm very concerned for Jamaica. Unfortunately, it looks like worst case scenario is going to unfold no matter what. It did a lot of turning, you know, west of the cone of uncertainty or west of the middle line for a while, but that doesn't always mean anything. It was just kind of doing some weird funky stuff, and now it's actually moving to the northeast, and it will be making landfall tomorrow around 10 to 11 o'clock as a Category 5 hurricane. This will be the first ever Category 5 to make landfall in Jamaica, at least from what we are thinking. Definitely not a good thing, though. Hopefully, let's just hope that this weakens magically, but I don't think that's going to happen. And once again, if you are just tuning in for the first time, Melissa is a very intense Category 5 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds are at 175 miles per hour. Maximum wind gusts are around 200 miles per hour. This is moving technically to the north at about 2 miles per hour. The pressure has dropped to 909 millibars. That is currently the pressure, the intensity of this hurricane. And it is going to continue to move to the north. It has not been moving north really much at all throughout the day. It was mostly moving to the west, but it is now making its final turn to the north. And once it turns north, it's just going to keep going north. So, not going to stop going north until it's a subtropical system in the northern Atlantic. Hey, Texas for the super chat. When I was in the Air Force, I went to Embry-Riddle, and then my diploma says Polk State College. Talk about a downgrade. Appreciate the super chat. Apparently, the next recon, so the next flight isn't until 6 a.m. tomorrow. After this aircraft goes through for Hurricane Hunters. It's a long time. And for whatever reason, this Hurricane Hunter aircraft has not been updating. Can you check flight radar, Riley? So this aircraft is not updated now in over 20 minutes. Yeah, it looks like for whatever reason, this flight data has just gone... I don't know if there's just some sort of communication issue, but this particular Hurricane Hunter flight has not had any sort of communication in 20 minutes, at least to the radar tracker. Hey, Patrick, for the $10 super chat. A very scary hurricane for Jamaica, praying for the people in the path of Jamaica and anyone else in the path of Hurricane Melissa. Hope this is the last hurricane of 2025. It will probably be the last, if not one of the last. There's not a whole lot more opportunity for hurricanes. I haven't seen any signs of anything actually developing in the near term. All right, the Hurricane Hunter aircraft just updated. I believe it's actually going right back into the hurricane right now, so it's located right about here, I think. Am I tripping? Oh, it's right here. All right, so the plane has now communicated back with us. It is back. It is currently now on the southwestern side of the hurricane. It is not really in anything yet, but it will be entering back into the eye within the next 10 to 20 minutes. This is the last fly-through of the night, basically, for this tracker, so we'll see if it has intensified any further beyond what we've already seen, which, again, we think the pressure could be as low as 902 millibars. So this is still a very intense hurricane. It might intensify further as this continues to lift to the northeast. So big update coming here very soon regarding Hurricane Melissa as it continues to make its final approach to Jamaica tonight. Thanks for no ads, no problem. Thank you, Glad, for the $10 super chat. Thanks for all you do, no problem. Appreciate the super chat. Is there a reason why it doesn't go any higher than Cat 5? I've talked about this a lot, like in the past, not just today, but like in the past, like if we had more than a Category 5 hurricane, like what would Category 6 be defined as? Because like Category 5 is already defined as catastrophic. Like if it got to a category, if we had a Category 6, let's say, and that was over 200 miles per hour, like maybe that makes sense theoretically, but like when you think about it, like people are not going to take Category 5s as seriously. And I don't know why. I swear TikTok has put this into everybody's brain that a Category 6 needs to exist now. Like, that never was a thing, I swear, like 2 years ago. Whenever that lady came out about there being a Cat 6 hurricane striking Florida in, like, September 4th or whatever it was, like, I don't know what happened, but, like, I swear, everybody now wants a Cat 6, like, category. It makes no sense to me. Thank you, Andy, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. They also missed for the super chat. Appreciate the generosity. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, there is definitely some sort of communication issue. That is something that we were talking about a little bit, but just looking at the location of the flight and the data that we've had come in, there is a significant gap in the wind barbs and where the plane's located, and it took a really long time to get both of those last updates. I don't know what the issue is here with the communications. It does sound like there's been no issues reported with the hurricane hunters have to boarding or abort a fly through or anything. So I think it's just probably something where there's a very large storm and it's messing up all the signal. But the hurricane hunters are actually much further or they're much closer to the eye than what it looks like just by looking at wind barbs. They should be there within the next 5 to 10 minutes, and hopefully we get that data sometime in the next 10 to 15 minutes. However, there's definitely some sort of issue with the data coming in. So hopefully that sorts itself out, because this will be the last fly through we get before advisory, and the National Hurricane Center is really going to want the data from this fly through before pushing out that 11 p.m. advisory.
That's all notable things. Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's a little update here on Hurricane Melissa. Once again, hurricane hunters are going to be flying through the eye of Hurricane Melissa here really soon. We'll see if we get any new information, but currently the flight itself was updated last about 6 minutes ago, and it's about to be flying through the eye in about, I would say, 10 minutes. So we'll have a new update from the National Hurricane Center hurricane hunters here in about 10 minutes and see if the pressure's dropped at all or if any major changes have occurred. Thank you, Hayden, for the $10 super chat. Have a coffee on me for your night. Appreciate that. Thank you, Hayden, for the super chat. Also, shout out to Murph with the PayPal donation. I really appreciate that, Murph. Thank you. How many miles from Jamaica is the eye right now? We can do a little measurement with the Radar Omega measuring tool. It's gotten a little bit closer. It's about 108 miles or so from the coast of Jamaica. And keep in mind, this hurricane will be moving northeast fairly slowly here tonight. So, realistically, I mean, we're still going to be talking about a landfall probably around 10 to 11 tomorrow. Now, from Kingston, it's about 148 miles away. Thank you, Brian, for the super chat. Is there any significance to Melissa having the driest eye of a cyclone we've ever seen? Not really, in my opinion, but it's interesting. I don't really have much of an opinion on the dry eye stuff. But it's fascinating. But again, really notable is that the eye is now moving northeast. It is officially moving. This hurricane is now moving to the northeast. It is heading towards Jamaica. It has now finally made a turn. It was literally stationary for the longest time. So, It is now officially moving to the northeast, and it will be making landfall again in Jamaica tomorrow. I do not see a world where this doesn't make landfall at this point. It kind of looked like it might do something weird earlier, but it is now actually moving. So, again, very intense hurricanes like this can do some really weird stuff. So, yeah, Melissa might need some eye drops. This coverage is such a 180 from tornadoes. When we're watching tornado coverage, is sit down, strap in, and hang on. The hurricane coverage is so much slower paced. It isn't always slower paced. It's just this hurricane has not done anything today. It's basically been stalled. So there isn't really a whole lot you can do when it's almost a stalled hurricane. We're about to reach 8 hours on today's stream. If you've been enjoying the stream so far, make sure to like the stream, subscribe to the channel if you're new here, click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter. Those are both at Max Velocity WX on Twitter and Facebook. Once again, we are live here with Hurricane Melissa coverage as it does approach the coastline of Jamaica as a very powerful Category 5 hurricane, and it will be making landfall tomorrow as a Category 5 hurricane. This is the latest from the CIRA from earlier today. This is the eye of Melissa when it was strengthening. That is just crazy. That is a really dry eye, by the way, because you can barely see any clouds in there. Thank you, Lynn, for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Panda, for the $10 super chat. This coverage has been amazing. Appreciate all the coverage. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Also, thank you, Winston, for the super chat. Thanks for answering my question about how far the eye is. Been watching all day. Really enjoy the coverage. I had Culver's for dinner. W. Thank you also, Fire Dance, for becoming a member. Am I doing a video tomorrow? I have no clue. Not even... I really don't even know. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. Somebody just sent this to me on Twitter. This is Beth on Twitter, watching the stream, and is trying to help out the hurricane instead of trying to make it less dry with some eye drops. Really thoughtful. Thank you, Steve, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Raleigh, also for becoming a member. Thank you, Alex, also for the $20 super chat. Where are you getting the radar image from? If you're a Gamma subscriber or higher, you can get the satellite imagery. Have we turned yet? The hurricane is now moving northeast. It was not really before. It looks like it is now officially starting to move to the northeast. Also, the Hurricane Hunter aircraft will be moving through the hurricane, right through the eye within the next few minutes, so we should have an updated look at with the Hurricane Hunters in just a moment. So, might have a big update in a few minutes on the intensity. We'll have to wait and see. Just kind of awaiting that. They also Missy for the $10 super chat. I definitely don't like that my name is Melissa. My aunt and uncle are stuck. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you also, Samantha, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. I think it dropped below 900 millibars now. Yeah, I mean, it might have at some point. We have no evidence of it as of right now, but we're kind of just awaiting to see this latest update here from the Hurricane Hunters. We should have an update from the Hurricane Hunters within the next 2 minutes, I want to say, as long as it updates normally. Most of the time, it's been about 10-15 minute updates on these aircraft flights, so we should have that update here in a moment. Once again, if you are just tuning in, Melissa is now turning to the northeast. It will be making landfall in Jamaica tomorrow as a powerful Category 5 hurricane. The eye of the hurricane is still about 108 miles to the southwest of Jamaica. It has maximum sustained winds of 175 miles per hour, and on top of that, the wind gusts are over 200 miles per hour. So this is still a very intense hurricane right now, moving to the northeast. And also, we have about 20 minutes until the next National Hurricane Center update. That'll be the big update for tonight regarding the intensity of Melissa. And it'll also be all about the path and if any cone of uncertainty changes have happened. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So unfortunately, it seems like the data issues are continuing from the hurricane hunters. They have made it into the eye, but when we do click on the points to see the extrapolated pressure to sort of have an estimate, it doesn't exist. It's not a thing. It's not real. It's just made up in your mind. So unfortunately, we don't have an extrapolated pressure to talk about from this fly through. We're gonna have to wait for that vortex data message, which will probably still take a good 10 to 15 minutes for now. Normally they can't send those until they're well without or well outside of the hurricane's precipitation, just because that's sort of how signal dictates what's going to happen. So we're going to have to wait to see the pressures. I bet the National Hurricane Center is going to get some sort of data before we do, and probably going to get that information in the form of the 11 p.m. outlook. I wish we could beat the outlook and see that data live as it happens, but for whatever reason, there's just some sort of data issue getting that back. However, if that changes, we'll have that update for you, but I would imagine that it's just going to continue to have data problems.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So, looks like the readings continue to struggle with this aircraft flight for whatever reason. We might have another update here in a few minutes. Perhaps it actually has the data, but again, it has measured, it looks like some sort of, it hasn't measured any pressure. It has measured wind, which the wind is still very strong. We're still talking about 150 knots of wind. So the wind is very intense still. The peak winds that have been measured are around 157 knots. So that's still up to about 180 mile per hour winds for a peak. Sustained is about 175, which again, this hurricane really, it seems like has not weakened at all. Like it's still a very intense hurricane. So there are no signs right now that Melissa has weakened, but the hurricane hunters are now officially in the eye of the hurricane, and they are once again investigating what is going on in there, and we'll see if we have any new data here. Thank you, Lou, for the super chat. But once again, we got about 20 minutes until the National Hurricane Center update, and they know better than us in terms of the pressure and all that good stuff. So we will have the latest from them here within the next 20 minutes. Big update is coming, and that'll be the last big update of the night before tomorrow's landfall. And we will have possibly a video tomorrow morning, but if not, maybe a live stream. Thank you, Alex, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put some W's in the chat for Alex. Really appreciate the support. A dry eye doesn't make a storm weaker, in this case. Why are the planes not in radar? They are. Well, this one is at least. You can see the plane right here. It's in the middle of the eye right now. Or not technically right now, but as of 9:33, which is 7 minutes ago, it was entering the eye. And so it's going to be moving through the eye here over the next few minutes. And then it'll be exiting the eye. And it'll probably go this direction, and then it'll fly back to wherever it came from. It came from all the way down here. So it came from Williamstad, I believe is how you say it. Or South America. I'm going to take off the the data here for just a moment so you can at least see the swirl. Thank you, Martini, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Where do you get the map? This is Radar Omega. You can download the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description below. It's on iOS and Android. And you can get the satellite and all that good stuff with the Gamma subscription or higher inside of the app. All the hurricane data as well is really cool. You can watch that all inside the app as it comes in real time. Zero tornado warnings? We have none. Honestly, the tornado warning thing shouldn't even be here, because, like, technically you can't get tornado warnings in Jamaica or Cuba or any of these countries, like, as in, like, the National Weather Service, because it doesn't exist over here. But I just have that on. That was, like, the typical thing for United States landfalls, but we haven't had any this year. The tornado warning box there, it'll probably get replaced by, like, if we ever did another one of these streams, it'd probably get replaced by, like, a countdown or something. I'd leave the tornado warning counter up. Keep people from asking. I mean, yeah, I could leave it up still, but put lightning strikes on there. We don't have a lightning strike like measuring tool, but like not that counts lightning, but that would be a kind of a cool thing to have. This is what Melissa looks like on GeoColor. You can actually clearly see it on GeoColor now moving to the northeast. It is not super obvious, but you can at least see that motion now. Melissa is definitely turning north. This is the lightning flash density here as well. Plenty of lightning. There's been plenty of lightning. The darker colors like the reds do indicate a more frequent amount of lightning here in the eye of Melissa. So plenty of lightning currently happening here with Hurricane Melissa. Are you gonna do a landfall stream? I'm not sure yet. I'm gonna decide that when I wake up tomorrow. It's just gonna come down to, it really comes down to if there's any cameras up. Like if we have nothing up, like if chasers aren't able to stream to us, if there's no way of camera streaming to us, like there's just no way. Like there wouldn't be anything to really cover. It would just be at that point, we're just looking at infrared imagery and it making landfall. And there's really a whole lot you can communicate either. I mean, Jamaica is gonna be without power at that point. So, hey Josh for the super chat. And also shout out to Dill with the $20 super chat. Best weather channel on YouTube. I love my wife. Okay. Appreciate the super chat. What's the estimated storm surge? The highest storm surge will be in southern Jamaica. And that is where we're right now forecasting around 9 to 13 feet of storm surge all across this part of Jamaica, which basically goes from Savannah, Lamar, and Lucia all the way back over towards Kingston. And then anywhere else is going to vary a lot. I mean, we could see it 7 to 11 feet anywhere over near Port Antonio. Montego Bay, I think, will probably be up to 5 feet. So. But again, landfall right now is forecast to be around 10 o'clock or so tomorrow. Thank you, Miles, for the $20 super chat. Keep up the good work, Max. The best channel for severe weather and live coverage, period. Appreciate that, Miles. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you also, Josh, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Really appreciate that, Josh. And thank you, Flashover, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. We are now under 15 minutes away from our next National Hurricane Center update. And that is the last big update for tonight. We also have hurricane hunters that are flying right into the hurricane as we speak. We are awaiting the latest data from them, if any data comes in. So again, the next 15 minutes or so, we're just waiting for the big National Hurricane Center update. In the meantime, this is what it looks like right now in Kingston and Little London specifically here in Jamaica. And again, the conditions have not been that bad so far. It's just been a lot of rain thus far. Just a decent amount of rain falling. But we are expecting that the conditions will deteriorate very fast overnight as Melissa gets closer. The eye wall is only about probably 8 hours or so from being in southwestern Jamaica. Thank you, Texas and Stephanie, for the super chats. Appreciate that, Stephanie. Thank you. There's no way this thing isn't below 900 millibars by now. I mean, there's a way. There's definitely a way. Personally, I think it may have gotten down. I think the problem is we didn't have any Hurricane Hunter aircraft going in between like 2 and 7. And I think there is a possibility that this was down to around 899, 900 millibars at some point. Maybe 902, somewhere in that range at some point. But, we just don't know. I mean, the lowest it got to officially was 906. And one of the unfortunate issues is that the Hurricane Hunters basically have to fly into the hurricane. And that's the way that we get our data for pressure and stuff like that. And there's basically no way to get that data if we don't have Hurricane Hunters, and we didn't have any for 6 hours. So, and we're about to have none again for 6 hours. The next recon mission isn't until tomorrow morning. Landfall in 11 hours? Yeah, we're about 12 hours out from landfall or so. Though update at 11? The update is at 11. It's in about 12 minutes. 12 minutes or less until the final National Hurricane Center update until 2 a.m. So this will be the next big one in a few minutes. Why don't they use drones? I mean, they technically do already fly drones into the eye of a hurricane, but imagine flying a hurricane or flying a drone through all of this. That's not really possible. You actually have to get into the hurricane somehow. Otherwise, there's no drone that really can withhold 150 plus mile per hour winds and actually have signal. I don't even know how you do that without actually going into the hurricane. From the Boston area. I used to live in New England. What's the latest update from Bryce? Nothing new as of right now. But he's fine. He's just repositioning for tomorrow. Hey, Josh, with the $5 super chat, excuse me, can we break up Melissa with a nuclear boom? I don't think so. I mean, you would literally just be adding more energy to it. So, in my opinion, no. I did a little math thing with that in college. So personally, I don't think so. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did get a radar scan, and this is either going to go through an eyewall merger or eyewall replacement. We can kind of see if we look really close at radar that there are 2 eyewalls on the storm at this point in time. That means that it either has to merge the eyewalls or go through eyewall replacement cycle. So one of those 2 things is going to happen. This is literally just a one-off radar frame that we happen to get associated with the hurricane from that Jamaican radar, but one of the 2 is going to happen. We're either going to see an eyewall replacement cycle or an eyewall merger. Either of those will both grow and or expand the wind field and potentially strengthen it in the long run once we see that cycle fully complete. However, if it fails to complete eyewall replacement by the time it gets to Jamaica, it would be weaker. So this is sort of the tale of 2 evils here, where will it complete the cycle and grow bigger and stronger, or will it fail to complete the cycle and hopefully make landfall as a mid-tier category 4? Because when it does go through eyewall replacement, it will weaken.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Sorry about that once again, because my other computer keeps not wanting to work. Alright. We did have the Hurricane Hunters did fly through the eye of Melissa entirely now. This is the last fly through. As alluded to before, the pressure is not being measured. Unfortunately, that is one of the, for whatever reason, at least through this, is not being measured, which is definitely not a good thing, because if we at least got the measured pressure, we might have an idea of what the intensity will be here in the next update. But the National Hurricane Center will have an update here in a few minutes. The peak wind, this is the highest peak wind that we've had today. 161 knots was just measured by the National Hurricane Hunters. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we got drop sod information. I believe we are at 902 millibars low pressure now. That was drop sod. That is not extrapolated. That's not estimated. That was 100% sure 902 millibars.
Alrighty, so that is a huge update. We are now down to a 902 millibar Category 5 hurricane. It is borderline 900 millibars according to the drop zone that was just dropped into Hurricane Melissa. So this has continued to intensify. And yeah, that is now basically official. We'll have an update in like 10 minutes from the National Hurricane Center. What I was just saying, though, is that the winds are at 161 knots, which is the peak wind. That does not mean that's what the intensity of the hurricane is, but that is the peak wind, which in all essence means that if that were to be the actual hurricane, it would be at 185 mile per hour Category 5 hurricane. Which again, that's not. This is actually concerning, though. The latest sustained wind that was measured by the hurricane hunters is 155 knots. That is 178 miles per hour. So they actually may upgrade this hurricane to a stronger Category 5. We'll see in about like 8 minutes, but they might upgrade this hurricane to being a Category 5 maximum sustained winds of 180 and then potentially pressure of 902, which would put this at one of the lowest pressured hurricanes in Atlantic Ocean history and one of the strongest hurricanes to begin with in history of the Atlantic Ocean. So yeah, and this one also measured a peak wind speed of 162, which is a little over 185 mile per hour winds. So this hurricane has once again, we think, intensified, and it looks like it has taken a pretty big turn. And that's way more intense than before. And again, there aren't very many hurricanes that even get above 160 miles per hour when it comes to a Cat 5. Most of them only get to 160. This one looks like it might be on its way to over 180. So we're going to have to wait and see. But again, we're only a few minutes away from the National Hurricane Center either confirming that or, you know, whatever it might be. We're going to get some sort of confirmation here in a few minutes. 180 versus 175 is not that big of a difference, but I mean, when it comes to like hurricanes in the Atlantic Ocean in history, very few of them have ever gotten beyond even 160, and the fact that we're now up to 180 is just insane. It takes a lot for a hurricane to go from 170 to 180. Trust me, like, it is not a small difference. A tropical storm going from 40 to 50, way easier, but we're talking about a Category 5 that is already way higher than like most. I mean, you could think of it this way too with a tornado, for example. Like, how many EF5 tornadoes actually happen like nowadays? Very few. Like, we have one or two. We probably have had more than one in the last 12 years, but we've only had one official one since like 2013. The last one that we had was the Enderlin tornado here recently, right? And so when it comes to even tornadoes, like a difference between 10 miles per hour of wind speed, it is actually pretty significant once you get over 150 or 200. So it sounds like we have our first camera outage in Jamaica, so the outages may be beginning. There is a Kingston Harbor camera that the Sea Jamaica cameras have. You can actually see it. Look how it's loading now. So this may either be this is probably some sort of outage, if I had to guess. So this is the first outage that we've had of a camera in Jamaica. That is in the harbor, by the way. So we may be starting to see at least outages occur in Jamaica. And if that were the case and we don't have any cameras tomorrow, I don't think we're live, but we'll see what it looks like in the morning. Oh, the outages may be beginning here in Jamaica. Keep in mind, the hurricane is now turning to the northeast. It is now fully going up the line. So it is now going right towards Jamaica. There are birds in the eye. There are birds in the eye of the hurricane. That is correct. We do have active live birds inside of the eye of Hurricane Melissa. Can we rescue the birds? That would be almost impossible. We have to go in the eye of the hurricane, and I don't even think that would be possible, to be honest. The conditions have been getting a little bit worse in Jamaica here over the last hour or so. There was a decent camera. What was that camera that I was just on? What is this one on the bottom right? I want to put that one up. This is one of the Sea Jamaica live cameras here. One's more of a sky view, but the conditions are starting to get a little bit worse now. This is at Crossroads for reference. We are now under 5 minutes away from our next National Hurricane Center update. By the way, it sounds like if you guys are curious, Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton will probably be live at about 6 a.m. tomorrow. Hey, Sharp for the super chat. Yeah, the hurricane, there's always birds. I feel like there's a song and a musical about that. I don't even know what you're referring to, but I appreciate the super chat. Also, thank you, Olson, for the becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. It's 3 a.m. here. I'm waiting for the next update and then going to bed. It's a good idea. I might be doing the same too, honestly, because, like, I mean, if we're doing live coverage tomorrow, I have to go to bed at least at a decent time. There's a live camera with sound on one of these channels. Yeah, I don't know which one does, but there are a few that actually have sound. But I mean, they're just listening to basically music, or not music, but like wind. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, the latest forecast advisory is out. I'll give you a second to pull that up, but it is 903 millibars officially and still at the same wind speeds in advisory number 27.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So Hurricane Melissa is now under 905 millibars. That is the latest from the National Hurricane Center. So Melissa has now officially dropped to almost 900 millibars of pressure. This is now the strongest that Hurricane Melissa has gotten to here tonight. The maximum sustained winds we do not have yet, but we'll have them in a moment. But once again, this is now officially a 903 millibar Category 5 hurricane. This is a 6 millibar pressure drop since 6 p.m. So that is how much this has just dropped within the last 3 hours. Once again, it's been fluctuating basically all day, but it continues to be very intense. I mean, it has not shown any signs of legitimate weakening here at this point, and the pressure is likely going to continue to drop a little bit more here over the next couple of hours. Honestly, the only downfall at this point is that we have no hurricane hunters that'll be flying into the hurricane overnight tonight. So even if it were to drop another 3 or 4 millibars, we might not even know. So that is one of the unfortunate things right now, is that we don't even know if it is actually intensifying beyond this point until tomorrow morning when another aircraft recon flies into Hurricane Melissa. The wind speeds are still at 175 miles per hour, so that has remained the same. The pressure is at 903 millibars. They have now gone ahead and said that this hurricane is officially moving north-northeast at 2 miles per hour. That's also 2 knots. All right, so that's the latest in terms of the intensity and the pressure. And so the latest in that they basically said is that tropical storm conditions are already occurring in Jamaica, and catastrophic and life-threatening hurricane-force wind conditions are expected to begin Tuesday morning. Within the eye wall, total structural failure is likely, especially in the higher elevations where wind speeds atop and on the windward sides of hills and mountains could be 30% stronger. And on top of that, Melissa is expected to bring 15 to 30 inches of rain to Jamaica and an additional 6 to 12 inches to southern Hispaniola through Wednesday, with a total local maxima of 40 inches of rainfall possible. Catastrophic flash flooding and numerous landslides are likely. And they have still mentioned that storm surge In terms of storm surge in Jamaica, life-threatening storm surge is likely along the south coast of Jamaica late tonight and on Tuesday. Peak storm surge heights could reach 9 to 13 feet above ground level near and to the east of where the center of Melissa makes landfall. This storm surge will be accompanied by large and destructive winds on the northwest coast of Jamaica near Montego Bay. There's a possibility of 2 to 4 feet of storm surge above ground level. That's actually an increase, by the way. Montego Bay before was only forecasted to be around 1 to 3. It's now between 2 to 4. Notice these are the latest updates, by the way. The National Hurricane Center has also pointed out that maximum wind gusts are up to 215 miles per hour. This number has fluctuated a few times today, but it's back up to 215 miles per hour. The pressure, once again, is at 903 millibars. You can actually clearly see now that the hurricane is basically moving directly to the north. It's almost moving directly north right now. So Melissa is once again on the move. It's moving. It has not really been moving much today. The cone of uncertainty no longer includes Kingston again, but it does still include from Alligator Pond back through Lucia. So these areas are still included in our cone of uncertainty on where the hurricane will make landfall. I do still think it's probably going to make landfall near Black River, but that could obviously change. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I sort of wanted to cut to this portion of the key messages. This is some very, very significant wording that I have not seen the National Hurricane Center use before, so I'm just going to go ahead and read it. This is for Jamaica. Remain in your safe shelter. Catastrophic flash flooding and numerous landslides are expected through Tuesday. The eye-wall's destructive winds may cause total structure failure, particularly in higher elevations, leading to widespread infrastructure damage, prolonged power and communication outages, and isolated communities. Along the southern coast, life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are anticipated through Tuesday. Failure to take imminent action may result in serious injury or significant loss of life. That last sentence there, that's the big one. I don't think I've ever seen that on a National Hurricane Center forecast advisory. I don't know the last time they included that. Just looking at some other big forecast advisories and discussions, I have never seen that sentence put in one of those before.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, that is some really strong wording from the National Hurricane Center regarding Melissa. Again, failure to take immediate action may result in serious injury or significant loss of life here in Jamaica. So obviously this is a very serious situation. We've been talking about this, again, for days now, almost a week. And if you've not already, and for whatever reason you're still messing around right now in Jamaica, now is the time to lock in. You gotta be ready. Like you gotta be ready for this. All right, this is going to be the worst hurricane that we've ever seen hit Jamaica in our lifetimes, and obviously it could even be stronger than this, but we'll have to wait and see. All right, so this is a very dangerous situation that's evolving. Again, if you are in Jamaica, you've got to be ready for a very dangerous hurricane. Make sure that you are preparing. Board up your windows if you've not already done so. If you have any way to do that, get away from the coastline. We're talking about upwards of 13 feet of storm surge right along the coast of Jamaica. And on top of that, unfortunately, we're going to be talking about really high winds. And there's just nothing good about this hurricane. This is going to be one of the worst hurricanes that we've ever seen. The other thing is, too, like, when this hurricane gets closer to the coastline, we're going to have all this rain just moving inland, you know, into western and southern Jamaica, and that's going to obviously going to lead to a really significant threat of landslides. And landslides are one of those things that can really be catastrophic, especially for those that live along mountains, live in even low-lying areas in some cases. And on top of that, we're just going to have all this rain just falling over the next 24 hours. We've already had a lot of rain falling. You can see all the infrared imagery here, all these big showers and, you know, really heavy rain bands that have been moving through Jamaica over the last 24 hours. This is only going to get worse as we go later into tonight and also into tomorrow morning. So, again, if you are in Jamaica, you've got to be ready for a very dangerous hurricane. This thing is only going to get worse. Conditions are only going to get worse as well as we go later into tonight. And yeah, again, there's no end in sight right now to the bad conditions. They're just going to get worse from here. I mean, this is, again, this last sentence is literally all you need to know about if you're in Jamaica right now. This is the only thing that you got to know. Like, if you don't take imminent act or immediate action, like, you could be risking your life very easily. Hey, CJ, for the $20 super chat. I don't think most people are comprehending or know what's about to happen to Jamaica. Sadly, the next 24 hours will change the nation for the next decade. It's entirely possible. I mean, guys, keep in mind that, like, let's compare this to, like, Milton for a moment. Milton obviously wasn't a Cat 5 on landfall, but, like, if we compare this to, like, even, let's actually compare this to Michael, Hurricane Michael, that made landfall in the Panhandle, right, of Florida. That was a Cat 5 upon landfall, and that hurricane did a lot of damage to a very small area of places, but it did a ton of damage, and those were a lot of those homes were well built. We are talking about places that do not have well-built homes. A lot of them, at least, are not well-built. They're not sturdy. They're not, like, structurally sound. They don't have, like, significant building codes or anything like that. So, like, the stuff that we are dealing with here in Jamaica is going to be different, and it's going to be a much more catastrophic hurricane, especially for those that, you know, are not able to have an actual normal, like, home that many people have in the United States, right? So it's a very different situation. That is why this is such a dangerous hurricane. And if this were to hit any other country here in the Greater Antilles, it'd basically be the same thing too. So we just gotta hope for the best. Let's hope things, you know, aren't as bad as they're currently forecasted to be, but unfortunately, I do not have much hope anything's going to be changing. I know for sure that Bryce has moved inland, by the way, at least a little bit, so he's going to be away from the coastline because the storm surge is forecast to be really bad. So Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton will be with us, assuming we go live tomorrow for landfall coverage. Again, I don't know if we are, but we'll see. So that is, if we do go live, we'll have him. Obviously, make sure you subscribe to the channel, click the bell icon so you're notified if we do go live tomorrow, because there's a chance. Kind of depends on how things go. But again, Melissa is forecast to make landfall around 12 hours from now. All right. Wake up early? I'll be waking up early if we're going live. I mean, I'll set an alarm and see what things look like. It just depends on the whole camera situation. Because again, the only way that it makes sense to actually go live tomorrow is if there are views of things. Like if we can at least see stuff happening, it makes sense because at least you can get an idea of what's happening in real time. But once there's nothing on, like if the chasers don't have any connection or the cameras go out, like there won't be much to see. So. And in all essence, this could be our last look at Jamaica for you know, the next 12 to 24 hours if the power goes out within the next few hours. Like, you never know. But this is a live shot from Crossroads on the Jamaica Live Camera Network. Excellent coverage, Max. Appreciate all the good information. I appreciate that. Thank you, George. Thank you, Lisa, for the Venmo donation. Thanks for all your hard work. Appreciate that, Lisa. And also, Joe, for the super chat. In all your years, how worried are you about this? On a scale of 1 to 10, how worried I am? Like, I'm literally out of 10. I'm not even kidding. Like, I really think it would be, like, well, I'll say it's like a 9.5 out of 10. It would be a 100% 10 if this was making landfall any closer to Kingston. But it's easily a 9.5. Like, I'm very worried about this. Like, I've been talking about this you know, for the last 48 hours, 72 hours, very intensely. We've obviously had multiple videos. We had 2 video uploads yesterday because of it. We had 1 today, and then we obviously have had now an over 8.5 hour live stream today. There's a reason why we've been so intense about this hurricane, because I literally think this will be one of the worst hurricanes that we've ever seen, at least hitting Jamaica, but even in general, the Caribbean islands. Thank you, Darcy, for the $10 super chat. Great coverage. Appreciate that, Darcy. Thank you. I sincerely hope Max is wrong. I hope so, too. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I've been hoping I'm wrong this entire time, but nothing's changed. That leads me to believe anything's going to be different than what I'm saying. Which sucks, but it is what it is. Hey, Tyler, for the super chat. How fast will it move across Jamaica? Probably at about 6 miles per hour or so. Is Air Force doing another pass? We have no more Hurricane Hunter aircraft flying in until, like, tomorrow morning at some point. So, no more until then. And again, landfall is forecasted to be sometime around lunchtime or so tomorrow. But they are I mean, this is another thing. I didn't even realize this. They're actually forecasting this to remain a Category 5 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 175 miles per hour and wind gusts up to 215 miles per hour, all the way through southwestern Jamaica. Whether that actually goes into, like, Jamaica like that is unknown, but it will still be a pretty strong Cat 5. Like, this isn't going to be borderline Cat 5. It will be over Cat 5, it looks like, for sure, as it enters Jamaica. Man, regardless of it being Cat 4 or Cat 5 at this point, it doesn't really matter. It's going to be a very intense hurricane no matter what. But, I mean, obviously, it's definitely going to be a very strong hurricane. An extra 10 miles per hour is definitely significant. Hey, Olivia, for the $10 super chat. Feels like we're witnessing history. Good coverage, Max. Worried about this for the lovely people in Jamaica. Stay safe. Love for India. Appreciate that. Thank you, Larry, also for the super chat. Here's the turn has happened. Yeah, the turn just happened within the last hour. This thing was not turning north at all. Now it is. And so far, it has been turning north, just very minimally. It's kind of looped again, but it is starting to actually go north now. So that should continue. Hey, Summer, for the $10 super chat. The warning the National Weather Service gave for Katrina was bone-chilling. Water shortages will make human suffering incredible by modern standards. I didn't even see that post, but yeah, I would be... That's unfortunately, like, the situation that we're in. Like, this is going to be one of the worst hurricanes. Probably the worst hurricane for Jamaica we've ever seen. Thank you, Eric, for the $10 super chat. Altitude really varies. I mean, like, usually they're at least around 10,000 feet, if not higher, but it really just depends. Sometimes they go through so much turbulence, they can be with, like, a 2,000-3,000 foot range within a very short amount of time. Hey, Dylan, for the super chat. Thanks, man, for everything you do. I appreciate that. Thank you, Dylan. Hey, Aviation, for the super chat. There's a military aircraft in the hurricane currently. I don't think there is. I think the only one that... The last flight through was this one. I don't know if it's going to fly through again. I don't think it is. But this one is, I think, done. That is the Teal 74 mission. Hey, Brian, for the super chat. Great coverage as always. Can you explain why the storm doesn't amplify passing over Jamaica? That's back over water. In this case, it's actually going to become like it's going to go over a mountain. We thought it might not be anymore, but it's at least going to go over through more treacherous terrain. And usually, when it comes to hurricanes, they don't usually re-intensify that quickly after going over a hurricane or going over land. Excuse me. So the hurricane probably will not intensify very much going up towards Cuba. It will probably continue to weaken. It's also going to be starting to latch onto a low pressure system in the United States, so it will gradually kind of just almost shear itself off a little bit. Not really shear itself off, but it will be gradually weakening over time because of that. But anytime it goes over land, it's going to weaken no matter what. Because, like, you know, hurricanes thrive with warm waters. And there's no warm water over land. At least salt water. Or good enough water for this to actually thrive. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, looking at flight radar, it does look like Teal 74 did actually turn around. This is like one of the very few spots we can actually see their location. It does look like they're headed back for the eye of the storm. So we might get one more pass through before they have to go fuel up for the night. And that would most likely be when we would see our sub 900 millibar dropsont, if we're going to see one from this storm at any point in its lifetime.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, this is the Teal 74 mission. It looked like it was turning. It looks like now it is. So they might be doing one more final fly through before we have any more missions, which will not be again until tomorrow. So that will not be until sometime in the morning. Hey, William, for the super chat. I agree. Thank you also, Kiwi, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. I'm not AI, or at least not AI. Nobody's AI here. Time we're expecting landfall? Sometime around, I would say, 11, 12, 1 o'clock. Somewhere in that range. When landfall is forecasted to happen. Once again, this hurricane is going to be one of the worst, probably the worst to ever hit Jamaica. Last minute preparations got to be done immediately because by like the next 4 or 5 hours, the worst of conditions are really going to start ramping up, especially in southwestern Jamaica. Especially along the south coast of Jamaica. That entire south coast is going to be dealing with some serious problems when it comes to this hurricane. Hey, Terry, for the super sticker. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Click the bell icon so you're notified whenever we go live tomorrow. I do think we are going to be live tomorrow, at least for a few hours, covering the landfall. Again, it's really going to be contingent on there being enough to actually go live for. But I do think we'll at least be live to some extent tomorrow. Yeah, it probably will not be it probably won't be 9 hours like today, but we'll see. Just depends on how things go. Hey, Joe, for the $10 super chat. How do you manage? I mean, I don't know. There's a balance, Joe, because like there are things that are really fascinating about weather like this, but like obviously I'm more concerned about people in this case, without a doubt. Like with hurricanes like Aaron, for example, that one didn't really ever scare me that much. So that was just more of like, wow, how this intensifies so fast. Like it's fascinating, but at the same time, like in this case, this is like I truly am not like fascinated by this hurricane at all, if that makes sense, because it's just I know that so many people's lives are gonna be changed tomorrow by such an intense hurricane. Thank you, Christine, for the super chat. Eyewall replacement's still possible, but even if it happened, it's not gonna make or break this hurricane. Hey, Sturk, for the super chat. It has the potential to be the worst ever for Jamaica. Hey, Lego, for the $20 super chat. Teal 74 just turned south. It's heading straight for the eye at 9,975 feet. It will be going right into the eye in the next probably 25 minutes or so. Eight people already died. Yeah, the fatality count's already at 8 for Melissa. And a lot of that was from preparations or just stuff that happened beforehand. Is there any chance of flights for people out to evacuate before the storm strikes? Nope. There is none. The airports have been closed for like 2 days now. How many hours before it reaches land? We got a timer at the top left, but about 12 hours or so. About 12 hours out for making landfall. Max, will you be able to sleep tonight? I don't even know. That's my problem. Like, if I have to go live tomorrow, I don't think I'm getting much sleep. Thank you, Todd, for the $10 super chat. Where does this line up for one of the strongest hurricanes of all time? I will see what happens tomorrow. I mean, this is definitely one of the top, like, 10 when it comes to wind speeds and pressure. It's at least near the top 10. In terms of hurricanes we've covered, this could be one of the top when it comes to making landfall. I don't think we've covered a Cat 5 at 175 or even 170 making landfall. Like, Ian was not that high. It was at like 150-ish upon landfall. Milton was at like 130, I want to say, or something, or 140 at landfall. I mean, we've covered a bunch of big hurricanes, but even Beryl. I mean, Beryl was like a Cat 3, I thought, or a Cat 2. I can't remember, but it was something like that. Like, this is by far the highest category that we've had making landfall. So tomorrow, assuming we go live, which I think we will be, this is going to be the most powerful hurricane we've ever covered, which is actually crazy to think. I'm not going to lie, because I didn't even really think about that, but this would be the most powerful hurricane that we've covered. Upon landfall, is what I mean. Hey, Tina, for the $5 super chat. Hey, also Ryan for the super chat. Hey, Todd, also with the super chat. Where would you rather be? Jamaica tomorrow or Moore, Oklahoma on May 3rd, 1999? Definitely Moore. I mean, that's a more localized event. You can evacuate from that, even though you wouldn't know it's coming. But with a hurricane, there's like no way you can do anything with this. Like, you're just stuck in Jamaica unless you got on a flight like 2 days ago or 3 days ago. And it's pretty hard to do that to begin with in Jamaica. Thank you, Just Storm Chasing for the super chat, and also Jeff the super chat. The pink forming around the eyes, that's just deep convection. It's just very cold cloud tops aloft. That's all that is. So, it basically very tall clouds and lots of rain falling is essentially what that is. This is a graphic that gives you an idea of the strongest hurricanes on record in the Atlantic Ocean, as we were just talking about this. And, yeah. Melissa's up there now. That's a top 10, I think, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 9th strongest hurricane on record by pressure. It's near Katrina. Milton got down to 980 or 895 last year. Gilbert, which made landfall in Jamaica as a Cat 4, got down to 888 at one point. And then Wilma was obviously the most intense at 882. And a lot of people are like, why does this pressure mean so much? I mean, this is why. It's like literally one of the most intense hurricanes. Hey, Ty, for the super chat. This did go through an eyewall replacement before, and now it's just rapidly intensified. And now it's currently sitting at the same intensity. I don't think it's going to weaken much until it actually moves over land tomorrow. But we are now we're about at 12 hours approximately until landfall in Jamaica. Obviously, the worst of the impacts will begin well before that. But tomorrow is going to be a very busy day here in Jamaica. It is going to be a very active day, as we are expecting Melissa to be a very intense hurricane. Again, catastrophic impacts are ahead. If you're not already prepared in Jamaica, you got to do it now. Again, this is basically your last chances within the next hour or two before things really take a turn for the worst. Right now in Kingston, it looks fine, but it's not going to be tomorrow. Kingston might not be hit super hard, but for sure, areas west of Kingston will definitely be hit very hard when it comes to the winds, the storm surge, the heavy rain, just everything. Correction, by the way, there was no eyewall replacement. My apologies. I'm tired. I'm trying to go to bed here soon. I'm just thinking about me waking up at 6 or 7 a.m. tomorrow and just being dead on the insides, but... Hey, Laren for the super chat. Can you please explain the correlation between pressure and how strong the storm is? I mean, in this case, with it being in this latitude, the pressure almost always correlates to like what the wind speeds are in a lot of cases. And I mean, it being down to 903 millibars, that usually correlates to a Cat 5 somewhere around 170, 180. Do I drink coffee? Not usually. I'm gonna need coffee tomorrow. I'm gonna like schedule a DoorDash just for that tomorrow, honestly. I didn't even think of that. I'm actually, before I go to bed tonight, I am doing that. I am scheduling DoorDash so I can like be fueled up for tomorrow. I'm gonna get a big iced coffee from McDonald's or something. Hey, Steal for the super chat. Have they said what the wave heights under that thing are? The wave heights are up to about 50 feet, according to models. Thank you, Selena, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. We've been live for over 6 or 7 hours. We have. It's been nearly 9 hours. Thank you, Lance, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Jeff, for the $10 super chat. I was living in Tampa for Milton, and there wasn't much lightning near the eye. This looks like I have a lot more. Milton wasn't... Well, I mean, Milton had a lot of lightning, but that was well before it was, like, even near land. Once it got closer to land, it didn't have much lightning left. Because it basically lost intensity. So this one's different. I mean, this one's very different because this one's still very intense. Back when Milton was in the Gulf, there was a lot of lightning, but that was when it was, like, still well out in the Gulf. It wasn't actually that close to land. When it got closer to land, that thing weakened pretty quickly. Hey, Stinger, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Hey, Meredith, for the super chat for your morning DoorDash coffee. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Carly, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. By the way, really appreciate all the support in today's stream, all the super chats, all of you guys that become members today. It goes a long way. We have a whole operation when it comes to doing these live streams on the back end, so really do appreciate all your support. A lot of stuff coming, obviously. We might be live for a little bit tomorrow covering landfall of Hurricane Melissa. So it is looking like a busy day tomorrow. Also, thank you, Sarah, for becoming a member. But we are planning on doing some extensive coverage tomorrow for landfall, so obviously make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. Thank you, Just Storm Jason, for the gift of membership as well. But we're planning on doing some extensive coverage for landfall tomorrow, at least to some extent. Again, as long as there's some sort of cameras up, we'll be live, at least for a bit. If there isn't really any sort of camera views of anything going on, it might not be really worth going live. We'll just have to... I'm going to see what it looks like when I wake up tomorrow. But yeah, But yeah, that's basically it for today's stream. We're going to go ahead and wind things down. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Click the bell icon so you're notified. So whenever we go live tomorrow, you are notified. On top of that, we're going to raid our second channel, the More Max Velocity channel. We have a 24/7 stream that is up on the second channel with music and all sorts of stuff. What? Melissa might be breaking the record. What do you mean? Can somebody give me context? Go ahead, Rap.
So that temperature record that we've been talking about all day, we are on a very, very sharp downtrend again. We are 0.04 away from breaking the temperature record yet again. So there's a chance that 1 minute from now, that record that we were talking about, how we've already broke 2 times, we might break it 3 times from the day. We need 1 more frame from satellite to see if we're going to break that record.
Alrighty, so there is a possibility that we break the temperature record again. That temperature record is when it comes to the dryness of the eye. Is that once again a super dry level again. So that is according to the water vapor imagery. And that is one record that has already been shattered, and it looks like it might be shattered further. So, but if it does break the record, we'll post it on social media. I gotta get to bed. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We're gonna raid the second channel, so stay on this stream. You'll be redirected to our second channel. It's really relaxing. We have music. We have all sorts of live cameras across the country, and when Tornado Pagey goes live tomorrow, they will be live on that channel as well. So you can just leave the stream open, and you'll probably see it whenever you wake up tomorrow. Also, thank you, Zero Pass, for the $50 super chat. Really appreciate that. For the coffee fund as well. And Lindsay for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. All right, thank you guys all so much for watching. Stay tuned. Follow us on our socials. If that record's broken, we'll post it here in a few minutes on our Facebook and Twitter pages at MaxVelocityWX. Also, shout out to Todd with the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. Have a great, safe rest of your night. We'll see you guys all again in the next one. Goodbye.